With a quiet whisper of gratitude, I set my grand plan into motion. The stage is set, the trap is laid, and they have no idea who is about to walk through those doors. Already, the court is buzzing with venomous whispers. The vultures gather, eager to witness what they believe will be a tragicomedy of a broken princess. But let them whisper, let them gossip. Every step I take down this aisle is calculated, designed to feed their foolish delusions. They believe the rumors of a sick, emotionless doll, a dim-witted princess who can easily be controlled and discarded when her purpose is served. They pity the crown prince for being saddled with such a pathetic bride, completely unaware that their predictable mockery is exactly what I counted on. Underneath the veil, my gaze locks onto my loyal maid. The time for hiding in the shadows is over. It's time to show them what a true ruler looks like. With a swift, practiced pull of the laces, we lock the disguise in place. It is time to unveil the masterpiece. Let the mask fall away. Let them gaze upon the radiant beauty they dared to dismiss and feel the first icy grip of regret. The whispers die instantly in their throats, replaced by a suffocating silence as they realize how utterly they underestimated me. This play began long ago, born from a prophecy whispered on a royal deathbed, a decree that would bind my fate to the empire's ultimate successor. I questioned the Empress Dowager myself, verifying the divine mandate that would either secure our nation's prosperity or lead us both to ruin. Our empire, Valkyrie, holds unmatched power, but power is useless without a worthy hand to wield it. My grandmother's visions of the future are absolute. Yet, a prophecy is only as strong as the one who fulfills it. I will not be a passive pawn in her grand design. When I declared my resolve to take control of my own destiny, even the Empress Dowager herself was shaken by the fire in my eyes. Her final command was clear. I must ferret out the true heir to the throne, the only one strong enough to survive the coming storm. And as a parting gift, she bestowed upon me a single invaluable weapon, a shadow loyal only to me. With my weapon secured, my vow was carved in stone. No matter the cost, I would claim the crown prince and secure my empire's future. But the present reality is far from simple, and even my trusted spy brings news of unexpected complications. The dossier reveals my supposed fiancé, Crown Prince Chris, is harboring a massive, secret flaw, leaving the succession in absolute chaos. A flawed prince and a brewing civil war for the throne? This is far more interesting than I could have ever hoped. As my carriage rolls into the foreign palace, the heavy air of political intrigue settles around us like a shroud. Greeting me at the gates is the second prince, Sargessa, man who hides his sharp claws beneath a mask of quiet modesty. But before he can even welcome me, a panicked servant rushes to his side with a scandalous secret. I watch as the prince's eyes flare with sudden, dangerous anger. He knows exactly what foul play his brother is up to. Without a word of apology to his guest, the second prince turns on his heel, consumed by fury as he storms away to deal with the outrage. But I will not be ignored. I step forward into the light, letting my presence demand the respect I am owed. He turns and freezes, utterly paralyzed by the sight of the supposedly plain and sickly princess standing before him like a goddess of war. I smile, letting my serene facade mask the sharp, calculating thoughts racing through my mind. His panic deepens as he confesses that my royal chambers aren't even prepared, begging me to wait in the visitor's lounge like a common guest. I graciously accept his clumsy apologies, allowing him to lead me away while I quietly dissect this kingdom's pathetic weakness. An absent fiancé, an unprepared roommate, all points to a crown prince too foolish to manage his own household, let alone an empire. If the crown prince is truly this incompetent, then my target must change. The real power here lies elsewhere. Let them think they have insulted me. The gentler my smile, the more ruthless my blade will be when the time comes to strike. My loyal maid catches my drift instantly, slipping away into the shadows to gather the fuel we need to burn this palace down. Meanwhile, Prince Sarja storms through the imperial corridors, bursting with rage at the humiliation his brother had brought upon their house. Behind closed doors, Crown Prince Chris is lounging in the arms of his mistress, completely ignoring his royal duties and his newly arrived fiancé. He scoffs at the marriage alliance, treating an imperial decree as nothing more than an annoying chore imposed by his father. The lovers share a smug laugh, entirely convinced they can play the foolish princess and keep their illicit romance alive. Sarges delivers a chilling warning. If Chris flees his duties again, he will have to answer directly to the king's wrath. But the lazy crown prince merely sneers, relying on the king's hatred of public scandal to protect his pathetic lifestyle. They smile in their little bubble of ignorance, confident that their secret affair is safe from the world. With a heavy sigh of absolute disgust, Sarges realizes his brother is a lost cause, a fool leading their kingdom straight to the slaughter. He turns his back on the pathetic display, his mind racing with the realization that he may have to make a drastic move. As he leaves the lovers to their doom, his thoughts linger on the stunning, powerful princess waiting downstairs. I sit in the lounge, the pieces of the puzzle falling perfectly into place as I wait for my spy's report. My loyal shadow returns with the final damning evidence, her eyes wide with the sheer absurdity of the crown prince's betrayal. The mistress is Lady Lena Gerald, a woman who climbed into the prince's bed despite knowing of our sacred engagement and whose family is hiding a dark medical secret. My maid whispers in disbelief, noting how the second prince possesses a fiery hidden passion that far eclipses his lazy older brother. I raise my teacup to my lips, a cold, victorious smile spreading across my face. The crown prince has sealed his own doom, and the true heir has just been found. The moment of truth has arrived. Standing before the foreign court as Princess Sveta de Valkyrie, my voice rings with absolute authority, declaring my position as the rightful fiancé to the crown prince. Across the chamber, the fool of a crown prince sneers, entirely unaware that his arrogant complacency is the very anchor that will drag him to his ruin. Let them underestimate me. My only goal here is to sift through the rot of this court and determine who is truly worthy of holding the ultimate power. Crown Prince Chris speaks down to me, offering a hollow welcome that reeks of patronizing pity, treating my arduous journey as a mere inconvenience. He thinks he has me cornered, using my presence as a tool to test his brother's limits while parading his mistress right in front of my face. But my eyes are fixed on the second prince, Sarges, whose quiet intensity speaks of a far deeper, far more dangerous potential. Chris drawls on, reminding the court that this marriage alliance was merely a favor granted to my empire, setting his trap to humiliate me. Slouched on his golden throne, his eyes gleam with a lazy malice as he prepares to strike a devastating blow to my royal standing. He smugly demands that I accept their kingdom's domestic reality, his voice dripping with mock sympathy that masks a cruel betrayal. I press him, demanding he speak his mind plainly, forcing him to lay his treacherous cards on the table before the entire court. He sneers that a foreign princess with no local allies could never hope to rule as their true queen, setting his ultimate insult into motion. Behind her silk fan, his mistress Lena lets out a silent, triumphant laugh, while Sarges watches in mounting horror at his brother's sheer madness. I stand perfectly still, letting them believe their insults have wounded me, while inside, my trap snaps shut around them. Every word they utter is a confession of their own foolishness, giving me the perfect excuse to dismantle their entire succession line. With a sickening, self-satisfied grin, Chris delivers his ultimate decree, offering to relegate me to the status of a secondary princess. Sarges snaps, his voice booming through the hall as he demands his brother cease this suicidal disrespect before it ruins their kingdom. But Chris merely dismisses his brother's warnings, completely blind to the fact that Sarges is the only one who understands the fatal stakes of this union. A shattered alliance, a fractured kingdom. Choosing the wrong prince could plunge both of our empires into a blood-soaked civil war. I demand to speak directly with the king and queen, refusing to let this pathetic prince dictate the terms of our sacred treaty. Lena lowers her fan with a venomous smirk, boldly declaring that my appeal to the monarchs will yield nothing but further humiliation. She boasts that the queen herself has already chosen her to wear the crown, exposing a deep, treacherous conspiracy within the royal palace. I commit her face to memory, cataloging her arrogance as the first head that will roll when my vengeance is unleashed. I turn my back on their pathetic display, having seen more than enough to plan their total systematic destruction. Let them revel in their fleeting victory. The smile on my face is not one of submission, but of a predator who has found her prey. Back in my chambers, away from their prying, venomous eyes, the final preparations for my counterstrike begin. My loyal maid gazes at me in absolute awe, her words confirming that my transformation into a goddess of war is complete. We exchange a knowing look. The time for passive observation is over, and a brilliant, destructive plan begins to take shape. Let the royal court prepare for their grand banquet. They think they are hosting a victim, but they are about to welcome their conqueror. At this banquet, I will walk on needles, watching Chris and his mistress dig their own graves with every arrogant step they take. The final decision must be made tonight, and the cost of failure is a war that will consume us all. Dressed to dominate, I prepare to step into the lion's den, my loyal shadow right behind me to record every insult. The banquet hall is set, a stage of opulence masking a den of vipers ready to strike at the first sign of weakness. I make my entrance, my voice echoing like cold iron as I claim my title, refusing to be cowed by the hostile gazes of the court. Chris saunters in late, parading his mistress on his arm with a pathetic excuse, an open insult designed to test my restraint. I observe his blatant disrespect with cold detachment, noting how easily he squanders his royal authority for a fleeting affair. I offer them a serene, empty smile, letting them believe their insults have hit their mark while I calculate their downfall. The king sits at the head of the table, utterly blind to the rot festering within his own bloodline as the feast begins. Chris boasts loudly of his plans for the kingdom's grain trade, trying to assert a dominance he has done nothing to earn. The queen eagerly joins the mockery, praising Lena's family while making it clear where her true loyalties lie. She sharply declares that their kingdom has no need for foreign alliances, a direct public slap to my empire's face. The entire table whispers and sneers, blatantly excluding me from their domestic boasts as they try to starve me of respect. It is a desperate, pathetic attempt to isolate me, unaware that their silence only gives me more room to observe their fatal flaws. I raise my gaze, waiting for the perfect moment to strike back and expose their provincial ignorance to the entire court. Sensing the tension, Sarja suddenly speaks up, steering the conversation toward my empire's legendary black bread in a desperate bid to defend my honor. But before I can answer, the queen cuts in with a sneer, calling our culture's staple food unsightly and declaring that real royalty only eats white bread. Lena giggles behind her hands, exchanging a smug, classless look with the queen as they revel in their shallow, petty victory. Sarjas tenses, his eyes flashing with a protective anger that he struggles to keep hidden from his foolish family. I look at him, realizing that his quiet rebellion is the only genuine thing in this entire den of vipers. I offer him a soft, appreciative smile, letting him know his efforts have not gone unnoticed. With every insult they throw, Sarjas subtly shields me, sealing his fate as the one I will elevate to the throne while his foolish brother burns. He is a man who avoids the spotlight, yet when the kingdom's foundation begins to crumble, he is the only one who will stand for true justice. My eyes narrow as the truth crystallizes before me. The rightful, worthy heir to this throne is not the foolish elder brother, but Sarjas himself. Sizing up the palace layout, I quietly turn to my maid, asking which path the second prince is guaranteed to take tonight. She responds without hesitation, pointing us toward the secluded garden where the clematis are in full, brilliant bloom. A cold, quiet smile slips across my face as I adjust my jewelry. Let the stage be set, for our true hunt begins tonight. Meanwhile, Sarjas wanders through the palace gardens, remembering the brother who used to be strict, but possessed a genuinely kind heart. But that brother is long gone, consumed by a vicious power struggle and completely blinded by his devotion to the manipulative Lena. Sarjas is gripped by a sudden, freezing dread, realizing the fatal consequences if Chris dares to reject me as his official consort. He clenches his fists in frustration, imagining me weeping alone in my chamber, utterly humiliated by his brother's public cruelty. Guided by the soft glow of the garden lanterns, his footsteps lead him closer to the quiet, shadow-drenched gazebo. He pauses mid-step, catching sight of a silver-haired figure quietly adjusting her hairpin in the cool night breeze. He gasps, his chest tightening as he recognizes me sitting there, completely unfazed by the storm gathering over this court. From the shadows, my maid boldly speaks the bitter truth aloud, mocking how the crown prince abandoned his sacred duties for a mere marquis's daughter. I raise my teacup, watching the dark liquid swirl as my own amusement overflows. His sheer stupidity is almost too much to bear. Let them play their petty, short-sighted games while I silently prepare to tear down their entire dynasty. Standing just out of sight, Sargis's eyes widen in absolute shock, his heart hammering against his ribs as he questions who I truly am. I casually dissect their pathetic royal family, noting how the weak-willed king has no real power and only begs for a fragile, temporary peace. Even the rumors of the crown prince's brilliant achievements on the irrigation project are nothing but a hollow, desperate lie. My maid slyly chimes in, suggesting that someone far more capable has been doing all the heavy lifting in the background. The pieces fall perfectly into place. Chris is nothing more than a golden puppet, riding on the coattails of a silent, competent savior. The realization brings a satisfied purr to my throat. This explains everything about the rotting court. Outside the gazebo, Sargis stiffens as I praise his hidden efforts, recognizing that his silent competence is the true pillar of this empire. I cut through the heavy silence with a sharp, mocking call, reminding him that lurking in the bushes is hardly fitting for a prince of his stature. He slowly steps into the light, his breath hitching as he confronts the terrifying aura radiating from the woman he thought was a helpless victim. His voice trembles as he demands to know if this cold, calculating predator is my true nature. I merely tilt my head, calmly explaining that playing the fragile princess is simply the most advantageous move in this viper's nest. He recalls the soft, trembling girl who stood before the court, realizing with absolute horror that it was all a flawless, deadly performance. Every teardrop, every gentle smile, a calculated weapon designed to make them drop their guard before the slaughter. He steps forward, his voice tight as he remarks that our empire has sent an unbelievably dangerous candidate to claim their crown. I offer him a playful, mocking smile, asking if he intends to run to his foolish elder brother and expose my secret. He looks away, admitting with bitter honesty that he will keep my secret because every damning word I spoke is absolutely true. I lean forward, my golden eyes locked onto him as I softly ask if my silence has finally satisfied his curiosity. His breath catches at my sudden proximity, his mind spinning as he struggles to maintain his composure under my suffocating gaze. He insists that as the second prince, his only duty is to support the rightful crown prince, no matter how unworthy his brother may be. The air grows heavy with anticipation as I stare back, my silence more terrifying than any threat. A dangerous, mocking spark ignites in my eyes as I prepare to deliver the ultimate temptation. His heart stops as my whisper echoes in his mind, suggesting a path so treacherous it could shatter the entire kingdom. He recoils in pure disbelief, his composure completely breaking at the mere suggestion of replacing his brother. He stammers a defensive reply, but I merely chuckle, calling him a naive pacifist who is too afraid to seize what he deserves. I challenge him, asking if he is truly prepared to watch his beloved country bleed to death under his brother's incompetent rule. He stands frozen, utterly paralyzed as the mirror is held up to his own suffocated ambition. With a firm, decisive step, I remind him that my alliance is not bound to a person, but to a title. I came here to marry the true ruler. Cold sweat beads on his temple as he realizes he is standing on the precipice of a blood-soaked coup. The invisible threads of destiny tighten around us, leaving no room for retreat or hesitation. The contract is written in silent understanding, a pact that will either elevate him to godhood or burn us both to ash. I extend my hand beneath the pale moonlight, declaring with absolute finality that I will marry him and make him the crown prince. He looks down at my hand, the sheer weight of my proposal hanging in the cool night air like a guillotine. He shakes his head in absolute panic, his voice rising as he warns me that such words are nothing short of high treason. I merely smile, my gaze piercing his very soul. Treason is only a crime for those who lose, and I have never lost. He stares at me, completely trapped in my web, realizing that his quiet life is officially over and the rebellion has already begun. That is not the answer I am looking for. I refuse to let him hide behind his excuses when the fate of our nations hangs in the balance. He clenches his fist in silent fury, his stubborn voice slicing through the cold air as he declares there is absolutely no way he will ever steal his brother's throne. He stands tall, his eyes blazing with a defiant resolve that would intimidate anyone else. But to me, his resistance is nothing more than a temporary hurdle. I offer him a glittering, dangerous smile, directly challenging him to at least accept a marriage with me if he refuses the crown. I know exactly how much he despises his brother Chris's arrogant disrespect, and I will gladly play on his guilt to force his hand. But then, his voice drops to a chilling whisper, warning me that if I cross this line, he will have no choice but to become my worst enemy. His eyes flash a menacing bloody red, unleashing the true power of a prince who is far more dangerous than his foolish family realizes. Rather than fear, a thrilling shiver runs down my spine. A weak puppet would be boring, and his fierce rebellion only makes the hunt more satisfying. I clasp my hands together with a sharp, echoing snap, shattering the heavy tension with a sudden burst of cheerful playfulness. I beam at him with artificial warmth, acting like a sweet, innocent girl, as if the dangerous threats we just traded were nothing but a pleasant joke. He gasps in absolute bewilderment, completely thrown off balance by my lightning-fast shift in personality. He stammers in panic, trying to correct his words while I let out a soft, mocking giggle at how easily I can manipulate his emotions. Standing a step above him, I look down and calmly repeat the objective truth. My actions are fueled by a realistic concern for this country's future, and he is the only one fit to lead it. He lets out a deep, defeated sigh, his shoulders slumping as the heavy weight of his unavoidable destiny begins to settle on him. He quietly insists that he is not meant to stand at the forefront, but I cut him off instantly, refusing to let him diminish his own worth. I chuckle softly, letting my genuine amusement show as I realize just how deeply his hidden nobility runs. He stares back at me, his guarded expression softening for a fleeting second, as if he is trying to read the secrets hidden behind my golden eyes. But before he can peer too deeply, I blink in mild surprise, sensing a sudden shift in his resolve. Turning on his heel, he coldly declares that he will pretend this conversation never happened, demanding that I return to my room and rest. As he walks away into the dark garden, he throws one last warning over his shoulder, telling me not to forget his defiance. I stand amidst the blooming roses, a triumphant, lethal smile spreading across my face because I know he has already swallowed my bait. I watch his retreating figure disappear into the shadows, fully aware that the invisible threads of my trap have already tightly bound him to me. Back in my lavishly lit chambers, the quiet rustle of silk fills the air as my preparations for the next phase of my grand scheme begin. My maid gently brushes through my silver hair, our silent, synchronized movements masking the deadly conspiracy we are about to unleash on the court. She speaks in a hushed, knowing tone, recalling our long history together and confirming that she understands her role in the upcoming storm perfectly. My eyes narrow as I remind her of the final, most crucial piece of my grandmother's ancient prophecy. The words echo in my mind. A princess wed to the heir of the Tory kingdom, a union destined to bring unimaginable prosperity or absolute ruin to both lands. I remember my grandmother's final words on her deathbed, ordering me to support the true heir to the throne at all costs. But her warning was clear. If the heir proved unfit, I was to seize total control myself and ruthlessly cast the foolish ruler aside. Her intense, knowing gaze haunts my memory, a sharp reminder that weakness is a sin that can never be forgiven in our bloodline. Chris is an arrogant fool, and Sargis is far too weak-willed to claim his birthright, leaving the throne ripe for my taking. A cold smirk touches my lips. If this kingdom refuses to elevate a worthy leader, then I will conquer them from within and make them a mere puppet of our empire. I turn my gaze to a plain floral dress waiting in a wooden trunk, knowing exactly how to use it for my audience with the king tomorrow. The king is consumed by guilt over the tragic fate of his late second queen, and I have designed the perfect psychological trap to exploit his deepest regrets. The morning sun bathes the towering palace walls in light as the royal herald announces my arrival to the king's private audience chamber. Seated at his massive desk, the king hesitates, his guilty conscience warring with his pride as he orders his guards to make me wait a little longer. He looks up at the grand portrait of his family on the wall, the hollow faces of his court reminding him of the rotting foundation of his rule. His eyes linger on a separate portrait of Clara, the woman he failed to protect, her gentle memory still a bleeding wound in his heart. I stride gracefully through the grand corridors, my heart beating with cold anticipation as I prepare to play the victim to perfection. Dressed in a gown that mirrors his lost love, I will suddenly appear before him like a ghost from his past, making it impossible for him to deny my request. My maid quietly questions if my attire is too simple, but I merely smile. In this nest of vipers, harmless plainness is the most lethal weapon of all. I take a deep breath, ready to face the broken king and use his fragile mind to shatter the royal family from the inside out. Stepping into the vast audience chamber, I bow deeply as the king looks down from his high throne, asking what it is I desire. I clasp my hands tightly, letting my voice tremble with fabricated anxiety, as I remind him that I am slated to become a mere second princess to his foolish son. I cast my eyes downward, projecting an aura of complete helplessness to make him believe I am entirely at his mercy. I softly whisper that my personal rank does not matter, playing the role of a dutiful, self-sacrificing maiden to lower his guard completely. Then I deliver the fatal blow, tearfully claiming that my emperor ordered me to return home immediately if I am to be subjected to such a public humiliation. I let the silence hang heavily in the air, hinting that my empire will demand a staggering, ruinous compensation for this insult. Cold sweat beads on the king's forehead as panic grips his features, realizing the terrifying political disaster looming over his fragile kingdom. I hide a dark, victorious smirk behind my hand. The threat of the Continental Council's intervention has completely broken his spirit, and the entire kingdom is now officially mine to play with. To the king, this crisis represents a threat far greater than any domestic rivalry or his queen's relentless political maneuvering. But in my heart, I secretly mock his panic. His despair is my ultimate salvation, the key to unlocking the cage they've built around me. I clasp my hands together, looking up with wide, pleading eyes as I beg him for one final chance to prove my worth to the crown prince. I lower my head, falsely confessing that my own lack of grace must have driven his son to reject me, letting him taste my fabricated misery. With a carefully practiced bow, I whisper that my only desire is to win back the crown prince's favor and be recognized as the kingdom's true, rightful queen. Every micro-expression is calculated to project an image of fragile, ephemeral innocence, a helpless maiden whom the guilt-ridden king will feel an overwhelming, desperate urge to protect. The hook is set. I can see the profound hesitation flickering in his aging blue eyes as my words claw at his deeply buried regrets. Just a single, delicate push is all it will take to shatter the last of his resistance and bend the entire royal court to my whim. Finally, the king relents, his defeated voice echoing in the grand chamber as he yields and grants me another opportunity to win over his arrogant son. I turn away slowly, leaving him alone with his heavy thoughts, knowing he is utterly blind to the silent trap that has just snapped shut around him. He is not seeing me. He is staring at the ghost of Clara, the tragic love of his past whose memory I have ruthlessly resurrected to manipulate his fragile heart. The ghost of Clara's gentle nature blooming in his mind makes my disguise absolutely flawless, completely blinding him to my lethal nature. His breath hitches in his throat, a silent gasp escaping his lips as he gazes at me, entirely convinced that his long-lost love has returned to stand before him. I tilt my head with mock confusion, asking if anything is amiss to further disarm his suspicion and cement my role as the sweet, harmless victim. Utterly overwhelmed, the king hastily excuses himself, promising to order the queen and the rest of the palace to treat me with the absolute highest respect befitting the crown princess. Retreating to the safety of the lush palace gardens, the heavy mask of innocence finally slips away, leaving me exhausted by the sheer effort of playing such a pathetic creature. My faithful maid, clocking my exhaustion, chuckles softly, reminding me that my innate, fiery energy is far too vast to be easily suppressed by a broken king's depressing aura. A cold, brilliant idea begins to take shape. If I subtly alter my tactics and use the queen's inevitable fury to my advantage, this game will become infinitely more dangerous. My maid pours the tea, calmly noting that this sudden twist will successfully stall the arrogant crown prince's marriage plans for the foreseeable future. Suddenly, a familiar, tense voice cuts through the quiet garden as Prince Sargis approaches, demanding to know if I am intentionally delaying the inevitable. I offer him a coy, teasing smile, pointing out his tardiness and noting that I knew he would eventually seek me out in this quiet sanctuary. This secluded garden gazebo is the perfect theater for our forbidden conspiracy, away from the prying eyes and listening ears of the corrupt palace guards. I lean forward playfully, whispering that this beautiful garden must be the very place where we have secretly pledged our eternal love to one another. He recoils in immediate frustration, his cheeks flushing as he struggles to keep up with my dizzying, unpredictable shifts in mood. His eyes narrow as he gets straight to the point, revealing he already knows about my sudden audience with his father and my apparent plan to win over his brother. I take a slow, deliberate sip of my tea, praising his impressive network of spies while realizing he has correctly deduced the true motive behind my actions. He steps closer, admitting with a heavy sigh that no matter how much he racks his brain, he simply cannot fathom the terrifying thoughts lurking behind my golden gaze. I clasped my hands together with mock delight, teasingly thanking him for harboring such a deep, passionate interest in my mysterious nature. His expression darkens instantly as he issues a cold, deadly warning. If he catches me playing any double-handed games, he will show me absolutely no mercy. I merely smile at his empty threat, letting my silence speak volumes as I prepare to drop a truth so heavy it will shatter his fragile worldview. I remind him of my previous offer under the pale moonlight, a dangerous promise of marriage and absolute power that still hangs over his head like a dark vow. We lock eyes, the silent air crackling with intense, unspoken tension as he tries to find even a shred of weakness in my resolve. I study his guarded face, fully aware that he is the only competent man in this entire rotten castle, a brilliant trump card that I must play with absolute precision. I turn on my heel with a knowing smile, leaving him with a cryptic declaration of understanding that only deepens his maddening confusion. Then, with a chillingly calm voice, I drop the ultimate truth. This entire kingdom is already standing on the absolute precipice of complete and utter ruin. I look back over my shoulder, my golden eyes flashing with a terrifying prophetic certainty as I prepare to let the next phase of my plan unfold. He stands frozen, his heart pounding in sheer terror as he frantically asks if I am hinting at a massive, imminent invasion from our neighboring empires. I offer him nothing but a soft, mysterious smile, keeping my secrets locked tight as I relish the delicious panic rapidly consuming his mind. My maid stepping forward beside me is the perfect cue to end this intense interrogation, leaving him desperately yearning for answers he cannot possibly find on his own. The final pieces of my grand chessboard are finally falling into place, making me look forward to the chaotic storm that tomorrow will bring. A lethal, beautiful smile graces my lips. The seeds of doubt have been planted, and the naive prince is already running out of time to save himself. Cold sweat beads on Sarge's temple as the sheer weight of my warning sinks in, his mind spinning as he realizes he is completely helpless against my machinations. I descend the stone steps with effortless grace, leaving the paralyzed prince standing alone in the shadows of the garden, a prisoner of his own rising fear. My golden eyes burn with absolute triumph. He wants to resist me, but his suffocated ambition will inevitably force him to crawl back to my side. Under the shadow of our parasol, my maid quietly asks if she should step in and disrupt my scheduled meeting with Lord Sargus tomorrow to keep him off balance. I offer a dark, highly satisfied chuckle, telling her there is absolutely no need to intervene directly when the prey is already walking straight into the trap. The gears are turning perfectly. By letting him stew in his own rising panic, he automatically reaches the exact conclusion I've designed for him. The deadly trap has been set, and the fragile piece of this rotting kingdom is officially over. I can already hear the beautiful sound of their royal lineage crumbling, one calculated step at a time. As the golden sunlight bathes my face, I smile at the upcoming ruin, ready to conquer this foolish empire from the inside out and make it entirely mine. Sargus sits in a lavishly decorated parlor, his mind completely elsewhere as a gentle voice tries to drag him back to reality. The sudden mention of his name jolts him awake, his heart racing as he struggles to hide his profound distraction from his host. He quickly smooths over his lapse in etiquette, offering a polite apology to the young lady sitting across from him, while keeping his inner turmoil tightly locked away. Countess Rosetta Marianne gazes at him with soft, inquiring eyes, unaware that this polite social gathering is merely a mask for the political chaos brewing in his mind. He excuses his preoccupation as simple exhaustion from handling state affairs, desperately trying to keep her from digging any deeper into his thoughts. Yet, despite her sweet, harmless facade, Sargus can't shake a growing sense of unease, detecting a sharp, calculated look beneath her warm demeanor. Brushing off her concern with the rehearsed royal smile, he asserts his duty as a prince, playing his part to perfection in this exhausting game of noble pleasantries. But he cannot simply ignore her. Her close ties to the queen's faction make her a highly dangerous piece on the board, one he must handle with absolute caution. His mind instantly drifts back to the terrifyingly brilliant white-haired princess, her haunting, knowing smile still echoing in the shadows of his thoughts. The Countess breaks his train of thought once more, asking if his worry stems from the incoming second crown princess from the Empire? Sarge's hand freezes midair as he delivers a shocking truth. There will be no second crown princess, for the king has decreed she is to be the one and only rightful ruler. The sheer gravity of his father's sudden decree hangs heavily in the air, leaving no room for argument or compromise. He recalls the princess's calculated whispers of weakness, realizing with chilling clarity that her fragile act was a trap designed to conquer the throne itself. He looks away, trying to convince himself that she is indeed as fragile as she seems, yet his instincts scream that he is playing right into her hands. Rosetta watches him silently, her mind spinning as she attempts to gauge the sudden seismic shift in the royal power dynamic. She softly confesses her hopes that the crown prince will find true happiness with her ally, Lady Lena, masking her own hidden agenda behind a veil of pure sentimentality. She envisions a future where her close allies secure the throne, cementing their faction's absolute control over the kingdom's destiny. Sarge's cuts her off with cold, logical precision, reminding her that royal marriages are never about love, but about raw political survival. He sharpens his tone, offering to introduce her to other eligible bachelors if she is so eager for a royal match, effectively shutting down her subtle manipulations. Deciding he has wasted enough time on polite banter, he rises from his seat, determined to focus on the true dangers threatening the realm. Rosetta bids him a graceful farewell, hiding her mounting frustration as the prince slips from her grasp. Once alone, Sargus collapses onto a couch, rubbing his temples in sheer exhaustion as a far more pressing crisis demands his attention. The personal lives of the royals mean nothing compared to the dark storm gathering at the borders of his fragile empire. The border dispute over the newly discovered diamond mine between Tori and Tracia is rapidly escalating, threatening to ignite a devastating full-scale war. For the sake of his people, he must find a way to defuse this ticking time bomb before blood is spilled on the battlefield. Yet, he knows that relying on the cunning white-haired princess's aid would come with a terrifyingly high price he cannot afford to pay. Deciding to take matters into his own hands, he strides down the corridor, resolving to have Duke Levon launch a secret investigation into the matter. Deep within the palace, a parallel conspiracy is unfolding as the furious queen summons Lady Lana to her private study. Before them lies the king's official decree, a devastating blow to their carefully laid plans to secure the crown. The reality that the foreign princess is now officially recognized as the sole crown princess sends a shockwave of despair through Lana's heart. The queen coldly explains how the princess used tears and political threats to force the king's hand, destroying their path to the throne. Lana's eyes burn with absolute malice as she demands they eliminate the princess, refusing to let their grand ambitions crumble so easily. The queen's gaze narrows as a devious, far more subtle plot begins to take shape in her brilliant, ruthless mind. Instead of a messy assassination, they will break the princess's spirit, forcing her to publicly humiliate herself until she begs to step down. With a cold, victorious smirk, the queen prepares to launch her ultimate strike, confident that the naive princess has no idea of the trap that is about to spring. Lana's dark smile mirrors the queen's malice, thrilled by the prospect of watching their rival fall from grace. The plan is set, a public, intellectual execution designed to lay bare the princess's alleged ignorance before the kingdom's entire elite class. Meanwhile, in her own chamber, the white-haired princess speaks with her brother, reassuring him that everything is moving exactly as planned. Suddenly, her maid pops her head in, announcing that the queen has already sent a message, arriving much faster than expected. Rather than fear, a beautiful, knowing smile graces the princess's lips as she prepares to welcome their next move. The queen's personal messenger, Madame Camilla, arrives in her quarters, representing the first direct move from the throne. Camilla maintains a cold, superior posture, eager to deliver the queen's demands and establish immediate dominance over the foreign girl. Playing her role as a sweet, cooperative maiden, the princess happily agrees, politely urging the messenger not to keep her royal mother-in-law waiting. As Camilla exits, confident in her success, she remains utterly blind to the mocking gaze following her out the door. The princess and her maid exchange mischievous looks, thoroughly amused by the childish and desperate tactics of the kingdom's so-called noble elite. Arriving at the grand hall, the princess spots the queen seated on her high throne, surrounded by stern-faced administrators ready to test her intellect. She bows deeply, projecting an aura of perfect modesty as she politely thanks the queen for summoning her for education. Taking her seat, she notices Lady Lana sitting opposite her, ready to join the lessons under the guise of friendly cooperation. Lana offers a sweet, competitive smile, clearly hoping to use this opportunity to establish absolute intellectual dominance. The queen raises her fan, clearing her throat to silence the room as she prepares to launch the devastating lesson that she believes will end the princess's reign forever. The battle of wits begins immediately as the two candidates sit face to face under the cold, watchful gaze of the court. Suddenly, a detailed map of the Tory kingdom is laid bare on the table, with a chilling red circle highlighting the northern mountains. The queen brings up the devastating flood from 2 years ago, when torrential rains swept down the mountain and destroyed countless homes, demanding a solution to this recurring tragedy. The entire room falls silent as the weight of the test sinks in, a carefully constructed trap designed to expose the foreign princess's political ignorance. Sveta realizes she has never been briefed on this disaster, her mind racing to find an answer before her silence betrays her. Seizing the moment, Lady Lena smiles triumphantly, loudly questioning how a foreign princess could possibly understand the delicate state affairs of this kingdom. Putting on a dramatic display of sympathy, Lena laments the suffering of the common folk, playing the role of a benevolent savior to perfection. She smugly boasts that her own family has already successfully implemented relief measures, believing she has secured an easy victory. The queen claps in delight, praising Lena's wisdom and loudly proclaiming that her answer is truly worthy of a future queen. Her cold eyes then snap back to Sveta, eager to deliver the final, humiliating blow. Asked for her thoughts, Sveta feigns ignorance, quietly admitting that she is unfamiliar with the specific relief measures of the past. Lena giggles mockingly behind her hand as the queen sighs in mock disappointment, practically declaring the competition over. But Sveta's submissive act instantly vanishes as she speaks a single devastating word, however, and reaches for a quill. With absolute confidence, she begins to sketch a revolutionary defense system, explaining how water rushes down from the peaks to submerge the lowlands. She presents a brilliant, hand-drawn blueprint of a massive public reservoir system, a dam designed to stop the deluge at its source and save thousands of lives. The royal administrators gasp in absolute awe, instantly realizing that this masterpiece of engineering far surpasses Lena's simple relief boats. A sharp, thunderous clap echoes through the chamber as the queen furiously slams her fan shut, her face twisting in pure rage. The terrified administrators instantly shrink back, trembling under the sudden, suffocating pressure of the queen's unspoken fury. Sveta merely watches them with a quiet, mocking gaze, thoroughly enjoying the sudden shift in power. She casually remarks that she merely adapted a successful imperial system, subtly reminding everyone of her superior homeland's unmatched power. Desperate to save his family's reputation, Seb Gerald, the eldest son of Marquis Gerald, steps forward to dismiss her brilliant plan. Lena looks up with a sudden surge of hope as her brother boldly claims that his sister's traditional rescue boats are still the superior choice. A dark, terrifying shadow falls over Sveta's eyes as she quietly laughs at their sheer, pathetic desperation. She mockingly apologizes for her rudeness, pointing out that she only suggested the reservoir because the Empire has already proven it works. Sveta's eyes flash with a lethal, golden triumph as she delivers the killing blow, revealing that Lena's original boat idea was also copied from the Empire, except it was a system designed for failures. Lena freezes in absolute horror, her face turning pale as she realizes she has been utterly exposed and humiliated in front of the entire court. Realizing their defeat, the queen snaps her fan once more and abruptly ends the lesson to prevent further embarrassment. Standing up to leave, the queen coldly warns Sveta that Tori is not the Empire and that she still has much to learn, desperately trying to salvage her pride. The royal court quickly disperses, leaving the shattered remains of the queen's faction in their wake. Left alone, Sveta allows a highly satisfied, victorious smile to grace her lips, knowing she has successfully crushed their first strike. Out in the grand corridor, a panicked Lena frantically asks her brother if there is another way to destroy the princess, her instincts screaming of imminent ruin. Seb's face darkens with ruthless determination, refusing to let their family's ambition end so easily. He places a firm, reassuring hand on his sister's shoulder, urging her to compose herself and prepare for the next phase. He whispers a devious suggestion, reminding her of her unique specialty in high society that no outsider can replicate. A twisted, malicious smile returns to Lena's face as she clenches her fist, ready to lure the princess onto a dangerous new stage where she cannot escape. Back in her sunlit study, Sveta remains entirely focused on the looming geopolitical storm. She studies the northern mountains on the map, realizing they sit directly on the volatile border between the Tori kingdom and the nation of Trasia. The true nature of the border dispute becomes chillingly clear to her. This is not just about a mine, but a ticking clock for an empire-shattering war. Suddenly, her loyal maid Louis bursts into the room, holding an unexpected letter that has just arrived for the princess. Louis's expression turns sour as she reveals that the sender is none other than that shameless Lady Lena. Sveta takes the elegant pink letter, a soft chuckle escaping her lips as she reads the sudden invitation to a private tea party scheduled for tomorrow. Lou fumes with anger, pointing out that sending an invitation only a day in advance is a severe breach of noble etiquette meant to leave them unprepared. Sveta calmly sips her tea, reassuring her loyal maid that no matter what petty tricks they play, they will never be a match for her brilliant mind. The next afternoon, the queen's magnificent glass greenhouse is prepared for the exclusive gathering, filled with noble ladies eager to witness the drama. Seated at the head of the table, Lena looks radiant and confident, eagerly awaiting the arrival of her prey. She smugly recalls how she had to convince the queen to let her host this event, confident that this trap is absolutely flawless. The lavish table is surrounded by blooming flowers, a beautiful facade masking a lethal social trap. Lena offers a dark, hidden smirk, determined to reclaim her dignity and publicly humiliate the foreign princess once and for all. In Tori, high society never explicitly states the dress code, relying on the secret meaning hidden within the color of the invitation's envelope. Lena's eyes glint with pure malice as she awaits the princess, knowing the clueless outsider is about to walk in completely dressed in the wrong attire, destroying her reputation forever. Under the bright morning sun of the royal greenhouse, the elite ladies of Tori gather, their soft voices dripping with false warmth as they shower praise on Lena's exquisite attire. Lena acts with practiced humility, waving off their compliments with a sweet, fragile laugh, playing her role of the perfect, modest noblewoman to absolute perfection. The atmosphere is thick with anticipation, the surrounding noblewomen leaning in as they eagerly wait to see if their deadly silent trap will finally spring upon their unsuspecting target. But the heavy glass doors swing open, and a sudden hush falls over the room as a vision of pure elegance glides into the greenhouse, her lavender skirts sweeping across the marble floor. Sveta enters with a radiant, disarming smile, completely unfazed by the hostile glares waiting to tear her social standing to shreds. Lena freezes, her heart stopping as she stares at the princess's dress, a stunning lavender gown adorned with flawless pink diamonds, perfectly matching the secret theme of the invitation, yet standing out far more than anyone else's. In an instant, the carefully designed social trap collapses. Instead of looking like an ignorant outsider, Sveta's overwhelming beauty reduces the other noble ladies to mere supporting players in her own grand entrance. A violent surge of jealousy twists Lena's insides, her sweet facade fracturing as she grits her teeth to keep from screaming in absolute frustration. Desperate to regain control, Lena forces a cold smile, directing the princess to a seat at the lower end of the grand table to publicly put the foreign girl in her place. Rather than taking offense, Sveta smiles gracefully, thanking Lena for her thoughtful seating arrangement, while Lena smugly urges the other ladies to be kind to the friendless princess. The surrounding noblewomen exchange silent, knowing glances, fully aware that accepting the lower seat without protest is a heavy social blow, silently declaring the princess unfit to ever rule Tori. Seated at the head of the table, Lena quietly gloats, believing she has successfully isolated the princess and stripped away her political dignity. Suddenly, a servant pours a delicate tea, prompting delighted gasps from the guests as the rare and beautiful flower tea is served. Lena's eyes gleam with dangerous intent, knowing that the empire has no such custom and that the clueless princess is about to fail the intricate etiquette of Tori. With a poisonous sweetness, Lena invites her guest of honor to drink, eagerly waiting for the inevitable moment Sveta exposes her lack of manners in front of the entire court. Sveta simply smiles, lifting her cup with effortless elegance as she prepares to face their petty cultural test head-on. Lena's gaze turns practically feral as she watches the princess reach for the floating white flower in her cup, her mind screaming for the sweet taste of victory. But instead of committing a social blunder, Sveta gracefully lifts the delicate petal and places it onto a fine piece of parchment. Lena's jaw drops in shock, her thoughts racing as she desperately tries to understand why the princess didn't discard the petal on the floor like Tori custom dictates. Sveta meets her panicked gaze with absolute unbothered poise, her golden eyes sparkling with an intelligence they could never hope to match. In a soft, melodious voice, Sveta explains that such a beautiful blossom deserves to be preserved, perhaps to write a poetic note to a dear friend. The explanation is so poetically beautiful and refined that Lady Marina, one of Lena's closest allies, looks up in breathless admiration. Underneath the table, Lena clenches her fists so hard her knuckles turn white, realizing her flawless etiquette trap has just been dismantled in a single elegant move. Turning her attention to Marina, Sveta offers a warm, stunning smile, addressing her directly with effortless charm. Flustered and completely charmed, Marina stammers out a compliment, her loyalty to Lena quickly dissolving under the princess's magnetic aura. Lena's fake smile strains to the breaking point, her eyes flashing with a dangerous, unstable rage as she senses her grip on high society slipping away. The tension in the air is suffocating as Lena desperately tries to think of any way to salvage her crumbling authority. But Marina's eyes widen in absolute disbelief as she realizes the princess has just spoken to her in the highly specific, incredibly rare dialect of her own distant hometown. Sveta casually remarks that a future queen must be intimately familiar with every corner of her kingdom, gently urging the stunned girl not to worry. Lena's mind fractures into pure, unadulterated madness. She had believed this tea party would destroy Sveta, but instead the tables have been completely turned. The imperial grace of the white-haired princess shines brighter than ever, effortlessly capturing the hearts of the very ladies meant to destroy her. The entire table falls into a stunned silence as they realize the foreign princess has already mastered the ancient sacred language of the Tory kingdom itself, a feat few native nobles have ever achieved. Sveta modestly downplays her incredible brilliance, turning back to Lena with a polite request to teach her even more local dialects. The contrast is lethal. Sveta's eyes flash with golden triumph as she looks down upon Lena's trembling, utterly defeated figure. Outside the grand greenhouse, the peaceful sky belies the brutal intellectual slaughter that has just taken place within its glass walls. As the gathering draws to a close, Sveta bids Lena farewell with a mocking thank you, leaving her rival standing in the ashes of her failed conspiracy. Glancing back, Sveta watches Lady Marina look toward her with newfound respect, a powerful new ally officially secured. As the noblewomen walk away, they can barely contain their excitement, whispering in awe of the princess's flawless command of their kingdom's deepest secrets. Alone in the garden, Lena's face twists into a demonic, hateful scowl as she desperately threatens the other girls to keep their mouths shut. Her eyes narrow into dark slits of pure malice, whispering a chilling promise of what she will do to the princess the very moment she secures the throne. But beneath her desperate demands for loyalty, Lena's hands tremble with a terrifying truth. She has been utterly and completely humiliated. Sometime later, in her private quarters, a maid bursts into Sveta's chambers holding a newly arrived highly official letter. Seated gracefully on her sofa, the princess looks up, entirely unsurprised by the swift arrival of her next challenger. A knowing, highly confident smile plays on her lips as she prepares to read the contents of the message. Her thoughts turn sharp. She knows the true mastermind of the faction is finally stepping out of the shadows. The envelope is sealed with the heavy crimson crest of the Gerald family, the personal mark of the Marquis himself. Far away in a towering, imposing castle, a tense discussion takes place between a father and his son regarding Lena's complete failure to break the princess. They recount her petty attempts to isolate Sveta by ordering the palace maids to neglect her, tactics that proved utterly useless against the princess's formidable intellect. Carlos Gerald, the formidable head of the powerful Gerald Marquisate, stands tall, his stern face hardening with ruthless intent. He sneers in disgust, confidently declaring that the princess is nothing more than a little girl who will easily flee back to her homeland the moment he personally delivers his terrifying threats. Marquis Carlos Gerald sneers with cold, calculating hatred, whispering a chilling promise that if the foreign princess dares to defy his house, she will regret ever stepping foot in this kingdom. Meanwhile, in her sunlit parlor, Sveta calmly sits back, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she realizes the true mastermind is finally making his play. Her loyal maid, Louis, holds up 2 tea tins with a mischievous spark in her eye, playfully suggesting they serve the arrogant Marquis the lowest quality tea leaves they can find. Sveta chuckles at the suggestion, but points out that if this ruthless noble has a highly refined palate, a cheap insult might invite unnecessary trouble. Instead, they settle on a second-grade seasonal tea, a calculated choice that is polite enough to avoid outright disrespect, yet subtle enough to show he is not her honored guest. Louis smirks, deeply satisfied by the princess's clever, passive-aggressive hospitality, eager to watch the pompous lords squirm under their quiet hospitality. Surrounded by blooming flowers, Sveta's eyes gleam with a predator's focus, utterly thrilled by the prospect of dismantling the Marquis' pride in their very first meeting. The heavy doors swing open as the Marquis of the Gerald family is formally announced, his stern face masked in polite curiosity as he wonders what kind of opponent awaits him inside. Entering the lavishly decorated parlor, Carlos's eyes narrow as he sees the princess waiting for him, her calm presence radiating an unexpected regal authority. Sveta turns to him with a blindingly graceful smile, welcoming the powerful leader of the rival faction with effortless warmth. Carlos forces a polite smile as he sits, acknowledging the legendary beauty of the foreign princess while privately preparing to unleash his first psychological strike. Begins with a backhanded compliment, praising her stunning appearance while subtly setting a trap to test her emotional resolve. With a thin, mocking smile, Carlos casually remarks that such delicate porcelain beauty must surely mean her health is frail and weak. Sveta easily deflects the jab, laughing softly as she explains that imperial women naturally possess fair skin, even when in peak flawless health. Carlos's eyes turn icy as he pushes harder, boastfully comparing her to his daughter Lena and maliciously questioning if Sveta even has the physical constitution to bear a royal heir. Instead of shrinking in shame, Sveta merely tilts her head innocently, asking if the Tory kingdom has a bizarre, barbaric custom of verifying fertility before a formal wedding. Her gaze turns razor-sharp as she explicitly mentions the impropriety of premarital relations, striking a sudden, paralyzing fear into Carlos's heart as he realizes she knows about Lena's secret pregnancy. Capitalizing on his shock, Sveta sweetens the poison, suggesting that if Lena's flushed cheeks are merely sunburned, she would be delighted to send her some premium imperial skincare cream. Carlos is forced to swallow his pride and accept the mocking offer, sweating profusely as he realizes his cheap insults are completely useless against her sharp intellect. Attempting to regain control, the Marquis shifts the battleground to politics, gravely noting that never in the history of the kingdom has a foreign woman ruled as queen. He warns her that her foreign blood will make her a natural target for relentless public hostility and political sabotage. Leaning in with an intimidating glare, Carlos whispers that extremist factions might not stop at protests. They may very well attempt to take her life. Seeing the princess gasp in apparent terror, Carlos inwardly rejoices, believing he has finally broken her defenses and paved the way for his ultimate proposal. He smoothly offers a compromise. If she agrees to be the queen in name only, allowing a native noblewoman to take the primary throne, they can protect her from assassin blades. Suddenly, Sveta's look of fear dissolves into an ecstatic, sparkling smile as she gasps in profound gratitude for his deep concern for her life. Carlos freezes in sheer confusion, utterly blindsided by her sudden, bizarre display of emotional relief. Standing tall with heroic resolve, Sveta passionately declares that she cannot allow herself to be intimidated by personal danger when so many loyal subjects believe in her. With a radiant, unstoppable aura, she vows to fulfill her destiny as the crown prince's one and only true queen, completely weaponizing his own words against him. She grabs Carlos's hands in a firm, overwhelming grip, locking him into a public commitment of absolute loyalty that he never intended to make. Underneath her brilliant, smiling facade, Sveta's eyes gleam with a terrifying, predator satisfaction. Carlos's mind fractures in pure panic as he stares at the innocent girl, suddenly realizing he is dealing with a terrifyingly manipulative vixen. To seal his defeat, Sveta brightly promises to personally inform the king of the Marquis's deep protective loyalty toward her future reign. With the political trap snapped shut, Sveta gracefully dismisses her trembling guest, instructing Louis to escort the defeated Marquis out. Carlos walks away with a stiff, hollow posture, utterly devastated by the realization that he was completely outmaneuvered in his own game of threats. Outside, the Marquis's face twists into a furious, panicked scowl as he realizes that if he doesn't destroy this terrifying princess immediately, she will devour their entire faction alive. Stepping into his carriage, his voice trembles with a dark, unstable rage as he calls out to his subordinates. He demands the immediate preparation of a brutal secondary plan, determined to eliminate the princess through any means necessary before she can secure the throne. That night, unaware of the impending storm, Sveta sleeps peacefully in her chambers, a picture of pure, serene innocence. Back in his carriage, Carlos' teeth grind in pure frustration, the terrifying image of the princess's sharp smile burning into his mind. He commands his coachman to hurry, his thoughts racing back to a sinister alternative proposed by his devious son. Carlos recalls the cold, heartless strategy his son, Sebastian, had brought up in their private study as a last resort to handle the foreign girl. In the flashback, Sebastian stands before his father, confidently proposing a far more brutal and permanent solution to strip the princess of her power. With a sick, demonic smirk, Sebastian explains a plan to utterly ruin the princess's purity, leaving her socially defiled and unfit to ever marry into the royal family.
Back in the present, Carlos's eyes harden with a cold, unforgiving resolve, deciding that Sveta has left him with absolutely no other choice.
Meanwhile, in the palace hallways, Louis rolls her eyes in disgust, complaining about how sickeningly arrogant and greasy the Marquis was during the meeting.
Sveta chuckles softly, thoroughly amused by her own performance and asking her maid if she didn't look absolutely magnificent in her triumph.
She fondly recalls the exact moment the Marquis's smug face completely shattered into panic, a memory she will cherish for a long time. As they walk back to their quarters, Sveta warmly thanks the royal guards posted at her doors for their constant vigilance. But as she steps past them, a sudden chill runs down her spine, a sharp intuition warning her that something is dangerously wrong with the atmosphere today. Turning to her loyal maid, Sveta's eyes narrow in suspicion as she quietly asks Louis if the palace guards are truly here to protect them or if a deadly trap is already being set. Even amidst the looming danger, Sveta cannot help but look upon her companion with a playful, teasing smile, thoroughly enjoying their clever dynamic. Meanwhile, her loyal companion is left completely exasperated, his cheeks flushing with silent irritation as he realizes he has been dragged into another one of her wild schemes. Unable to contain her amusement, Sveta lets out a soft, melodic laugh, completely ignoring his loud, outraged protests about being utterly harassed by her endless, teasing demands. Letting out a heavy, defeated sigh, her companion demands that if she truly has a master plan in mind, she must at least explain it to him before throwing him directly into the line of fire. There is no time for explanations, as a masked intruder silently twists the golden door handle of the princess's darkened bedchamber, signaling that the enemy's trap has officially sprung. Whispering in the shadows, the invaders slip past the threshold and approach the sleeping princess, marveling at her serene, unsuspecting beauty as they prepare to execute their vile mission. As a sinister hand reaches out to touch her, the cold air shifts, and in a terrifying fraction of a second, Sveta's brilliant amber eyes snap wide open, burning with sharp, hyper-focused awareness. Feigning absolute terror to bait her attackers, she unleashes a piercing scream of desperation, calling out for the negligent guards while secretly holding a smug, victorious grin. The lead intruder brandishes a deadly, glinting dagger, coldly warning her to stay silent if she wishes to keep her life, completely oblivious to the fact that her trembling fear has vanished, replaced by a gaze of chilling, icy indifference. Suddenly, the heavy bedsheets erupt as a cheerful voice rings out, completely shattering the tense atmosphere as her handmaiden bursts forward to intercept the threat. With a lethal, predatory glare, the maid releases a torrent of crackling blue electrical magic, leaving the assassins frozen in pure, paralyzing terror as they realize they've walked straight into a slaughterhouse. A deafening crack of thunderous magic shakes the entire palace tower, unleashing a brilliant explosion of energy that completely overwhelms the helpless intruders in an instant. Within seconds, the assassins are left slumped on the floor, utterly defeated and unconscious before they could even draw a single drop of royal blood. Looking down with immense pride, Sveta warmly praises her companion, reminding him that magic users make up less than a fraction of the world's population, making him her absolute greatest weapon. But as the smoke clears, Sveta gasps softly, pointing out that the immense strain of the attack magic has caused his delicate disguise to begin unraveling. The illusion completely dissolves, revealing a handsome blue-haired young man who frustratedly groans about how incredibly difficult it is to maintain a complex transformation spell during high-level combat. With a quick sigh, he channels his mana once more, a bright light enveloping his form as he forces himself back into the shape of the quiet palace maid. Sveta chuckles softly, teasingly telling him that she actually finds his female disguise much cuter, drawing an immediate, highly offended snap from her loyal protector. Shifting back to the grim reality of their situation, the maid glances at the heap of unconscious bodies, asking what they should do with the failed assassins. Surrounded by a cold aura, Sveta's eyes gleam with dangerous anticipation as she decides to leave them exactly where they are, eager to use this incident to test the loyalty of her future husband. Far across the castle, the brilliant, dark-haired crown prince sits at his grand desk, diligently reviewing royal decrees, completely unaware of the chaos unfolding in the princess's wing. Suddenly, the heavy doors are thrown open as a panicked guard bursts in, gasping out the terrifying news that Princess Sveta has just been violently attacked. Sargis freezes in absolute shock, his heart dropping in terror as he demands to know how this could possibly happen when the royal guard was supposed to be keeping watch outside her door. A wave of pure panic washes over him as he bolts from his desk, knowing that if any harm comes to the foreign princess, it will ignite a catastrophic international war with the powerful Valkyrie Empire. His fist clenches in desperate anger, terrified that even with her sharp mind, she could not possibly survive a coordinated, ruthless assault by trained assassins. Sprinting through the palace corridors, Sargis throws himself against her heavy chamber doors, screaming her name in a voice filled with raw, unbridled desperation. But as the doors fly open, he is met with a scene of absolute surreal peace. Sveta sits gracefully, sipping her morning tea, completely unbothered by his dramatic entry.
Confused and out of breath, the prince halts in his tracks, his mind struggling to process the bizarre contrast between his terror and her absolute calm. He rushes forward to check for wounds, while in the background, her eccentric maid is casually stacking the unconscious bodies of the assassins like simple sacks of flour. Sveta looks up with a pleasant, teasing smile, noting that her beloved savior has arrived far earlier than she had anticipated.
Looking down, the prince notices the heavy, messy footprints marking her polished floors, realizing that a brutal struggle indeed took place in this very room just moments ago.
Dropping to his knees before her, Sargis desperately grabs her hands, his eyes searching hers as he frantically asks if the intruders managed to hurt her in any way.
Meeting his intense gaze, Sveta offers a reassuring, warm smile, softly confirming that she is completely and utterly unharmed.
To emphasize the point, her proud maid flexes her muscles in the background, playfully declaring that handling the assassins was nothing more than a light morning workout.
Bowing his head in deep shame, Sargis offers his sincerest apologies, deeply devastated that he failed to protect her from such terrifying danger. But his distress quickly morphs into a simmering, dangerous wrath as he turns his attention to the sheer incompetence of his own subordinates.
His eyes turn crimson with deadly intent, his voice dropping to a terrifying chill as he declares that allowing an intruder to slip past the royal defenses is an unforgivable disgrace to the entire kingdom.
Trembling under his suffocating pressure, the vice captain of the guard drops to his knees, desperately begging for mercy and taking full responsibility for the security breach. Unmoved by their pleas, the prince coldly orders the vice captain to throw the intruders into the deepest dungeons and send the negligent guards directly to the punishment chambers. Shivering in absolute terror, the guards beg for leniency, but Sargis remains completely ruthless, sentencing them to a brutal night-long flogging without a single hint of mercy. Turning back to the princess, his stern face softens slightly as he warns her to brace herself for the inevitable political storm that this failed assassination attempt will unleash. Looking up at him, Sveta's heart flutters with deep, genuine admiration, proudly thinking that he behaves exactly like a true, dependable future husband. Sargis's face instantly flushes red as he yells in sheer embarrassment, frantically telling her that this is absolutely not the time to be making such ridiculous jokes. Realizing his outburst, he quickly composes himself and quiets his voice, offering a polite apology for raising his voice in her presence. Gently lowering himself to her level once more, his stern defense melts away, leaving only raw, unfiltered concern as he asks her one more time if she is truly unhurt.
Gazing into her eyes with a tender intensity, Sargis whispers that despite her outer strength, the terrifying experience of being hunted must have shaken her to her very core. Sveta pauses, a quiet, contemplative expression crossing her elegant features, as she softly admits that she was indeed shaken.
Her thoughts drift back to her cold, brutal homeland, where surviving daily assassin strikes was considered an ordinary prerequisite of royal life, and weakness meant immediate death. A strange, warm sensation blooms in her chest as she realizes that in her entire survival-driven life, this is the very first time someone has shown her genuine, heartfelt concern. Seeing her soften, a gentle, incredibly warm smile graces the prince's lips, deeply relieved to know that his precious future queen is safe and sound. Seizing the tender moment with her signature mischievous charm, Sveta tilts her chin up and asks him with a sparkling, playful grin if his intense worry means he has finally fallen hopelessly in love with her. A heavy, suffocating silence fills the room as the prince and the princess lock eyes, the gravity of the assassination attempt hanging thick in the air. Breaking the tension, Sveta offers a calm, calculating smile, declaring that with her secret protector by her side, there is absolutely nothing for her to fear.
She leans in playfully, reminding him to keep Louis's magical identity a strict secret, knowing that keeping their ultimate weapon hidden is their greatest advantage. Sargis nods in grave agreement, but his analytical mind is already spinning, warning her that this bold attack reeked of a treacherous inside job. Sveta's eyes narrow as she lists the potential masterminds, the queen, her own brother, or Marquis Gerald, all aiming to forcefully disqualify her from the crown princess race. Without missing a beat, she points a decisive finger and orders him to immediately search the private quarters of Lord Ralph. She reveals a shocking lead. Ralph has recently acquired highly valuable gemstones from a black market auction, directly funded by Marquis Gerald's own steward. Meeting his gaze, Sveta gently warns Sargis that these corrupt, power-hungry conspirators are the exact kind of wolves his brother chooses to surround himself with. She softly suggests that it is time for him to shatter his childhood illusions, reminding him of how the queen despised him and his father utterly ignored him. His mind instantly drifts back to the warm, distant past of his youth, a time when his older brother was his sole source of comfort and salvation in a cold palace. But as he visualizes the vast distance that has grown between them over the last decade, his fist clenches in silent, agonizing betrayal. Turning back to Sveta, a dark resolve settles in his eyes as he admits he can no longer deny his brother's descent into absolute villainy, cementing an unspoken pact of trust between them. Sveta smiles brilliantly, warmly stating that she deeply looks forward to their future cooperation as allies in this deadly game. Placing his hand over his heart, Sargis is suddenly stunned as she softly refers to him as her future husband, sending a jolt of shock straight through him. His mind reels under the weight of her sudden teasing declaration, struggling to process her playful words while his heart burns with the grim reality of his brother's betrayal. Sveta giggles delightedly, repeating the words, "my future husband," with mischievous glee, leaving the stoic prince completely flustered and sputtering in disbelief. Standing nearby, Louis holds back a laugh, teasingly whispering that the fearsome prince is blushing like a schoolboy under his mistress's playful assault. Shifting back to business, Sveta rests her chin on her hand, her eyes glittering with anticipation as she asks what his next decisive move will be. Clenching his fist with lethal intensity, Sargis vows that if they uncover a single shred of treason, he will crush his brother's faction without a shred of mercy. Returning to his desk, the prince is met with grim news. The 3 captured assassins have been found dead in the dungeons, poisoned in an apparent forced suicide. To make matters worse, a thorough search of the treacherous guards' quarters reveals they have already cleared out their rooms, leaving absolutely no trace of bribery behind. The door opens as Duke Maurice Levin steps forward, grave but composed, ready to deliver a critical piece of intelligence regarding the growing border conflict. The Duke reveals that Marquis Gerald's private army is massing near the Treya border, heavily reinforced by foreign mercenaries and directly funded by Crown Prince Clarus himself. Sargis stands up in absolute shock, the terrifying truth dawning on him that his own brother is actively preparing to plunge the kingdom into war. Scanning a recovered secret letter, the prince's eyes widen as he reads the treacherous terms. Once they seize Treya's diamond mines, a massive portion will be handed directly to Marcus Gerald. The realization disgusts him. His brother is merely a puppet being manipulated by the ambitious Marquis to monopolize absolute power over the realm. Burning resolve ignites within Sargis' chest as he realizes he must stop this impending catastrophic war, no matter the cost to his own bloodline. Far across the palace, Crown Prince Clarus relaxes at a gaming table, basking in the hollow praise of his corrupt noble companions. Clarus's smug expression instantly sours into deep irritation as his chamber doors are flung open without warning, disrupting his leisurely afternoon. Standing tall at the threshold, Sargis demands with icy authority that his brother dismiss the servants and clear the room immediately. Surprised by his younger brother's unprecedented commanding aura, Clarus stares in tense disbelief before finally giving in to the demand. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the Crown Prince orders his companions to leave, the heavy doors sealing the 2 brothers alone in the silent room.
Clarus leans back, his tone dripping with mock condescension as he demands to know what could possibly be so incredibly urgent. Standing directly before him, Sargis wastes no time, coldly demanding to know if he is actively plotting an illegal war against the Trajan kingdom. Clarus merely scoffs, a greedy, dark smile creeping onto his face as he admits he is, pointing out the immense wealth the diamond mines will bring to the crown. But Sargis counters fiercely, asking if this war is truly for the kingdom or if he is sacrificing lives merely to enrich the corrupt Marquis of Gerald. Slamming his hand down, Clarus erupts in fury, yelling that he will not tolerate insults toward his future wife's family, declaring she will rule by his side soon. Trembling with restraint, Sargis pleads with him to consider the brutal consequences, painting a horrifying picture of ruined villages, slaughtered civilians, and starvation. Clarus dismisses the tragic reality as petty concerns, stepping forward to coldly warn Sargis that he is the future king and will tolerate no further interference. Spitting venom, Clarus sneers a final, unforgivable insult, calling Sargis a cowardly, incompetent bastard born of a low-ranking concubine. The cruel words echo in the silence, shattering the very last thread of brotherly bond that Sargis had desperately clung to since childhood. Storming out of the chamber, Sargis realizes he must find a way to vent his explosive, blinding rage before he loses control of his senses entirely. He arrives at the royal training grounds, his voice echoing across the courtyard as he calls out to the seasoned knight standing amidst the recruits. Captain Sloane turns around, a knowing, challenging smirk appearing on his face as he senses the dark, dangerous aura radiating from his royal pupil. Drawing his training weapon, Sargis declares with fierce determination that today is the day he will finally defeat his master in combat. The wooden swords collide with a deafening crack, Sargis pouring every ounce of his pent-up fury and frustration into his relentless offensive. Watching from the high palace steps, Sveta looks on with keen interest, noting how incredibly fast and adaptable the prince truly is in battle. She observes his flawless form, realizing his practical, lethal swordplay could only have been forged through the crucible of real, bloody combat experience. Standing beside her, Louis cheers enthusiastically, thoroughly impressed that the young prince is holding his own on equal footing against the kingdom's greatest knight. Gazing down at the passionate, fighting prince, a soft, highly intrigued smile graces Sveta's lips as she realizes her future husband is an unexpected, brilliant gem. Prince Sargis catches Sveta watching his training. With an icy glare, he demands to know if she has made a habit of eavesdropping on his private struggles. Sveta merely brushes off his cold greeting with a playful smile, reminding him to stay lighthearted. But Sargis' expression remains utterly grim as he presses her to remember the deadly threat she just narrowly escaped. Seeing his fierce concern, a warm, fluttering joy rises within her chest as she teasingly remarks that her dramatic savior is finally turning his full attention toward her. Her playful teasing is cut short as the prince's guard drops, a heavy shadow of guilt washing over his face as he prepares to offer a deeply painful confession. Bowing his head in deep remorse, Sargis admits that with the shadow mastermind of the assassination attempt still lurking in the dark, he has failed to keep her safe. Sveta comforts him, acknowledging their enemies are far too cunning to be caught easily, and quickly pivots back to business by asking if the captured assassins yielded any clues. The grim truth hangs in the air. The assassins were silenced in the dungeons before they could speak, a ruthless cover-up that proves just how fast their hidden enemies can strike. When she presses further, Sargis reveals he has already stripped the suspicious royal guards of their titles, a harsh but necessary punishment to cleanse the palace of hidden traitors. But his next words slice through her composure like a blade as he softly pleads with her to consider returning to the safety of her powerful homeland. Striding forward, Sargis suddenly grabs her shoulders, his voice cracking with desperation as he warns her that the relentless Marquis and his faction will stop at absolutely nothing to destroy her. As his hands tighten around her, a profound realization hits Sveta. This stoic, guarded prince is genuinely terrified of losing her. Overwhelmed by his own sudden burst of raw emotion, Sargis quickly pulls away, offering a stilted apology before turning his back on her in a desperate bid to regain control. Watching him walk away, a brilliant, calculating spark ignites in her eyes, her resolve hardening to face whatever darkness lies ahead. Gazing upon the kingdom's corrupt landscape, she resolves that with Duke Lavan as her ally, she will successfully execute her grand plan and claim Sargis as her husband.
Though the prince retreats into his own heavy thoughts, Sveta stands her ground on the palace stairs, ready to unleash her next decisive move.
A secret, triumphant smile plays on her lips. The game has officially begun, and she holds all the winning cards.
Retreating to her quarters, she instructs her trusted companion Louis that they must immediately slip into disguise to execute their clandestine mission.
Meanwhile, in the Grand Assembly Hall, Duke Maurice Lavan sits in oppressive silence, deeply troubled by the suspicious, coordinated absence of the Crown Prince and the Marquis. The assembly degenerates into chaos as lesser nobles bicker over delayed taxes and public unrest, entirely paralyzed by the factional gridlock gripping the empire. Duke Lalande sinks into deep despair, realizing that Claris's corrupt faction is actively sabotaging the realm's finances just to crush Prince Sargis, all while secretly preparing for an illegal war. Stepping out of the oppressive chambers, the Duke sighs heavily, desperately wishing the mysterious imperial princess would make her official debut to shift the balance of power.
But as he walks, a seemingly ordinary maid steps into his path, her brilliant amber eyes glowing with an unmistakable regal intensity.
The Duke stops in his tracks, immediately sensing that this mysterious servant possesses a commanding aura far too powerful for any mere commoner. As she drops her voice, the truth hits him like a physical blow. The legendary crown princess herself stands before him in disguise.
She meets his stunned gaze with a serene, confident smile, silently demanding his complete discretion. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Duke Lavan bows his head, agreeing to follow her lead without a single question.
Under the cover of the quiet corridors, the disguised princess guides the bewildered Duke deeper into her private wing of the palace. Stopping abruptly, Sveta turns to him, her playful facade dissolving into a sharp, lethal seriousness. With a dangerous glint in her eyes, she reveals that she has a highly secret, realm-altering proposal to lay before him. Sensing the sheer weight of her authority, Duke Lavan drops to one knee, offering his absolute respect as she leads him into her chambers. Safely behind closed doors, Lavan sits in stunned disbelief, marveling at the sheer audacity of a foreign princess who would infiltrate her own palace in disguise.
He braces himself, sweating profusely under her intense gaze as he waits to hear the exact terms of her mysterious proposal.
But instead of a grim political bargain, Sveta bursts into a dazzling, bright smile, leaving the seasoned statesman utterly speechless.
She claps her hands in sheer childlike delight, deliberately disarming the tense Duke with her overwhelming charm.
Leaning forward, she softly begs for his unwavering support in her personal quest for love, framing her grand political alliance as a simple romance. But as he gapes in confusion, her voice drops to a chilling register as she promises to single-handedly resolve the kingdom's direst political crises in return. She delivers her ultimate, breathtaking condition. She will save this empire, but only if Lavan helps her crown Prince Sargis as the rightful king.
Duke Lavan is left trembling at the sheer boldness of her declaration, realizing this young princess possesses a terrifyingly sharp mind. She warns him that if Crown Prince Claris ascends the throne, his greed and incompetence will drag both of their empires into absolute ruin. As she speaks, a cold shiver runs down Lavan's spine. He realizes this princess is fully prepared to mobilize her massive homeland to crush Claris's regime if necessary. Though shaken, Lavan remains cautious, explaining that he cannot offer her a definitive answer without weighing the severe consequences. Sveta refuses to let him retreat, coldly reminding him that the looming threat of an illegal war with Traja leaves them with absolutely no time to waste. She meets his gaze with direct confidence, declaring that she already possesses the perfect strategy to prevent the war entirely. Lavan's eyes widen in sheer awe as she tells him to enlist the aid of Marquis Carlyle, proving she already has the loyalties of the realm's most powerful key players. Meanwhile, in the adjoining dressing chambers, a disguised Louis leaps in sheer giddy joy as she completes her own dangerous part of the mission. Sveta enters the room, warmly praising her clever companion and asking if her dangerous outing in the city was a success.
Louis giggles mischievously, boasting about how laughably easy it was to bribe the palace guards, leaving them entirely oblivious to her secret movements. Shifting focus, Sveta's voice sharpens as she demands to know if Louis successfully retrieved the vital evidence they desperately needed. Presenting a raw jet black gemstone, Louis confirms their darkest suspicions. This rare black market diamond is the definitive proof of a treasonous mining conspiracy. Clutching the priceless stone, Sveta smiles triumphantly as Louis asks how things went with the Duke, confident that the pieces are finally falling into place to destroy their enemies. Sveta clutches her chin, a cold, calculated smile spreading across her face as she realizes that every thread of her grand design is starting to weave together perfectly. Meanwhile, in the quiet sanctuary of his private chambers, Duke Maurice Lavon sits across from his wife, his heart heavy with the impossible choice that has been laid before him. Staring into space, the Duke wrestles with an agonizing conflict. The foreign princess's strategy is pressure-tested and undeniably brilliant, but agreeing to it feels like an act of high treason against his own sovereign. His mind drifts to the past, remembering when the king was once a kind, idealistic youth, before the ruthless sharks of the court manipulated him into a shadow of his former self. Now the broken monarch has abandoned all care for his kingdom, blindly obeying the corrupt faction of Clarice and Gerald. Yet, in moments of true desperation, he still begs Levon for guidance. Gently placing her hand over his, Duchess Anne Levon looks into her husband's eyes, softly reminding him that true loyalty sometimes means saving the kingdom from the rulers who are actively destroying it. Squeezing her hand, the Duke feels a surge of raw determination. His devotion to the realm has never wavered, and if he must change his methods to save it, so be it. Snapping back to the present with absolute resolve, Duke Levon stands and commands his servants to immediately dispatch a secret messenger to the powerful Marquis Carlisle. Back in the quiet palace wings, Sveta gazes out the rain-slicked window alongside Louis, silently calculating exactly how many days it will take for the Duke to make his decisive move. Confident that their trap is set, Sveta instructs her loyal companion to begin preparing the finest imperial silks and jewels for the powerful guests arriving tomorrow. Louis's eyes sparkle with absolute thrill as she realizes her mistress is finally ready to unleash her true, terrifying brilliance upon this unsuspecting kingdom. Amidst a sea of blooming flowers, the underlying truth is clear. The corrupt lords of the court are about to learn exactly who holds the real power in this empire. Clad in a stunning gown of deep velvet and priceless pearls, Sveta prepares to meet the players on her board, pleased that Duke Levon has acted even faster than she anticipated. Looking out at the grand courtyard, she watches a luxurious carriage roll up to the gates, carrying the very key to dismantling the Crown Prince's treasonous faction. Down in the grand hallway, Duke Levon guides his guest forward, mentally bracing himself to finally resolve the deep-rooted corruption paralyzing their homeland. Standing tall with majestic grace, Sveta awaits them, her amber eyes shining with a lethal intelligence that demands absolute submission. Walking beside the Duke, Marquis Somerset Carlisle reflects on the unexpected urgent summons, highly intrigued by Levon's sudden departure from his usual talk of duty. Clutching the mysterious letter, the Marquis realizes that whatever the Duke is planning, it must be massive enough to shift the entire balance of power. Stepping into the private reception room, Carlisle casually remarks that owing a favor to the Levon family could prove highly lucrative, completely unaware of the storm waiting inside. But as his eyes land on the breathtakingly beautiful woman seated before them, his breath catches in his throat, his political instincts screaming in sudden alarm. Demanding answers, the Marquis turns a sharp, suspicious glare toward Duke Levon, desperate to know the true identity of this regal stranger. With a serene, disarming smile, Sveta welcomes the powerful lord of the borderlands, instantly taking complete command of the room's atmosphere. Realizing he stands before the legendary rumored imperial princess, Marquise Carlisle immediately drops to one knee, offering a respectful bow as cold sweat begins to bead on his forehead. After dismissing all the servants to ensure absolute secrecy, Sveta settles back onto her sofa, ready to lay bare the deadly truth of the kingdom's treason. Sitting across from her, the cautious Marquis tries to probe her intentions, wondering why this foreign princess would seek an alliance with a man of his standing. But his breath freezes in his lungs as Sveta calmly reveals that she knows every detail of his secret conspiracy with Crown Prince Clarice and Marquis Gerald.
She effortlessly lists his secret maneuvers, exposing how he has been quietly gathering mercenaries and expanding his private military forces behind the king's back.
Shaken but desperate to save face, Carlyle chuckles nervously, trying to dismiss her concerns as mere men's business that a foreign princess has no right to interfere with. Instantly, the warmth vanishes from Sveta's face, her icy, terrifying gaze pinning the Marquis to his seat as she warns him that his arrogance has completely blinded him.
She lays his darkest secrets bare, accusing him of preparing for an illegal, devastating war against the neighboring kingdom of Traja for personal gain.
With a mocking smile, she guesses the exact bribe Prince Clarice dangled to buy his loyalty, a measly 10% share of a promised diamond mine. Cornered and desperate, the Marquis leaps up, defensively shouting that everything is under the direct command of the Crown Prince and entirely beyond her jurisdiction.
Sveta merely chuckles at his pathetic defiance, her amused silence driving a stake of pure dread straight into the Marquis's heart. Leaning forward, she softly drops a devastating truth. They have catastrophically underestimated Treya because the kingdom has a secret pact with her own homeland, the powerful Valkyrie Empire.
The revelation strikes the room like a thunderbolt, leaving both Duke Levon and Marquis Carlyle staring in sheer, paralyzed horror. A cold shiver runs down Carlyle's spine as he realizes that starting this war would mean facing the unstoppable magic navy of the Valkyrie Empire, a swift, bloody sentence of absolute annihilation. With cold, calculating satisfaction, Sveta reminds them both that now that they have heard this classified imperial secret, there is absolutely no turning back. When the trembling Marquis asks if she is threatening his life, Sveta bursts into a playful laugh, brushing off his fear while keeping her deadly grip tight around his throat.
Spreading her hand over the table, she casually mentions her own deep expertise in the Empire's mining industry, shifting the conversation from a threat to an irresistible golden opportunity. Unrolling a detailed map of the borderlands, she points her finger directly at the mountain range, revealing that a prize far greater than diamonds is buried right beneath their noses.
The Marquis gasps in utter disbelief as the word echoes in his mind. Energy ores, the most coveted precious power resource in the entire world. Duke Levon's eyes widen as he realizes the sheer realm-altering scale of this discovery, knowing their kingdom currently relies entirely on expensive foreign imports for this vital resource. The economic truth hangs in the air like a dazzling dream. High-quality energy ore holds a value that completely eclipses even the rarest black market diamonds. Caught between absolute terror and unimaginable greed, Carlyle stares at the princess, realizing she has just handed him the key to limitless wealth. Holding up a finger, Sveta estimates an extraction rate of 20,000 tons per year, leaving the Marquis completely spellbound as he gazes at the dark, raw crystal in his hand.
She outlines the brilliant plan. They will use the secret wealth to peacefully negotiate a border treaty with the unsuspecting kingdom of Traja. Traja, completely blind to the true, priceless nature of the energy ores beneath the land, will eagerly sign the settlement and avoid a war entirely. Holding the dark gem up to the light, Sveta smiles triumphantly, explaining how they will split the massive compensation funds while quietly mining the real treasure for themselves. She delivers her final, brilliant offer. While the mines will technically remain under royal control, both Duke Levon and Marquis Carlyle will receive a 3% annual share of the unimaginable profits. Standing before the stunned lords, Sveta declares that this massive project will not only avert an empire-shattering war, but ignite an unprecedented economic boom, cementing her absolute control over the kingdom's future. The tense diplomatic game is far from over, and her business partners are beginning to question her true motives behind offering such incredibly generous terms. With a sharp, knowing smile, her associate asks if she intends to crush their common enemy to claim the crown princess's throne, but her true target is far more shocking. She intends to claim the second prince, Sargis, instead. The bold declaration sends shockwaves through the room as the noble realizes she isn't just targeting the heir, but plans to completely dismantle the ruling faction from the inside out. Yet, she playfully admits that the stoic second prince is far more stubborn than expected, making his surrender a delightfully difficult challenge.
Her partners can only look on in sweat-inducing dread, realizing she is already preparing a decisive move to break the prince's stubborn resistance. With an icy, calculating gaze, she demands a brief delay in finalizing their contract, making it clear that securing her engagement to Prince Sargis is the ultimate key to their victory. Back in her private chambers, she sips her tea in high spirits, her loyal maid noting with satisfaction that their secret negotiations have proceeded exactly as planned. She chuckles, recalling how easily the greedy Marquis fell into her trap, his face practically screaming his obsession with simple profit. But the maid remains anxious, questioning how long they must wait for the prince to make his move in this dangerous political theater. Rising with cold determination, she declares that patience has run its course, and she must now take a far more aggressive approach with the prince. Seated upon her bed, her mind weaves a trap of absolute certainty, resolved to make Prince Sargis her husband in both name and reality. The maid gasps in absolute shock as she casually reveals her scandalous plan to force his hand by spending the night in his bed. Overcoming her panic, the loyal maid immediately salutes, ready to execute her mistress's audacious scheme without a single second of hesitation. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows of the palace hallway, a dark-haired investigator freezes as he overhears a hushed, intimate conversation slipping through a nearby doorway. Inside, the arrogant Crown Prince Chris holds his mistress Lena close, promising her a grand marriage the moment their current political obstacles are removed. The stakes are raised to a terrifying degree as Lena whispers that a child is already growing in her womb, a secret that will force the king to bless their union once the troublesome foreign princess is eliminated. Chris grumbles in frustration, admitting that the princess is proving far more stubborn and resilient than they ever anticipated. Feigning tears, the manipulative mistress wonders aloud if the princess lacks a human heart, playing the victim to fuel the crown prince's hatred. Blinded by her lies, the prince reassures her of his devotion, promising that she is the only wife he will ever recognize. But as she buries her face in his chest, a sinister smirk spreads across her face, confident that her family will soon dispose of their rival permanently. Outside the door, the investigator's blood runs cold as he realizes the sheer lethality of the plot brewing against Princess Sveta. Haunted by memories of the ruthless court politics, he knows that her enemies will stop at nothing to sweep her from the board. Desperate to save her, he resolves to contact her homeland and arrange her immediate escape from this nest of vipers, only to be startled by a familiar, melodic voice. He turns to find Princess Sveta herself standing before him, radiating an ethereal, untouchable confidence that completely catches him off guard. Amused by his startled reaction, she cheerfully explains that she was simply borrowing some light reading from the Imperial Library. Seeing his opportunity, he watches as she sighs dramatically, complaining that her maids have been strangely avoiding her out of sheer terror. Relieving her of the heavy books, he questions what new, dangerous scheme she is plotting now with such a massive mountain of literature. With a brilliant, calculating smile, she explains that she is merely constructing the perfect public image of a tragic, scholarly princess enduring her mistreatment with quiet grace. He can only shake his head in half-amused terror, fully aware of just how dangerous her brilliant mind truly is. Touched by his assistance, she warmly invites him to join her for a cup of specially prepared tea to express her gratitude. Sitting across from her, he finds himself momentarily disarmed by her poise, trying his best to maintain his guard in her presence. She leans in with an enchanting, playful smile, testing his boundaries with a dangerous, magnetic charm. Alarmed by the sudden warmth in his chest, his inner instincts scream at him to snap out of it and refuse to fall into her seductive pace. Attempting to break the spell, he nervously notes the unusual color of the tea, which she proudly reveals is brewed from rare imperial leaves. He takes a sip, noting the rich, complex spice and floral aroma, completely unaware of the subtle trap hidden in the blend. Looking at her serene face, he gently asks if she ever longs to return to her distant homeland. She sets her teacup down with deliberate, agonizing slow motion, the atmosphere in the room shifting instantly. With a cold, majestic resolve, she declares that this is the land where she will live out her days, leaving absolutely no room for useless nostalgia.
Sensing his growing admiration, she teasingly asks if he has finally fallen for her, prompting him to blush and frantically deny any romantic feelings. Her golden eyes narrow into a sharp, predatory gaze as she asks him to clarify exactly what he means by his denial. Suddenly, his vision begins to blur and warp as a heavy, unnatural dizziness violently sweeps through his mind. As the darkness closes in, she looms over him like a beautiful, terrifying shadow, her voice echoing in his fading consciousness. With a heavy thud, his strength fails completely, and he collapses unconscious onto the sofa. Smiling triumphantly over her prey, she calls for her loyal maid to assist in the next phase of her ruthless plan. The next morning, a brutal, pounding headache jolts him awake as he struggles to piece together his fragmented memories. He sits up with a start, realizing with sudden, cold dread that his surroundings are completely unfamiliar. A wave of absolute panic strikes him as he throws back the sheets, discovering to his horror that he has been stripped completely naked. Before he can even process the shock, a soft, purring voice bids him good morning, teasingly thanking him for his incredible passion from the night before. He turns to find Sveta looking up at him with a thoroughly satisfied, beautiful smile that seals his absolute ruin. He freezes in sheer, unadulterated terror, his mind screaming in a desperate, futile attempt to remember exactly how he fell into her perfect trap. Deep within her private quarters, Sveta smiles a soft, deceptively sweet smile, pouring a fresh cup of tea as she mentally prepares the final, most scandalous stage of her master plan. Across from her, Prince Sarjas sits up in bed, clutching his head in sheer, agonizing panic, as he demands to know if she orchestrated this entire impossible trap to ruin his reputation. Resting her chin on her hand, Sveta pouts with flawless innocence, mocking his horror by playing the part of a fragile, neglected princess suffering from her cold fiancé's cruel indifference. Sarjas covers his face in sheer disgust, internally retching at her nauseatingly sweet act, fully aware of the dangerous, razor-sharp mind hiding behind her beautiful face. Sighing deeply, the prince turns his back to her, utterly exhausted by her mind games, as she softly calls out his name, ready to deliver her real ultimatum. Leaning forward with wide, glittering eyes, Sveta looks at him with a chillingly sweet expression, asking if he is finally ready to take full responsibility for what happened between them. Clutching the sheets tightly to her chest, she repeats his name like a desperate lover, weaponizing her acting skills to back him completely into a corner. Lying back down in defeat, Sarjas stares at the ceiling as cold sweat beads on his forehead, realizing he has no logical escape from her terrifying grip. Giggling softly at his utter despair, Sveta delights in her total victory, amused by how easily she has tamed the once untouchable second prince. Letting the heavy sheets fall, she casually mentions that the palace maids have already witnessed the undeniable, scandalous proof of their passionate night together. Sarjas freezes in sheer bewilderment, knowing they never actually touched, only to realize in horror that she secretly drew a small amount of his own blood to fabricate the stain on the sheets while he slept. With a playful pout, she defends her cunning trick, leaving Sarjas utterly speechless at how flawlessly every single detail has gone exactly according to her grand design. Standing in the golden morning light, Sveta turns toward the door with absolute confidence, declaring that it is time to officially present their scandalous crime to the king himself. Watching her walk away, Sarjas can only massage his temples in resignation, realizing he has no choice but to follow this magnificent, terrifying woman into the lion's den. Clad in their finest court attire, the two walk side by side down the grand, echoing palace corridor, a perfectly united front ready to shock the entire royal court. Stealing a glance at his stunning companion, Sarjas is struck by her absolute lack of hesitation, marveling at the sheer, unshakable resolve of this extraordinary imperial princess. When she catches his eye and asks if something is wrong, he is reminded that every step she takes is meticulously calculated to disarm anyone who dares look her way. With a serene smile, she explains that their sudden union is a necessary shield, a brilliant preemptive strike in case the king attempts to oppose their sudden marriage. Inside the private audience chamber, the king clutches his face in agonizing despair, deeply disappointed that his usually reliable second son has committed the unthinkable blunder of bedding the crown prince's fiancée.
Keeping his head bowed in a flawless display of remorse, Sarjas offers a deep, humble apology, playing his part perfectly to sell their fabricated scandal to his father. Looking down at his son, the exhausted king wrestles with the severe diplomatic fallout of this disaster, knowing the empire will demand blood for this massive insult to their royal line. Suddenly, Sveta drops to her knees, pleading with dramatic desperation as she tearfully claims that she was the one who forced her heart upon the innocent second prince. Tears pool in her eyes as she laments her tragic fate, sobbing about how the cold crown Prince Claris had already abandoned her for another woman before she ever arrived. The king gasps in stunned silence, his heart breaking for the seemingly fragile princess as she weeps over the cruelty of being forced into a loveless marriage with a man who despised her. Reaching back, she gently clasps Sarjas's hand, using the physical touch to cement their image as tragic, star-crossed lovers who couldn't fight their destiny. Squeezing his hand, she looks up at the king with absolute devotion, pleading that their forbidden love was the only light in her dark, lonely exile. Looking down at her, Sarjas plays along, his gaze softening as he pretends to be entirely consumed by his passionate, undeniable love for the foreign princess. Secretly, however, Sarjas is completely spellbound by her flawless acting, wondering if this legendary theatrical display will be enough to completely sway his father's cautious heart. After a tense silence, the king sighs, declaring that punishing Sarjas alone would be deeply unfair given the crown prince's own blatant infidelity. But as the king asks how he can possibly justify this chaotic swap to the powerful Valkyrie Empire, Sveta brightly presents a pre-prepared official document bearing the imperial seal of her father. The king's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as he reads the letter, which explicitly states that the emperor has absolutely no objections to the marriage as long as Sveta is wed to Prince Sarjas.
Shuffling through a stack of official documents, the dumbfounded king realizes she has also secured written approvals from both the Continental Council and the Holy Church itself. With a victorious, brilliant smile, Sveta points out that since Claris was already desperate to make his mistress Lena the queen, this swap resolves everyone's problems perfectly. Standing beside her, Sarjas can only stare in silent, paralyzed shock, realizing she had completely cornered the entire continent's highest authorities before even stepping into this room. Sliding a gold pen into his hand, Sveta urges him to sign the marriage contract, leaving him marveling at how terrifyingly thorough her preparations were. Seizing the momentum, Sveta requests immediate permission to host an official engagement soiree to announce their union to the entire high nobility. Smiling warmly as the dazed king reluctantly grants his blessing, Sveta bows gracefully, knowing the first phase of her grand coup is officially complete. Suddenly, the chamber doors fly open as a furious Crown Prince Claris storms into the room, his face twisted in absolute rage as he demands to know the meaning of this betrayal. Confronting his brother, Claris roars that their engagement was a sacred treaty between kingdoms, demanding to know how Sarjas intends to take responsibility for ruining his honor. Standing tall and looking his brother dead in the eye, Sarjas calmly replies that he will take full responsibility by marrying the princess himself. Veins bulge on Claris's forehead as his pride is utterly shattered, his voice shaking with lethal intent as he warns that this insult will not be overlooked. Grabbing Claris's collar, Sarjas's gaze turns ice cold as he reminds his brother that it was Claris who first sullied the princess's honor, and that this marriage is the only thing saving them from the empire's wrath. Watching from the shadows, the Duchess observes the confrontation with a tense, calculating expression, realizing the political tides are violently shifting away from them. Releasing his grip, Sarjas bows mockingly, whispering a sarcastic apology about how a simple, powerless second prince could never hope to match the great crown prince. Later, in a secure private office, a panicked Duke Gerald paces back and forth, realizing that Sarjan's sudden marriage has completely stripped them of their leverage. Slamming his fist on the desk, the Duke curses their hesitation, realizing that with the Empire's official backing, moving against the newlywed princess is now a suicidal task. His face twisting in pure malice, Gerald growls that they should have assassinated the wretched princess the moment she set foot in their kingdom. Standing beside Claris, Lena's eyes burn with a demonic, red-hot fury, her voice trembling with pure hatred as she refuses to let a concubine's son steal their rightful throne.
Claris's top advisor steps forward, his expression grim as he declares that to secure the throne, they must now orchestrate the permanent elimination of both Sarjas and the princess. Looking out over the dark room, the conspirators agree that before the powerful foreign allies arrive, they must launch a brutal, bloody counteroffensive to destroy their rivals once and for all. Determined to secure her place on the throne, Lena schemes in secret, demanding a magnificent royal wedding and the queen's legendary heirloom tiara to solidify her status as the kingdom's true future queen. Beside her, Crown Prince Claris listens as she points out the dangerous truth. The foreign princess's massive dowry will make her wedding grander than theirs, threatening to leave them completely overshadowed and humiliated. Gathering in their dark chamber, the conspirators share a wicked smile, confident that they have devised an inescapable trap to strike back at their rivals. Claris's eyes gleam with a sinister light, his malicious grin widening as he prepares to unleash a scheme designed to destroy his brother's reputation once and for all. Their plan is flawless, designed to force the newlywed couple into a corner and utterly humiliate them in front of the empire's most powerful nobles, with no hope of a counterattack. Meanwhile, far from the plotting, Prince Sarjas sits quietly in his private quarters, buried under an unnaturally massive pile of official documents, when a sudden knock at the door breaks his concentration. The door swings open, and Sveta steps into the room, looking absolutely breathtaking in a magnificent gown, her elegance immediately filling the space. Offering him a deceptively sweet smile, her beautiful face hides the sharp, ruthless intellect of a master strategist ready for war. Sarjas sighs in exhaustion, complaining about the sudden, suspicious surge of work he has been forced to handle ever since their engagement was announced. Stepping closer, he takes her hand and kisses it gently, completely mesmerized by her stunning appearance and unable to find the words to praise her beauty. Delight ripples through Sveta as she basks in his admiration, knowing her flawless appearance is her most lethal weapon for the night ahead. She playfully asks for his thoughts on her exquisite necklace, teasing him to see if he can handle her bold charm. Before he can answer, she steps into his personal space, catching him completely off guard as her delicate hands reach for his collar. Gently pinning a brilliant golden brooch to his chest, she demands that he wear her signature eye color, marking him clearly as hers before the entire court. Sarjas hesitates, muttering that such lavish jewelry is meant only for a crown prince, a title he no longer holds. Gently cupping his face, Sveta's gaze turns intense and possessive as she whispers that tonight she intends to have him entirely to herself. With her final adjustments made, the two turn toward the exit, ready to step out of their sanctuary and walk side by side into the political battlefield. In the grand ballroom, the announcer's voice echoes over the crowd of high nobility, officially presenting Prince Sarjas and his esteemed fiancée, Princess Sveta. Arm in arm, they step forward into the light, presenting a flawless, united front designed to shatter any rumors of discord. Every eye in the crowded hall locks onto them as they descend the grand staircase, their majestic presence instantly commanding the room. Whispers immediately ripple through the crowd, with critical nobles trying to downplay the foreign princess's beauty while praising the crown prince's loyalty to Lena. Nearby noble sneers, loudly murmuring that a fragile and helpless princess like Sveta could never handle the heavy burdens of the crown. Hearing the venomous words, Sarjas' expression darkens as he turns to Sveta, quietly apologizing that she must endure such petty, unpleasant gossip. Sveta simply smiles, casually dismissing the malicious chatter of the nobles as nothing more than the annoying buzzing of flies. Standing tall, Sarjas commands the room, formally presenting his breathtaking bride-to-be and demanding the court's absolute loyalty. Under his stern, unyielding gaze, the stunned nobles have no choice but to offer their formal, albeit reluctant, salutes of respect. Watching them bow, Sveta's smile turns sharp and calculating, her mind already preparing to strike down the first fool who dares cross them. Right on cue, a smug, green-haired noble approaches, calling out to Sarjas with a dripping, condescending tone. It is the Earl of Cruz, a man closely aligned with Marquis Gerald, who sneeringly remarks on their extravagant appearance. He loudly mocks their union, whispering about the sheer embarrassment of parading around a bride stolen from the crown prince himself. Instead of showing anger, Sveta claps her hands in pure, mocking delight, loudly praising the kingdom for being so incredibly open-minded. The Earl freezes in confusion as she innocently suggests that their culture must be vastly different from the strict traditions of her imperial homeland. Her golden eyes flash with a lethal sharpness as she prepares to teach the arrogant noble a lesson he will never forget. With flawless dramatic timing, she loudly wonders if she was actually the one stolen from, since her original fiancé was taken by Lena and Clarice.
She muses with tripping sarcasm that normally a mere marquis's daughter could never take precedence over imperial royalty, questioning her own lack of charm.
She mockingly praises Lena's unique temperament and lack of restraint, declaring her the perfect match for the dishonorable crown prince. Clinging to Sargis's arm, she declares that any sensible woman would naturally choose to stand beside a truly remarkable and honorable man like him. A suffocating silence falls over the ballroom as the nobles gasp, completely stunned by the princess's ruthless public counterattack. Seizing the moment to finish him, Sveta casually brings up a scandalous rumor about the Earl's own son marrying a tavern commoner for love. Sweating profusely and utterly defeated, the Earl is forced to bow his head in deep humiliation, muttering his formal congratulations.
Sveta offers a sweet, victorious response, thanking him for his blessings while leaving him socially ruined in front of the entire court. Sargis can only stare at his stunning companion in sheer awe, marveling at how easily she dismantled their enemy with a few sharp words. Sensing his look, she looks up at him with a soft smile, asking if he is finally satisfied with her performance.
Looking out over the quieted crowd, Sargis finally relaxes, believing the worst of the evening has successfully passed without further incident. But his relief is instantly shattered as Marquis Gerald and Clarice's top allies step out of the shadows with smug, knowing grins.
Gerald approaches them with mock warmth, expressing how deeply he looks forward to the upcoming wedding.
When Sargis questions his strange enthusiasm, Gerald drops a bombshell, revealing that the wedding is less than a month away. Sargis' eyes widen in absolute horror as the terrible truth is spoken aloud. A joint wedding has been arranged. Gerald smugly explains that the queen herself decreed the dual ceremony, forcing Sargis to realize Clarice drowned him in paperwork solely to keep this trap hidden. High above the staircase, the announcer's voice suddenly booms through the hall, declaring the grand arrival of Crown Prince Clarice and his fiancée, Lady Lena, as the trap officially springs shut. Clarice and Lena make their grand entrance, desperate to project absolute dominance over the court. But behind their smiles, Clarice is secretly seething with hidden humiliation. Clarice quietly admits to Lena that they were completely outmaneuvered by Sargis, realizing his first mistake has cost them dearly, though Lena insists there is no need for him to apologize. Sveta watches them with a cool, sharp gaze, immediately realizing their true motive is to force a sudden joint wedding to catch her completely unprepared and humiliated. Far from being intimidated, a thrill of excitement surges through Sveta as she welcomes the ultimate challenge to prove her absolute superiority. Behind closed doors, the invisible hands of destiny are turning, setting the stage for an explosive clash of wits where the slightest misstep means total ruin. Meanwhile, Clarice attempts to mask his panic by convincing himself that this hasty, forced wedding is the perfect weapon to crush his brother. Clarice tries to save face in front of his partner, admitting his temporary defeat, but promising that the final victory will still be theirs. Observing his desperate attempts at damage control, Sveta merely offers a mocking smile, fully aware of his pathetic weakness. Her mind begins spinning a counter-strategy of her own, knowing that the grander the trap they set, the more spectacular their eventual downfall will be. Standing before the assembled court, Clarice loudly praises the false harmony between the two couples, attempting to assert his authority over Sargis and Sveta. Clarice smiles smugly, declaring his pride in personally arranging this fateful engagement to seal his brother's destiny. The crowd erupts into superficial cheers as the crown prince waves triumphantly, thinking he has completely trapped his rivals. With the announcement officially sealed, the reality sinks in that the joint wedding is now entirely unavoidable. Sargis quietly warns Sveta that they are facing an incredibly tough uphill battle, but she remains entirely unfazed by the threat. Sveta laughs softly, her brilliant golden eyes gleaming with the dangerous thrill of an impending battle she has already won in her mind. Stepping forward, Sargis mockingly commends his brother for preparing such a magnificent, elaborate event. Bowing slightly, Sargis mockingly thanks his older brother, playing along with the charade as Clarice watches with growing suspicion. Clarice maintains his smug facade, declaring that it is only right to rush over and support his younger brother on his big day. The tension in the air instantly spikes as Sargis fires back, dryly pointing out that Clarice has barely done any actual work for months. Clarice quickly deflects the jab by declaring that the joint ceremony is a direct command from the queen herself, leaving no room for objection. Lena joins in with a sweet, venomous smile, boasting about how tirelessly they are working to make it a flawless royal ceremony. Her eyes flash with a demonic light as she warns that failing to prepare in time would be an absolute disgrace to the crown, directly challenging Sveta. Sveta steps forward gracefully, her calm composure cutting through the hostile atmosphere like a cold blade. Smiling warmly, Sveta casually muses that women's bodies are prone to sudden, unexpected changes, turning her gaze directly toward Lena with lethal intent. The room turns ice cold as Sveta drops a devastating hint, implying that the rush to the altar is merely to cover up a scandalous early pregnancy. Sargis realizes that Sveta has just struck his enemy's most sensitive and closely guarded secret, completely shattering their smug confidence. Trying to recover, Lena desperately attempts to laugh it off, insisting that they are simply focused on making it the grandest wedding in history. Clarice and Lena are forced to make a hasty, tense retreat under the mocking stares of their rivals. Looking back one last time, Lena sneers that she cannot wait to see what kind of pathetic dress Sveta will be forced to wear.
Left alone, Sargis and Sveta stand in silence, knowing that the psychological warfare has only just begun.
Sometime later, a frantic search begins in Sargis's office as his advisor finally uncovers the official royal decree. Scanning the document, Sargis's heart sinks in horror as he discovers that the entire budget has been manipulated, leaving them virtually penniless. He realizes the queen has used her absolute authority to seize 80% of the princess's massive dowry, leaving them with practically nothing. His advisor desperately suggests using Sargis's own personal wealth to save the wedding, but Sargis adamantly refuses. Sargis declares that his personal assets belong strictly to the citizens of the nation, especially with the looming threat of a national crisis and war. The advisor despairs, knowing that if they present a cheap, poorly funded ceremony, it will deeply insult the imperial princess. Meeting with Sveta in private, Sargis hangs his head, deeply apologetic that her massive dowry has been stolen by his family. Sveta merely giggles at his excessive worry, playfully teasing him to relax since they are about to become husband and wife. Sargis explains the cultural importance of the holy water used in royal weddings, which is graded solely on the amount of donations given. Because of the queen's budget theft, Clarice and Lena will receive the highest grade, while Sargis and Sveta are left with the lowest. He reluctantly suggests that they must drastically lower the quality of their wedding attire and decorations just to afford the essential holy water. Sveta simply claps her hands in pure delight, completely unbothered by the financial crisis. Sargis panics, frantically insisting that his own attire doesn't matter and that all remaining funds must be spent on her dress. Looking at her serene, knowing smile, Sargis suddenly realizes that the brilliant princess already has a secret plan to turn the tables. Standing gracefully, Sveta retrieves a mysterious, glowing blue velvet box from her personal collection. Holding the radiant box, she smiles deviously, deeply appreciating the perfect opportunity her enemies have handed her. A maid enters the room offering a freshly brewed cup of tea to help them relax during their tense strategy session. Taking a slow sip, Sveta warmly praises the maid's incredible skill, though her eyes remain incredibly sharp. Staring down at the golden liquid, Sveta catches her own victorious reflection, knowing every piece of her trap is falling into place. The maid trembles under her master's sudden compliment, sensing that the princess is preparing to unleash a devastating counterattack that will shatter the royal family. Rui, disguised in her maid form, feels the crushing weight of their desperate situation, whispering to Princess Sveta that their current obstacle is nearly insurmountable. He paces anxiously, his brow furrowed as he admits that even his unique abilities might not be enough to save their wedding from total disaster. Yet Sveta merely offers a serene, untroubled smile, her absolute composure signaling that she is already 10 steps ahead of their enemy's pathetic traps. Inspired by her unshakable confidence, Rui places a hand over his heart, swearing to return with the ultimate weapon to ensure her grand victory. Instantly teleporting across the world, Rui arrives back in his sun-drenched homeland of the desert and sea country, breathing in the familiar air of his origins. Though the journey normally takes 10 long, grueling days by carriage, his ancient magic has bridged the massive distance in the blink of an eye. Standing in his true, powerful male form, Rui feels a surge of pride, ready to execute the crucial mission his beloved princess entrusted to him. His trusted companion greets him, teasingly noting how pale his skin has grown from spending so much time in the cold northern courts. Disregarding the banter, Rui marches with urgent, purposeful strides through the grand corridors of his father's magnificent palace. He turns to snap at his trailing companion, warning him that this is no time for slacking when the princess's entire future is on the line. Memories of Sveta saving his entire nation from the brink of total ruin flash through his mind, fueling his eternal debt of gratitude. With eyes burning with absolute determination, Rui swears that he will succeed on this vital mission, no matter the personal cost. Entering the inner sanctum, he is met by his father, the clan leader, who welcomes his rogue son back with a challenging, calculating grin. The assembled elders look on, throwing playful jabs about how the magically gifted youth should visit home more often instead of playing in foreign cities. Rui wastes no time on pleasantries, stepping forward to declare that he has returned to borrow the entire clan's strength for Princess Sveta. The room falls silent as they look at his dead-serious expression, realizing this is no ordinary visit. Rui explains that they are racing against a brutal one-month deadline before the forced joint wedding, begging them to help him pull off the impossible. Dropping to his knees, Rui bows his head to the floor, putting his pride aside to beg his father for their legendary craft. Seeing his son's absolute devotion, the clan leader smiles warmly, instructing him to go forth and support the magnificent princess with all their power. Clutching the ancient design scrolls of his homeland's legendary weavers, Rui smiles triumphantly, knowing the tide is about to turn. Back in the imperial palace, the servants sweep the halls while whispering gossips about Lena's endless tantrums and demands for an extravagant dress. Unbeknownst to them, Lena herself glides down the corridor, her fake, honeyed voice suddenly cutting through their conversation. She presents herself as a picture of angelic sweetness, hiding her venomous nature behind a soft, disarming smile. Terrified of being caught gossiping, the maids quickly bow in deep gratitude as she offers them cheap, superficial praise. As she passes, the naive servants whisper about how incredibly lovely and gentle Lena is compared to their aloof sovereign. In their eyes, Princess Sveta is a cold, unapproachable tyrant who is bound to be humiliated and mocked at her own wedding. Overhearing their words, Lena's face twists into a smug, victorious sneer, fully convinced the princess is no longer a threat. Yet, a sliver of doubt remains in her mind as she recalls Sargis, the quiet second prince whose true motive she still cannot decipher. She quickly dismisses her worries, gloating that she successfully pressured the queen into cutting Sveta's wedding budget to a pathetic minimum. Clutching her secret weapon, Lena smiles maliciously, dreaming of the absolute social ruin she is about to unleash upon the princess. Stepping into Sveta's private chambers, Lena acts out a drama of mock concern, claiming she came to check on the princess's health. Grabbing Sveta's hands with sickly sweet warmth, Lena patronizingly offers to give her valuable advice for her struggling wedding preparations. Instantly sliding into her role, Sveta puts on a brilliant, trembling display of meek gratitude, playing the part of a helpless victim. Encouraged by the princess's apparent weakness, Lena leans in further, offering to graciously assist her with her tragic lack of funds. Sveta sighs deeply, weeping that every single high-end tailor has turned her down, and that the looming budget cut has left her sleepless with anxiety. Lena's heart leaps with pure sadistic joy, having personally orchestrated the budget cuts herself, before planting insidious doubts about Sargis's loyalty. She whispers toxic rumors that Sargis is avoiding the marriage because of his scandalous secret affairs, leaving Sveta seemingly paralyzed with shock. As Sveta buries her face in fake despair, Lena smiles triumphantly, believing she has finally crushed the arrogant princess's spirit forever. Lena sweet-talks her, presenting a mysterious black box and claiming she has brought a special gift to solve her dress crisis.
Unveiling a plain, lackluster white garment, Lena deceptively claims it is a sacred traditional royal robe passed down through generations. She insists that wearing this outdated plain robe will make Sveta look pure and dignified, shielding her from looking cheap. Lena confidently declares it the perfect choice for a second prince's bride, while Sveta looks down, quietly agreeing to the setup.
With her toxic trap successfully laid, Lena's heels click sharply against the polished floor as she prepares to make her exit. Walking down the hall, Lena smirks maliciously, knowing the robe is actually infamous for bringing bad luck and public ridicule to anyone who wears it. Left alone in the quiet parlor, the plain white garment rests on the table as a testament to her enemy's desperate plotting. Slowly, Sveta looks up, her tearful expression vanishing instantly to reveal a cold, menacing smirk that promises absolute annihilation.
Sometime later, whispers of awe echo through the luxurious dressing quarters as a masterpiece of fashion is finally unveiled.
Standing proudly, Lena models her incredibly extravagant, butterfly-adorned pink gown, looking like a fairy tale queen.
She beams with overwhelming pride, thanking the imperial designer for bringing her wildest, most opulent dreams to life.
Gazing at her magnificent reflection in the mirror, Lena stands completely confident, utterly unaware of the devastating storm Sveta has prepared for her.
Lena stands proudly in her magnificent wedding dress, dreaming of the absolute admiration she will receive. Her exquisite style is destined to become the new pinnacle of royal trends, completely overshadowing everyone else at the ceremony.
With a cold, calculated smirk, Lena whispers that she can hardly wait for the wedding day to arrive, eager to witness the look of total despair on her rival's face. Meanwhile, Prince Sargis is consumed by deep anxiety, knowing his enemies have poured an astronomical budget into creating a show-stopping gown designed to publicly humiliate his bride. He recalls how he, too, was subjected to countless grueling tailor sessions, with master craftsmen measuring him endlessly to prepare for a ceremony he fears is already rigged against them. He knows the ruthless nobility will meticulously compare the two brides, waiting like vultures to mock the imperial princess who was left with a gutted, pathetic budget. Entering her private chambers, Sargis freezes in utter horror upon seeing the plain, unremarkable white robe lying on the table, demanding to know where she could have obtained such a dreadful garment. Sveta immediately shifts into her perfectly rehearsed act, looking up with tear-filled eyes as she recounts her mock despair over her lack of a proper wedding dress. With a sweet but secretly sharp smile, she explains that the angelic Lady Lena graciously delivered this traditional robe to save her from her financial embarrassment. Sargis' blood runs cold with fury, grabbing the garment as he swears to return it to the crown prince immediately, while Sveta play-acts curiosity about the robe's dark history. He reveals the tragic legend of the cursed robe, a countess married to a second prince who loved another, whose forbidden romance ended in execution, leaving her to sew this shroud in deep despair before her death. Sveta gasps softly, realization dawning as she confirms that Lena purposefully handed her an ill-fated garment meant to bring public ruin and mockery. Sargis urges her to take this seriously, declaring that wearing such an infamous cursed shroud to their wedding is a grave insult that cannot be tolerated. Seeing his intense protectiveness, Sveta's eyes gleam with a dangerous golden light as Sargis plans to use his older brother to return the insulting gift. But instead of backing down, Sveta grabs his arm with sudden force, a thrilling smile playing on her lips as she declares she wants to borrow the cursed dress for a spectacular performance. Giggling softly at his bewildered expression, her absolute confidence leaves him completely speechless and sweating in sheer anxiety. Left with her eerie laughter echoing in the room, Sargis can only worry about what insane, high-stakes gamble his brilliant bride is cooking up next. Shaking off his dread, Sargis presents a small, elegant black box, nervously asking her to accept a humble gift he brought to help her prepare. Sveta gasps in genuine delight as she beholds a delicate, breathtaking flower necklace, a precious keepsake from his late mother, carrying far more elegance than any expensive jewel. Assured by her warm smile, Sargis takes his leave to return to his official duties, warning her to report any further schemes from the Queen or Lena immediately.
Holding the precious necklace, Sveta's gaze softens as she realizes she must reevaluate her perception of the quiet second prince who truly cares for her.
Suddenly, a series of rhythmic knocks echo through her private parlor, prompting a sharp, knowing look to cross her face as she welcomes her anticipated visitor.
Meanwhile, the grand cathedral stands lavishly decorated, bathed in divine light as the stage is set for the most anticipated royal wedding of the century. Clarice beams with pride, praising Lena for transforming the massive venue so quickly, while Lena smugly boasts that she coordinated every detail using their hair and eye colors as a symbol of their perfect match. Spotting the high priest's arriving, Lena rushes over with sickly sweet grace, thanking Priest Gregory and offering her deepest gratitude for blessing their union. Stepping closer, Lena whispers venomous gossip into the priest's ear, gleefully revealing that the second prince failed to secure any holy water due to a lack of donations, ensuring their public humiliation. In the devout kingdom of Tori, the church wields absolute power, with priests holding the divine authority to publicly condemn even royalty as faithless if they fail to donate generously. Cloaked in the shadows, Lena smiles like a demon, knowing her trap to utterly destroy Sveta's social standing is fully prepared.
Back in the parlor, a visiting priestess bows deeply to Sveta, offering her divine protection as she gladly accepts a secret arrangement from the princess. Suddenly, the door bursts open as a maid carrying a massive, heavy sack of cargo makes an undignified, sudden entrance, startling the priestess. Rui, successfully disguised as a maid, quickly bows an apology for his untidy arrival, while the priestess smiles warmly at his dedicated efforts. As the heavy door slams shut, the secret operation is sealed away from prying eyes, with no one outside knowing what has just arrived. Sveta beams, explaining she asked for a small favor from Rui's homeland, while Rui drops his heavy burden, revealing a treasure trove of exotic materials gifted by his people. A wave of victory washes over them as they stand side by side, knowing they now possess the ultimate weapon to turn the tide of the wedding. As the gears of their secret plan turn behind closed doors, a brilliant strategy is set in motion to completely outsmart the queen's spies. Sveta gently unwraps the dark bundle to reveal the legendary shisha lace, gasping in pure awe at the magnificent hand-woven patterns of her homeland's finest craft. She wonders if the craftsmen back home lamented over having to create such an intricate masterpiece in such a brutally short time frame. Rui reassures her with a broad smile, boasting that every single weaver was highly motivated and poured their very souls into the work for their beloved savior. Sveta holds the brilliant hand-knitted lace, remembering how she once saved the shisha weavers from ruin by recognizing their talent and industrializing their ancient art. Rui recalls with deep emotion how her brilliant mind saved their entire nation from starvation, cementing an eternal debt of gratitude. Striking a dramatic pose, Rui declares that they are ready to show the Empire the true power of shisha, leaving Sveta giggling in sheer delight. Looking down at the cursed white robe Lena gave her, Sveta's smile turns cold and predatory, debating whether to throw it away or smear it with blood as a warning. Surrounded by blooming roses, the princess's eyes gleam with absolute menacing confidence, ready to unleash a fashion revolution that will destroy her enemies. Finally, the fateful day of the joint royal wedding arrives, and Prince Sargis stands quietly in his dressing quarters, staring at his reflection in the mirror. Dressed in his elegant blue suit, he sighs heavily, praying that the princess's secret plan will keep her safe from the court's vicious mockery. Suddenly, the door clicks open, and Sveta steps in wearing the altered white robe, looking absolutely radiant as her handmaid praises her fantastic appearance. Sargis turns and gasps in utter shock, his eyes widening as he realizes she is actually wearing the plain, cursed garment to the ceremony. His heart breaks with guilt, clenching his fist in agony as he apologizes for failing to provide a proper, extravagant gown fit for an imperial princess. But Sveta steps forward with a serene, comforting smile, gently reassuring him that her outfit is anything but shabby. She pulls back the robe's collar to reveal the breathtaking shisha lace layered beneath, with his mother's delicate flower necklace resting perfectly on top. Standing before him, Sveta is ready to step into the grand cathedral, not as a victim of their cheap budget, but as an elegant queen poised to shatter their enemies' schemes forever.
Sargis stares at his bride in absolute disbelief, his voice trembling as he realizes she has actually put on the cursed garment. But Sveta merely smiles back with serene, unshakable confidence, completely unaffected by the dark history of the shroud. Sargis remains deeply panicked, urging her to realize that this robe is the core of their enemy's malicious trap. Sveta's only response is a knowing glance to her side, where her loyal companion stands in silent, perfect readiness. Before Sargis can protest further, a magnificent crimson fabric is suddenly draped over his shoulders. Sargis spins toward the mirror and freezes, staring at the breathtaking gold-embroidered imperial crest shining on his back. Sveta claps in pure delight, revealing that this legendary cloak is recognized only by the highest continental council and the Holy Church itself. Sweating in sheer shock, Sargis demands to know how she could have possibly obtained such an invaluable, sacred relic. With a sweet, triumphant smile, she explains that the cloak was brought from the council as her official bridal dowry for him. As they prepare to face the court, Sargis suddenly remembers the church's looming threat and anxiously asks if she secured the holy water. Sveta turns back to him, her expression turning deadly calm as she admits she has not obtained it. Sargis falls into immediate despair, clutching his head as he realizes a royal wedding without holy water will lead to their public ruin. But Sveta steps closer, her warm gaze offering complete reassurance as she promises him that everything is under control. Meanwhile, at the altar, Prince Clarus stands with a smug grin, confident that his brother's cheap wedding is about to become a laughingstock. Suddenly, Clarice's eyes widen in utter shock as the low murmur of the crowd turns into gasps of awe. Stunned whispers ripple through the nobility as they recognize the priceless holy monarch's cloak resting on Sargis's shoulders. Clarice's face twists with explosive rage, realizing his younger brother has already completely stolen his spotlight. At that moment, the heavy sanctuary doors part, and Lena makes her grand entrance in her incredibly extravagant pink gown. The nobility gasps at the sheer opulence of her dress, with every diamond and butterfly wing catching the light. Hidden behind her veil, Lena smiles with toxic victory, fully expecting to crush her rival's social standing forever. Standing proudly beside Clarice, she basks in the attention, convinced that no one can possibly match her luxury today. Looking back toward the entrance, Lena's eyes gleam with malice as she prepares to watch Sveta walk in wearing the cursed shroud. The doors open once more, and Sveta steps onto the red carpet, her face concealed as the nobles whisper in confusion at her plain white robe. Yet, despite the simple outer garment, an undeniable aura of grace and majesty radiates from her with every single step. The vicious aristocrats begin to snicker, mockingly whispering that she looks like a weak, dull doll wrapped in a pathetic shroud. From the shadows of the cathedral, Rui watches the mocking crowd with a cold, predatory smile, knowing their trap is about to spring. With a single, fluid movement, Sveta lets the plain robe fall away, revealing the breathtaking masterpiece of shisha lace layered beneath. The entire cathedral falls into stunned silence as the nobles realize the robe was merely a modest cover for an unmatched work of art. Sargis steps forward to take her hand, looking like a true king beside his radiant, breathtaking princess. Lena's jaw drops in pure horror as she recognizes the legendary shisha lace, knowing its value is astronomically higher than her own dress. Side by side, the contrast is devastating, leaving Lena and Clarice looking like cheap, desperate pretenders beside true royalty. Clarice desperately tries to swallow his rising panic, whispering to Lena that they still hold the advantage of the holy water. Lena clings desperately to this final, venomous hope, waiting for the priest to publicly humiliate Sargis for his lack of a donation. But beneath her veil, Sveta's eyes gleam with absolute, lethal confidence as she prepares to shatter their final play. Walking side by side with Sargis, her posture is flawless, radiating the power of a queen who has already won the war. Suddenly, the inner sanctuary doors slide open, and a grand figure emerges, forcing Sargis to prepare for the worst. A collective gasp echoes through the cathedral as Priest Gregory himself, wearing his highest ceremonial mitre, marches down the steps. Lena and Clarice freeze in horror, realizing a high priest of his stature only officiates ceremonies of supreme continental importance. Clarice is called forward first, kneeling in front of the altar to receive the standard blessing of golden holy water.
Next, Sarja steps up, his heart pounding as he prepares to take full public blame for their lack of a church donation.
But Priest Gregory merely smiles with profound warmth, inviting the second prince and Sveta to offer their prayers. Sarjas bows his head in utter bewilderment, unable to comprehend why the high priest is treating them with such deep reverence. Suddenly, the scent of a divine, ancient fragrance fills the sanctuary, causing the crowd of nobles to erupt into a frenzy of whispers. A wave of pure shock washes over the cathedral as the truth is revealed. This is the legendary, long-lost holy water of miracles. With grand solemnity, the high priest pours the sacred, shimmering water over the kneeling couple, sealing their divine blessing. The nobles scream in disbelief, realization dawning that this miracle has not been witnessed by anyone in the empire for generations. Lena's face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated fury as her ultimate trap crumbles into ash before her very eyes. Under her veil, Sveta smiles coldly, knowing her secret arrangement with the church priestess has completely rewritten the destiny of this nation. Gregory's powerful voice echoes through the rafters, declaring that the divine blessings of the heavens now belong solely to Sarjas and Sveta. Left in total, humiliating defeat, Clarice and Lena can only watch in green-eyed envy as the crowd bows to the true, destined rulers of the empire. In the wake of her complete victory at the altar, Sveta smiles beneath her wedding veil, enjoying the sweet, intoxicating taste of her enemy's despair. Let the entire empire hear this warning. She will utterly and mercilessly crush anyone who dares to challenge her or stand in her way. Behind closed doors, Prince Clarice erupts in explosive fury, unable to comprehend how his incredibly expensive golden holy water was completely overshadowed by the legendary water of miracles. Nearby, Lena's tears of frustration flow freely as she realizes her rival used the priceless shisha lace to craft a dress that left her own looking like cheap rags. Clarice pulls her close, his voice dripping with pure venom as he promises that their humiliation will not go unpunished. But it isn't just the dress or the holy water that burns in their minds. They still cannot fathom how Sarjas obtained the Holy Monarch's mantle, a sacred relic reserved only for true emperors. Suddenly, the relaxed voice of Marquis Gerald cuts through the tension, warning them that if they do not act quickly, the entire court will rally behind Prince Sarjas. With a dramatic gesture, the Marquis announces that their ultimate trump card has finally returned to the empire. A refined nobleman with calculating eyes steps forward, offering his formal greetings to the crown prince. Clarice's despair instantly turns into wicked delight as he welcomes his cousin, addressing him by his powerful new title, Duke Dennis. Having spent years studying abroad, Duke Dennis calmly explains that he has been fully briefed on the court's recent power shifts. Standing tall, the Duke declares that no matter what pathetic schemes the second prince tries to employ, it will change nothing. A sinister understanding unites them, their devious plans aligning in a conspiracy designed to plunge the royal court into absolute chaos. Meanwhile, far from the scheming villains, Prince Sarjas sits in his private chambers, exhausted from the chaotic events of the wedding day. A sudden knock on the door breaks the silence, and his heart skips a beat as he realizes his new bride is waiting outside. But when the door opens, he is instead met by her loyal maid, who proudly presents the grand, sparkling bridal bed with an overly theatrical flourish. Pinching the bridge of his nose, Sarjas begs her to stop the dramatic antics, but she merely laughs, teasing him that the real show is only just beginning. A gentle voice asks for permission to enter, and Sarjas quickly composes himself, his cheeks flushing as he grants her entry. Sveta steps into the room, looking breathtakingly beautiful in her simple white gown, playfully noting that today was quite an amusing day. Sitting side by side on the edge of the bed, the ice is finally broken as Sveta reveals a secret. Her loyal maid is actually a member of the legendary Shisha tribe. Sarjas's eyes widen as he asks if her maid was the one who personally crafted the magnificent shisha dress that saved their wedding. Still burning with curiosity, he asks how she could have possibly secured the long-lost miracle holy water. Leaning closer, her gaze softens as she reminds him that they have far more important matters to discuss on their wedding night. She speaks of their ultimate goal, to completely outmaneuver the crown prince and Princess Lena to secure their rightful place. Boldly, she mentions the necessity of producing an heir, preferably a son, to solidify their standing against their enemies. But Sargis's expression turns deeply earnest as he looks at her, declaring that he wants their future children to be born from true love, not just cold duty. He opens up about his painful childhood, recalling how his mother never loved his father, leaving him starved of affection in a cold, uncaring palace. Holding her hands tightly, he vows that he will never allow their own children to suffer through the same loveless tragedy that broke his family. For a moment, Sargis panics, fearing that she will find his sentimental thoughts incredibly weak and unfit for a future ruler. But instead of cold judgment, Sveta smiles with profound warmth, realizing this is the very first time someone has spoken of true love to her. She remembers her own harsh reality in the Valkyrie Empire, where the emperor took 13 consorts by force, discarding them the moment they served their purpose. In her homeland, children were viewed merely as pawns thrown into a brutal, bloody war for succession from the day they were born. Looking at the earnest prince before her, she realizes how different he is from any man she has ever known. With a gentle, teasing smile, she suggests that before they jump to duty, they should start by going on a proper first date. He can barely find his words, his face burning red as he realizes they are beginning a journey built on more than just survival. The next morning, bright sunlight floods the grand palace, and Sveta greets the fresh day with a serene, beautiful smile. Her loyal maid wheels in a lavish tea cart, eager to serve her mistress after her historic wedding night. Trembling with sheer excitement, the maid can barely contain herself as she begs for the juicy details of what transpired behind closed doors. Taking a slow, elegant sip of her tea, Sveta coyly refuses to share the intimate secrets of a husband and wife. Pouting in disappointment, the maid sighs, grumbling that she can already picture exactly how stiff and timid the prince must have behaved. She dramatically mocks his supposed awkwardness, acting out how he probably trembled and stammered in front of his brilliant bride. With a tiny, knowing smirk, Sveta softly confesses that her maid's wild guess isn't actually that far from the truth. Horrified by the revelation, the maid loudly exclaims that the prince's behavior is even worse than she feared, jokingly threatening to call him the impotent prince. The maid freezes in sheer terror as she slowly turns to find Prince Sargis himself standing in the doorway, staring down at her with a terrifying glare. In a desperate bid to save her own skin, the maid tries to play it off with a cheerful morning greeting, sweating profusely under his intense gaze. Gritting his teeth, Sargis coldly warns her that insulting a member of the royal family is a crime punishable by immediate imprisonment. Watching the hilarious chaos unfold, Sveta cannot help but giggle, completely enjoying the domestic comedy of her new life. As they settle down, Sveta cheerfully boasts about how wonderfully she slept, while a heavily fatigued Sargis mutters that he barely slept a wink. Sipping her tea, Sveta's elegance shines through once more, catching Sargis' gaze as he watches her with quiet, blossoming affection. Abruptly clearing his throat, Sargis announces that he must head to the study, leaving a surprised Sveta wondering why they can't share breakfast on this beautiful morning. In a moment of quiet vulnerability, Sargis kneels before his new bride, pressing his lips to her hand in a silent vow to make this marriage of convenience a true partnership. Standing up, a blush creeps onto his face as he agrees to take the next step in their relationship, his heart hammering against his ribs. Left alone in the room, Sveta rests her cheek on her hand, a genuine, radiant smile blooming as she realizes just how deeply she is beginning to affect him. As they sit side by side on the bridal bed, they begin to map out their next moves, realizing a strategic departure from the capital is exactly what they need to escape their enemies. But when Sveta casually suggests traveling to the desolate Miles territory, Sargis freezes in sheer confusion, unable to comprehend why she would choose such an unremarkable destination. The very next morning, Sargis summons his most loyal aide, Kanto, to secretly finalize the travel arrangements before anyone in the royal court can catch wind of their plans. He keeps his true tactical motives hidden, claiming he simply wants to take his new princess on a quiet, peaceful honeymoon far away from the palace chaos. Kanto eagerly accepts the task, bowing deeply as he promises to personally manage the prince's daily administrative duties so the newlyweds can travel without worry. Yet, a heavy weight presses on Sargis's chest as he prepares for his most difficult obstacle, securing official leave from his hostile, power-hungry brother.
To his absolute astonishment, Crown Prince Clarus grants the request with a dismissive wave, his tone dripping with effortless arrogance.
Clarus sneers from his throne, declaring that because Sargus is merely the second prince, his presence in the capital is entirely useless anyway. Underneath his deceptively pleasant smile, Clarus is secretly thrilled, realizing his rival is willingly walking straight out of the capital. Hoping to ensure the empire's stability in his absence, Sargus holds out a meticulously prepared ledger detailing all of his ongoing responsibilities. But Clarice flatly refuses to even touch the document, a chilling, mocking smirk spreading across his face. The Crown Prince coldly orders him to leave at once, boasting that he has a far more capable and reliable ally ready to assume total control. Sensing a trap but unable to back down, Sargus leaves his detailed administrative manual on the desk, praying the empire won't crumble while he is gone.
Stepping out into the grand hallway, Sargus's blood runs cold as he watches a familiar, calculating figure march past him toward the Crown Prince's chambers.
Realization strikes him like a physical blow. Duke Charles Denis has officially aligned himself with Clarus, signaling a terrifying shift in the palace power balance. Inside the private office, the door slams shut as Clarice and the Duke immediately convene to finalize their treacherous plot. Clarus gloats over their incredible stroke of luck, realizing that with the second prince out of the way, there is no one left to stop their grand design. A sinister grin contorts the Crown Prince's face as he prepares to unleash his ultimate weapon, orchestrating a catastrophic, bloody war with Treta. Completely unaware of the gathering storm in the capital, Sargus turns his attention to securing their journey, stepping into the training hall to inspect their new guards.
He introduces two young, unproven recruits to Sveta, hoping their lack of political ties will ensure their absolute loyalty on the road. Sargus explains that the stoic male recruit, Reynard, possesses an unwavering focus and exceptional blade skills that make him a formidable defender.
He then introduces the eccentric female recruit, Misty, warning Sveta that while her personality is highly peculiar, her dedication is unmatched.
To the recruit's absolute shock, Sveta greets them with a knowing smile, already fully aware of their hidden strengths and reputations. Misty gasps in sheer disbelief, completely overwhelmed that the legendary, elegant princess would deign to learn the name of a lowly recruit.
Clasping her hands together, Sveta showers them with sweet, dazzling praise, effortlessly capturing their hearts and cementing their loyalty in seconds.
Starstruck and weeping tears of pure joy, Misty declares that serving such a beautiful and kind princess is the greatest honor of her life.
Beneath her sweet facade, a playful, highly mischievous glint flashes in Sveta's eyes as she decides to test the limits of her new guard's devotion. Acting like a fragile, helpless noble, Sveta curiously grasps Misty's heavy broadsword, pretending to struggle with its weight. With a theatrical gasp, Sveta holds up her hand, claiming she has sustained a tiny, barely visible cut from the blade. Horrified by her failure to protect her royal mistress, Misty immediately draws a dagger, weeping hysterically as she prepares to commit seppuku to redeem her honor. Face-palming in sheer exhaustion, Sargus quickly pulls Sveta aside, pleading with her to stop teasing the incredibly pure-hearted and dramatic girl.
Sveta merely giggles behind her hand, thoroughly amused by her new guard's extreme reactions and unwavering devotion. Dropping to her knees, Misty looks up at Sargus, thanking him from the bottom of her heart for granting her this sacred duty. She screams her vow to the heavens, promising to shield Princess Sveta with her very body and soul, no matter the cost. Walking through the gardens, Sargus quietly warns the hyperactive guard to ground herself in reality, reminding her that idealized fantasies can be deadly.
Nearby, Sveta's loyal maid whispers a startling revelation into her mistress's ear, revealing that Misty possesses a highly unusual latent power. The maid explains that Misty's abilities transcend ordinary magic, operating on a level that defies standard imperial comprehension. Reynard steps forward to clarify, explaining that Misty possesses the incredibly rare and chaotic gift of physical manifestation. Sveta listens with intense curiosity, realizing she has just inherited a sleeper weapon of immense, unpredictable potential. To demonstrate her unique power, Misty closes her eyes, focusing all of her mental energy on a single, vivid thought. With a bright pop, she manifests a perfectly ripe, solid tomato out of thin air simply because she was craving one. Sarge's sweat drops in utter disbelief at the ridiculous display, while Sveta can barely contain her laughter at her guard's absolute absurdity. As departure day finally arrives, the maid finishes packing the heavy travel trunks, though a lingering doubt hangs heavily in the air.
She looks at Sveta with deep anxiety, wondering if their defense forces are truly prepared for the treacherous road ahead. She vividly recalls their chaotic training sessions, where Misty's wild, uncontrolled sword swings shattered the palace windows and sent Sargis into a screaming panic. Shaking her head, the maid sighs in frustration, deeply questioning the wisdom of bringing such a highly destructive misfit along.
She issues a grim warning. The journey to the Miles territory will take 2 grueling days, and their very survival now rests in the hands of these unpredictable guards. With a calm, calculating smile, Sveta sips her tea, fully confident that every piece of her intricate plan is falling perfectly into place. Meanwhile, in the shadows, her loyal agent secures his luggage and prepares to depart for the Miles territory, stepping into a swirling portal of teleportation magic. As the light fades, Sveta's amber eyes gleam with a brilliant, dangerously sharp resolve, ready to face whatever awaits her on the road. Amidst a bed of cold blue roses, the stage is set and the wheels of fate begin to turn for their supposedly romantic honeymoon. Later that evening, Sveta rests peacefully in her bedchamber, reading a book, her serene expression hiding the sharp mind calculating her next move. The door quietly creaks open as Sargis slips into the room, offering a soft, weary apology for his late arrival. An awkward, heavy silence fills the massive bridal bed as the newlyweds lie as far apart as possible, both drowning in their own silent thoughts. Staring blankly at the ceiling, Sargis struggles to find his footing, his mind racing with the political weights resting on his shoulders.
Next to him, Sveta sleeps with a subtle, mocking smile, completely unbothered by the growing tension.
Turning to look at her, Sargis quietly warns her not to expect too much from his rural, unremarkable hometown. But when she asks what else he is anticipating on this trip, a sudden, playful spark in her voice catches him completely off guard. In an instant, the tense silence is shattered as Sargis flushes red, loudly barking that he has absolutely no intention of rushing into producing an heir. As Sveta giggles under her breath, Sargis sighs, realizing he can never truly predict what mischief hides behind her elegant gaze. Yet, despite the political web that forced them together, a small, fragile hope blooms in his chest that she chose him for reasons of her own. Knowing the long, perilous road ahead, Sargis forces himself to close his eyes, desperate to find a moment of peace before dawn. But as soon as his breathing steadies, Sveta's golden eyes snap open in the darkness, alive with a quiet, lethal brilliance. Unbeknownst to the sleeping prince, the quiet night is merely a facade as sinister forces prepare to strike from the shadows. In the dark alleyways, Sveta's lethal maid stands over a defeated assassin, scoffing at the pathetic attempt on their lives. Dusting off her hands, she resolves to silently eliminate every threat lying in wait along the route before her mistress ever sets foot there.
Stretching lazily, the maid grumbles about how tedious these lowlifes are, craving a strong drink to wash away the boredom.
But her relaxation is cut short when several suspicious men step out from the dark, blocking her path with a menacing aura. Instead of fleeing, the maid conjures a blinding sphere of magical energy, coldly offering to knock them out if they don't have a damn good reason for bothering her. Terrified by the raw power humming in her palm, the lead thug frantically waves his hands, begging her not to incinerate them. He desperately presents a heavily locked wooden chest, pleading for her expertise to open the mysterious magical object.
Squinting at the ornate container, the maid immediately senses the pulse of an ancient, incredibly complex magic formation sealing it shut. Sensing an opportunity to learn their secrets, she reluctantly agrees to help, crossing her arms with a demanding smirk.
But as the thug evasively mutters about his shady past to avoid explaining where he stole it, her eye twitches with a powerful urge to punch him. Far from the city's grimy back alleys, the grand fortress of the Miles territory stands proud against the morning sun, awaiting its royal guests. Back in the alley, the maid flashes a sickeningly sweet smile, her hands raised in mock innocence as she prepares to execute her final move. With the thugs successfully unconscious on the cobblestones, she casually skips away, cheerfully pocketing the mysterious magic chest for herself. Meanwhile, the royal carriage rattles along the sun-dappled forest road, drawing closer to their destination with every passing second. Peering out the window, Sargis watches the changing landscape, his heart heavy with a mixture of nostalgia and nervous anticipation. Below them, a picturesque, vibrant town emerges, radiating a warmth and vitality that is a stark contrast to the cold capital. Turning back inside, Sargis is captivated by Sveta's serene elegance, her presence breathing life into the cramped carriage. Suddenly, Misty rides alongside them, her eyes shining with pure excitement as she loudly announces their imminent arrival at the estate.
Sveta leans out the window to offer her enthusiastic guard a dazzling, sweet word of praise.
Behind her, Sargis sweat drops, softly pleading with his mischievous wife to stop teasing the overly dramatic and impressionable girl. As the carriage rolls into the grand courtyard, rows of estate servants stand in perfect formation, tense with anticipation to meet the foreign princess. The moment Sveta steps out, her radiant grace strikes the crowd like a physical blow, leaving the servants utterly spellbound. Presenting his bride to his people, Sargis proudly introduces Princess Sveta, his voice carrying the weight of his royal heritage. Sveta offers a stunning, warm smile, her eyes glittering with a hidden, brilliant agenda. But the second she speaks, Sargis' jaw drops in absolute shock as he recognizes the highly distinct local dialect rolling off her tongue. The servants instantly erupt into frantic, tearful whispers, deeply touched that a foreign royal took the time to learn their humble regional language. Breaking through the crowd, a booming, hearty laugh echoes as a robust older man steps forward with an authoritative grin. Rogue Miles, the former family head, forcefully grabs Sargis' shoulders, completely ignoring royal formalities to greet his beloved grandson. Turning his sharp eyes to the princess, the old patriarch demands to know if this stunning lady is indeed the new bride. Introducing herself with flawless, elegant poise, Sveta greets the legendary soldier, while Sargis nervously apologizes for his grandfather's blunt nature. But beneath Rogue's welcoming facade, his battle-hardened instincts flare, warning him that this princess is hiding something massive. Masking his growing suspicion, Rogue loudly slaps Sargis back, declaring they will throw a massive celebratory party tonight. As Rogue leads a groaning Sargis away, he steals a final, calculating glance back at Sveta, who merely giggles behind her hand, knowing the real game has only just begun. The old patriarch's gaze lingers on Sveta with sharp intensity, his battle-hardened instincts warning him that this foreign princess demands a much closer investigation. Next morning, Prince Sargis groans as he forces himself awake, his head pounding from a hangover courtesy of his grandfather's monstrous, unending drinking habits. Memories of the previous night flash through his mind, recalling how the relentless old soldier kept drowning him in alcohol while singing in high spirits. Sudden panic strikes Sargis' heart as he realizes he committed the ultimate marital sin, leaving his new bride completely alone on the very first night of their honeymoon. Meanwhile, in the quiet morning light of the estate, the grand stables stand peaceful, home to some of the finest steeds in the entire territory. Strolling past the stalls, Rogue guides Sveta through the grounds, casually testing the princess's reaction to their proud equestrian domain. Standing side by side, a subtle, unspoken test of wills hangs in the air between the legendary veteran soldier and the elegant capital royal. Rogue extends an invitation, challenging her to choose a mount and see if she can handle the rugged beasts of the Miles territory. Beneath her calm expression, Sveta notes the patriarch's underlying skepticism, fully aware that he still views her merely as a pampered political puppet from the empire. A dangerous, brilliant smile plays on her lips, her mind working several steps ahead of the old soldier's interrogation. Rogue watches her closely, searching for any sign of hesitation or weakness that might betray her true intentions. With a sudden, cheerful clap of her hands, Sveta expresses mock delight, ready to shatter his expectations with a single, calculated revelation. Reaching out to stroke a powerful steed, she casually reveals her hidden expertise, claiming a deep specialization in the demanding art of bareback riding. Meeting the horse's gaze with absolute confidence, her soft confirmation carries an edge of dangerous authority that hints at her true, untamed nature. Just then, a heavily disheveled Sargus stumbles into the stables, only to find his grandfather and his elegant wife already deep in conversation. Rogue wastes no time, immediately roaring in mock disgust at his grandson's pathetic state and accusing him of neglecting his beautiful bride on their first morning. Flushing with deep embarrassment, Sargus keeps his head down, offering a quiet, sincere apology to Sveta for starting their honeymoon in such a disgraceful manner. Sveta merely smiles with perfect angelic grace, reassuring him that there is absolutely no need for him to worry. But as she sweetly mentions how much she enjoyed her private morning tour with Rogue, a terrifyingly dark aura flares behind her smile, sending a cold shiver down Sargus's spine. Desperate to make amends and escape the suffocating tension, Sargus hastily proposes taking her out on horseback to tour the surrounding territory this very afternoon. Sveta's face lights up with genuine delight at the suggestion, instantly diffusing her chilling aura with a display of pure, radiant excitement. Watching the exchange, Rogue teasingly calls it a romantic honeymoon date, while a flustered Sargus stubbornly insists it is nothing more than an official administrative inspection. While his grandfather and wife laughingly mock his rigid denial, a defeated Sargus throws his hands up, loudly surrendering to whatever they want to call it. Soon, the newlyweds ride out together, crossing a stone bridge over the sparkling azure waters that wind through the beautiful territory. Guiding his horse through the bustling paths, Sargus looks out over his people, his heart swelling with pride as he checks on the state of the domain's vital waterways. The local townspeople look up in deep gratitude, eagerly calling out to thank the young prince for the thriving agricultural crops his efforts have secured. Impressed by the visible prosperity, Sveta rides up beside him, curious to know if he was the mastermind behind this massive engineering feat. Sargus explains that he collaborated with the neighboring nation of Sazark to establish the sophisticated flood control systems to protect the low-lying lake district. But his voice drops with lingering sorrow as he admits to a painful failure, blaming himself for not acting sooner to prevent the devastating mountain floods 2 years prior. Sveta watches him with profound intensity, quietly surprised by the depth of his devotion and his intimate knowledge of the arduous project. Softening her gaze, she closes her eyes with a gentle, appreciative smile, seeing the true nobility resting inside her quiet husband. Sensing the shift in her mood, Sargus looks back at her, a quiet, warm realization blooming in his chest as he watches her ride gracefully ahead. Worried he might have bored her with his dry, technical talk, Sargus apologizes for turning what was supposed to be a leisure trip into a dull, grueling inspection. Sveta glances at him playfully, teasingly throwing his earlier denial back in his face by asking if he truly wanted it to be a date. Riding ahead into the golden afternoon light, her soft voice carries a rare, genuine warmth as she declares that for her, this was indeed the most wonderful date. Later that evening, the playful warmth fades into calculated focus as Sveta sits in her study, quietly reading through secret royal archives. The heavy silence of the room is broken when Rogue steps inside, his towering presence casting a shadow of stern authority over the princess. Sveta closes her book and looks up, her polite smile masking the sharp awareness that a tense confrontation is about to unfold. Rogue doesn't mince words, delivering a cold, unyielding warning to the princess not to drag his innocent grandson into whatever dangerous games she is playing. He points out the suspicious reality of their union, demanding to know why a woman originally destined for the powerful Crown Prince Claris chose Sargus instead. Sveta maintains her flawless, sweet facade, breezily claiming that she simply fell head over heels in love with the handsome prince. Rogue's fist clenches in silent fury, refusing to buy her romantic lies as he fiercely demands she spare his peace-loving grandson from her grand political ambitions. Suddenly, Sveta's sweet expression vanishes, replaced by a cold, razor-sharp gaze as she bluntly calls the seasoned war hero a senile old fool. Rogue's jaw drops in absolute shock, utterly stunned by the sudden, chilling transformation of the supposedly polite imperial princess. With a mocking, effortless sneer, Sveta dismisses his idealistic, protective warnings as nothing more than juvenile fantasies of a retired soldier. Rogue's expression darkens with murderous intent as he realizes the dangerous monster hiding behind her delicate face has finally revealed her true, terrifying colors.
Sveta merely smiles with supreme, lethal confidence, making it clear that she has no intention of playing a brainless puppet for anyone. She gestures toward the portrait of Sargis, her voice carrying a profound, undeniable conviction as she declares that he possesses the true raw makings of a king.
Looking Rogue dead in the eye, she asserts that Sargis is far more worthy of the throne than his cowardly, pathetic older brother. With a brilliant, possessive fire burning in her amber eyes, she commands the old patriarch to never look down on Sargis again, declaring him her proud and destined husband.
Deep in thought, Rogue Miles quietly mutters that he really might be a senile old fool after all. He looks out, wondering what he can possibly do to protect his beloved late daughter's only son. A heavy sigh escapes the old patriarch's lips as he reluctantly admits his nagging life was actually right. Looking back at the memory of his new granddaughter-in-law, Rogue realizes that beneath her angelic beauty lies a dangerous resolve he cannot ignore.
Meanwhile, Prince Sargis paces nervously, his mind consumed by a mounting sense of dread. Their supposed honeymoon has officially begun, yet they haven't spent a single real moment together as husband and wife.
Instead, Princess Sveta has thrown herself entirely into relentless charity work, visiting orphanages and local churches alongside the Baroness. The people are quickly falling in love with her, but Sargis is left completely in the dark.
Slumped over his desk, Sargis buries his face in his hands, feeling utterly defeated by their total lack of private time. He is genuinely glad she is bonding with the estate's noble ladies, but his heart aches with an unbearable distance. To make matters worse, the princess's fierce personal maid, Louis, glares at him with cold, unspoken accusation. Her sharp sarcasm cuts deep, leaving Sargis desperately sweating as he realizes he must secure some quality time with his bride before it's too late. Catching sight of Sveta walking through the grand hallways, Sargis summons his courage and rushes up to her. Nervousness grips his throat as he awkwardly asks if she has any free time to spare.
Sveta stops in her tracks, her brilliant amber eyes softening with concern as she notes how incredibly pale and exhausted her husband looks. A wave of genuine surprise washes over her as she wonders what could have driven him to such a state. When Sveta mentioned she was about to head out for yet another errand with her maid, a panicked Sargis begs her to cancel it. Bowing his head in deep sincerity, he apologizes for letting family affairs ruin their precious first days together.
Stunned by his raw vulnerability, a beautiful smile graces Sveta's lips as she softly admits she had almost forgotten this was supposed to be their honeymoon. In a quiet, magical moment, she reaches out and takes his hand, sending a warm jolt through his chest. A flush of deep embarrassment colors Sargis' cheeks as he stammers, suddenly unable to process her teasing words. Sveta giggles mischievously, challenging his usually sharp senses to pay closer attention to her.
Seeing her laugh so purely, any lingering hesitation in Sargis's heart instantly melts away. Surrounded by a sudden warmth, he vows silently to do whatever it takes to keep this radiant smile on her face.
Shortly after, the couple heads down to the estate's stables to prepare for a private ride. While Sargis desperately tries to think of the perfect romantic route, his mind keeps racing with awkward anxiety.
Sweat beads on his forehead as he overcomplicates the simple date, worrying that a trip to the nearby city would be too dull or unrefined. His internal panic rises as he realizes he has absolutely no talent for casual romantic planning. Sveta effortlessly rides ahead, looking back with a warm, knowing gaze that instantly eases his mounting anxiety. She gently reassures him that his earnest, clumsy nature is exactly what makes him so incredibly adorable to her.
As they ride past the castle grounds, Sveta playfully points out that her sharp-eyed maid is watching them from a distance. Sargis shivers under the intense, protective pressure, realizing their every move is being closely monitored. But any lingering tension vanishes as they gallop into the open fields, and Sargis watches in absolute awe. Despite her delicate imperial upbringing, Sveta rides the rugged, wild steeds of the Miles territory with breathtaking, flawless skill. Her silver hair catches the wind as she commands her mount with effortless grace, leaving Sargis completely spellbound by her majestic presence. Every stride brings them closer, turning a simple ride into something profoundly intimate.
Reaching a scenic hilltop, Sargis suddenly stops and panics, realizing he committed another critical error by forgetting to bring a cloth for them to sit on. But Sveta merely smiles, dismissing his worries with gentle, reassuring grace.
Without a moment of hesitation, the elegant princess sits directly on the lush green grass, laughing as she claims she is far more used to the outdoors than he thinks. Enchanted by her down-to-earth charm, Sargis quietly sits down beside her.
Sveta gazes out over the sprawling landscape, her eyes shining with quiet appreciation for the natural beauty of the domain. In this peaceful moment, the heavy weight of their royal responsibilities finally begins to fade.
Sargis softly explains that he lived in this very territory until he was 8 years old, admitting he feels like nothing more than a simple village boy. When he hesitantly asks if she is disappointed, Sveta meets his gaze, declaring him more captivating than any highborn prince.
Touched by her sincerity, Sargis looks her dead in the eye and asks her to drop the formal titles and simply call him by his name. He confesses his deepest wish to build a relationship of absolute equality and trust between them. Taking a deep breath, Sargis finally voices the dangerous question that has been burning in his mind, asking if she truly feels no regret about choosing him over the powerful crown prince.
A quiet gravity settles over the meadow as they look out at the sparkling waters below. Sargis explains that he could never accept a life or a partner he didn't truly believe in, a sentiment that Sveta receives with a soft, knowing nod. With a gentle breeze rustling the trees, Sargis admits his deep love for his home made him originally view her imperial presence as a dangerous threat. But now, sitting side by side, he confesses he is finally starting to understand her. Looking directly at his wife, Sargis declares with absolute conviction that she is a grand blessing to his country. With a hopeful smile, he admits he is eagerly looking forward to a future where they can protect and lead this nation together. A subtle, mysterious smile plays on Sveta's lips, her expression shifting into something deeply intense and possessive. The gentle princess of a moment ago vanishes, replaced by a woman of dangerous ambition. Suddenly, Sveta leans forward and tenderly cups Sargis' face in her hands, trapping him in her intense, burning gaze. His heart stops as her touch sparks a sudden electric tension between them. With absolute authority, Sveta reminds him that a ruler who lacks the strength to protect what is theirs will only lead their country to absolute ruin. Her words carry a heavy, chilling weight that leaves Sargis completely breathless. A radiant, dazzling smile breaks across her face, her eyes glowing with an undeniable fire as she looks upon her chosen king. The sheer force of her conviction leaves no room for doubt. She has chosen her path, and she will conquer it. As the sun begins to set, the newlyweds slowly ride back toward the estate, the silence between them now filled with a deep, unspoken understanding. Riding just a step behind, Sargis looks at his wife's back, his mind still reeling from the intense, raw emotion of their conversation on the hill. He recalls her hands gently holding his face, her words echoing in his mind as he realizes she truly envisions a grand, kingly destiny for him, a path he had never once dared to imagine. A new, quiet resolve begins to take root in Sargis' heart as he blushes, deeply moved by her unwavering belief in his hidden potential. Sveta glances back over her shoulder, her sweet, gentle expression returning as she playfully breaks the heavy silence with a lighthearted comment. She teasingly compares his adorable, blushing reaction to a loyal subordinate named Misty, instantly shattering the dramatic tension with a burst of pure, joyful playfulness. Giggling, Sveta shares a hilarious secret about how the legendary soldier Misty actually harbors a ridiculous, childlike hatred for green peppers. Sargis can't help but smile, instantly picturing the comical scene as he asks if their stern companion Reynard actually went along with his childish antics. Sveta laughs as she recounts how their resident mage used illusion magic to trick Misty into eating the pepper, sending the entire military cafeteria into absolute hysterics. Finally arriving back at the grand stables, the warm, light-hearted atmosphere lingers around them like a comforting shield against the coming political storms. Leading her horse back into its stall, Sveta turns to her husband with a soft, affectionate smile, completely at peace in his territory. Watching his elegant wife gently stroke the powerful beast, Sargis feels a profound wave of warmth, his admiration for her growing deeper with every passing second. Stepping forward, Sargis extends his hand to her with newfound confidence, softly calling her by her name as he invites her to return to the manor for dinner. Sveta looks up, her eyes shining with pure happiness as she gladly accepts his hand, cementing the unbreakable bond forming between them. Later that evening, the family gathers around a massive dining feast, where Sargis pleasantly notes that every single dish consists of the childhood favorites he loved as an 8-year-old boy. But the peaceful dinner is instantly disrupted when Rogue loudly complains, pointing out that the newlyweds still haven't done a single romantic thing befitting a real honeymoon. A sly, mischievous grin spreads across the old patriarch's face as he strokes his beard, a sudden, brilliant plan forming in his wild mind. Rogue leans in and commands them to take a detour to the famous hot springs in the neighboring kingdom of Sazark on their way back, catching both of them completely off guard. Before Sargis can protest, Rogue raises his glass with an authoritative, triumphant grin, sealing their fate and forcing the young couple into a thrilling new chapter of their journey. Rogue laughs boisterously as he drowns himself in celebratory wine, leaving Sargis desperately sweating as he tries to keep his grandfather from drinking himself to death on their very first night. Watching the chaotic but warm family dynamic unfold, Sveta can't help but let out a soft, melodious giggle, feeling a rare sense of belonging. But the peaceful atmosphere is abruptly shattered when her personal maid, Louis, gasps in shock outside their quarters, stumbling upon a secret she was never meant to uncover. Rushing inside, a breathless Louis urgently flags down her princess, her heart pounding with a sudden, overwhelming discovery that changes everything. With trembling hands, the maid presents a heavy, mysterious wooden chest she managed to swipe from a notorious bandit leader's hidden stash. Louis explains that the ancient notebook locked inside is bound by a powerful magical seal, one that requires a highly specific physical key to open. The princess reaches for her necklace, realizing with a jolt of shock that her cherished heirloom is reacting to the chest's magic, glowing with sudden, resonant warmth. With a soft click, the magical lock disarms, and Sveta gently pulls the pristine book from its dusty prison, her eyes widening at the secret now laid bare. Realizing the profound significance of this long-lost relic, Sveta commands her maid to immediately drag Sargis away from his drinking party and bring him to the library. Standing alone before a majestic portrait of the late queen, Sveta waits in quiet anticipation, holding the key to a tragic history that has remained buried for a decade. The heavy library door slowly creaks open, and Sargis steps inside, his exhaustion instantly vanishing as he senses the thick tension hanging in the air. Without a word, Sveta steps forward and presents the worn book, leaving Sargis completely bewildered as he stares down at the unfamiliar cover. She softly explains its dark, stolen heritage, revealing that the book had been missing from his family estate for over 10 painful years. As Sargis looks at the open pages, his blood runs cold and his breath hitches. This is the personal diary of his late mother, Queen Clara. With a gentle voice, Sveta guides him through the delicate script, explaining that his mother used these pages to record her deepest, most hidden feelings for the king. But as Sargis flips to the next page, his heart stops at a devastating realization. The diary contains his mother's raw, unfiltered love specifically for him. The delicate handwriting transports his mind back to the very beginning, to the fateful day Queen Clara was unexpectedly summoned to the royal palace. Forced into a life of cold etiquette, Clara strove to maintain her quiet dignity amidst the cutthroat court politics of the capital. But her world was forever shattered when the king demanded she become his concubine, trapping her in a forced, loveless marriage to a man she barely knew. Looking at the silent, imposing King Alfonso, Clara spent her early days in constant confusion, unable to understand why she had been chosen for this tragic fate. In those dark, isolating months, Alfonso remained an unapproachable and quiet enigma, leaving her to suffer in agonizing loneliness. Yet, Clara refused to let the cold stone walls break her spirit, finding solace in the warmth of the roaring fire and her quiet thoughts. Slowly, she began to notice a clumsy, endearing side to her distant husband, a fragile bond that eventually blossomed into the miracle of a child. But their fragile happiness painted a massive target on Clara's back, as the jealous Queen Amanda tormented her relentlessly, forcing Alfonso to send his family into exile. Bound to a carriage heading far away, Clara clutched her precious baby boy, deeply moved by the constant stream of letters Alfonso sent to protect them. Hand-carved toys and glittering jewels arrived in secret, proving the king's silent, enduring devotion to his exiled wife and newborn son. But as her health rapidly deteriorated, Clara looked down at her sleeping baby with a heavy heart, realizing her time on this earth was coming to an end.
With her final ounces of strength, she poured her soul onto the parchment, desperate to leave behind a beacon of light for her beloved sergeants. She warned him of the ruthless crown struggle ahead, pleading with him to protect their beautiful country and to remember he would never be truly alone. In her final written breath, she expressed her ultimate gratitude, thanking the heavens for the absolute joy of bringing him into the world.
Her parting words wrap around Sargis's soul like a warm embrace, a mother's eternal blessing echoing across a decade of sorrow.
Tears stream freely down Sargis's face as the crushing weight of his mother's true feelings finally washes over his broken heart.
He recalls the painful childhood days when he foolishly believed his mother resented him simply because of his royal heritage. Looking at his weeping husband, Sveta steps closer, gently reassuring him that Queen Clara was a remarkably strong and dignified mother who cherished him above all else.
She reminds him that despite the absence of fairy tale romance, his mother truly came to love their family with a profound, unbreakable devotion. Deeply moved by her compassion, Sargis looks up through his tears, his heart swelling with immense gratitude for the woman standing by his side. Sveta meets his gaze with a warm, comforting smile, her amber eyes reflecting a deep, unconditional understanding. Stepping into his space, she wraps her arms around him, softly promising that she will always be by his side, no matter what dark storms await them. Sargis buries his face in her shoulder, holding on to his wife as if she is his anchor in a world that has finally begun to make sense.
The next morning, the couple prepares to depart, and Sargis reaches out to adjust Rogue's collar, his voice soft as he warns his grandfather to take care of himself. He playfully teases the old patriarch about his clumsy nature, reminding him to stop trying to lift heavy things just to show off his fading strength. Irritated by the sudden fuss, Rogue barks back, demanding that his grandson stop treating him like a fragile old man who can't handle himself. Sveta steps forward with an elegant bow, expressing her deepest gratitude for his wild, warm hospitality and hoping they will cross paths again soon. Her gentle demeanor brings a peaceful end to the morning bickering, leaving a lasting impression of royal grace on the estate staff. Rogue lets out a loud, hearty laugh, thoroughly amused by his grandson's nervous stuttering whenever the beautiful princess takes control.
Grabbing Sveta's hands with sudden, profound seriousness, Rogue begs her to stand firmly by Sargis as he walks his destined, difficult path. He looks her dead in the eye, pleading with her to fill his grandson's life with the pure happiness he has been denied for so long. Without a single hint of hesitation, Sveta smiles warmly, declaring that making Sargis happy is the only thing her heart truly desires. Sargis watches the intense emotional exchange from a distance, feeling an awkward but deeply touching warmth at the fierce bond forming between his bride and his grandfather. As their carriage finally rolls away, Rogue watches them from the high window, a knowing, proud smile gracing his face as he trusts them to conquer their shared destiny. In the shadows of the capital, Duke Denis silently watches the political chessboard, his piercing red eyes harboring secrets that could tear the kingdom apart at any moment. A shocking passage from Queen Clara's long-lost diary reveals a devastating truth. The current crown prince was a secretly swapped baby, born to a mere maid and smuggled into the queen's bedchamber to steal the throne. Unaware that his very legitimacy is a complete lie, the arrogant crown prince stands before his emergency assembly, his voice booming with toxic ambition. He sneers at his father's struggling kingdom, capitalizing on the devastating mountain floods from 2 years ago to push his own ruthless agenda. Driven by pure greed, the crown prince rants about the neighboring kingdom of Trasia keeping wealth to themselves, manipulating the bloodthirsty nobles to take his side. With a violent slam of his fist, the prince declares that they will seize rightful ownership of the lucrative diamond mines through a brutal all-out war. High on his throne, the weary King Alfonso watches his son's dangerous warmongering, completely powerless to stop the rising tide of conflict. The crown prince smugly demands total compliance, confident that he has the entire court wrapped around his finger. Suddenly, Lord Charles, the queen's highly intellectual nephew, raises his hand, breaking the prince's unchallenged monologue with cold, calculated precision. Whispers erupt throughout the assembly as the nobles realize the powerful Duke Dennis family has officially entered the political fray, threatening to upset the entire balance of power.
Armed with extensive military knowledge from his years abroad, Charles boldly asserts that their kingdom's modern weaponry far outmatches Treya's forces. The bloodthirsty warmongers celebrate Charles's supportive argument, but Minister Gerald watches in silent horror, sensing the trap being laid for their country. Stepping forward, Gerald desperately warns that a prolonged war will devastate their trade of wood and sugar, throwing their fragile economy into a death spiral. A hot-tempered crown prince snaps, fiercely accusing Gerald of wanting to surrender their precious diamond mines for trivial resources.
Before Gerald can reply, the prince whips the court into a frenzy, raising his fist to declare that this senseless conquest is a holy crusade of justice.
Horrified by the madness, Gerald turns to the throne, begging the king to intervene before his reckless son drags the entire nation into a senseless bloodbath. The crown prince sweat drops in frustration, desperately arguing that hesitation will allow Treya to seize total control first. But as the king's cold, commanding gaze locks onto him, the prince is forced to grit his teeth and yield to his father's ultimate authority. Bowing low before the throne, the humiliated prince suppresses his rage, but the seed of rebellion has already been deeply planted in his dark heart. Walking down the desolate corridor, Minister Gerald realizes they have only bought a brief moment of peace, praying that Prince Sarjas and Princess Sveta return before the next assembly. Deep in the secluded woods, a quiet, isolated water wheel cabin becomes the secret staging ground for a high-stakes conspiracy. Inside, Gerald meets with the powerful Duke Levon, venting his absolute disgust at the Crown Prince's reckless attempt to spark a war during a honeymoon. Gerald paces anxiously, troubled by the sudden, highly suspicious return of the scholarly Duke Dennis to the capital's political arena. Duke Levon stares into the shadows, gravely warning that even the king's desperate stalling tactics will soon fail against the greedy war faction. The cunning Duke reveals his plan to recalculate the mine's distribution ratios, a masterful move designed to delay the conflict and buy precious time.
Gerald tightly clutches his chin, realizing that Prince Sarjas is their only hope, but only if Princess Sveta can persuade him to finally claim his birthright as the crown prince.
Duke Levon crosses his arms, his expression hardening as he prepares for the worst-case scenario if Sarjas fails to step up to his destiny.
In a shocking twist, the Duke threatens to leak highly classified military secrets to force the young prince's hand, leaving Gerald completely stunned by his apparent betrayal.
Levon casually waves off the minister's shock, asserting that his ultimate loyalty has always belonged to the safety of his lands and people, not a cowardly prince. As the Duke walks away, he coldly reminds Gerald that the fate of the entire kingdom now rests entirely on Sarjas's willingness to fight. Miles away, the royal carriage speeds through the peaceful, vibrant fields of the Kingdom of Tori, a beautiful land worth protecting at all costs.
Sitting quietly inside, Sveta calmly turns the pages of her book, her brilliant mind plotting the moves to secure her husband's throne.
She looks at Sarjas, remembering the fragile, broken man he used to be, and how far he has come since their fateful union. Sarjas sits in silence, reflecting on his past life of passive isolation, realizing he can no longer hide behind the title of the pacifist second prince. He gazes at his elegant wife, deeply moved by her fierce, unconditional belief in him, which has awakened a powerful, long-dormant ambition in his soul. He resolves to shed his weakness, determined to become a powerful, worthy king who can stand proudly and protectively by her side. Gritting his teeth, Sarjas realizes the time for running away is over. He must make a defining, ultimate choice before they reach the capital. Sensing his profound shift in resolve, Sveta watches him with a knowing, triumphant smile, confident that her husband is finally ready for the storm ahead. Meanwhile, back in the lavish palace, the arrogant crown prince lounges on his opulent couch, smugly boasting about his masterful manipulation of the nobles. His sycophantic followers laugh and flatter him, fueling his dangerous delusions of absolute grandeur. The prince lazily gestures, mocking his half-brother Sarjas as a worthless bastard of a concubine who could never hope to match his divine royal blood. He remembers the gaudy, oversized red cape Sarjas wore as a child, forever viewing him as a pathetic joke rather than a legitimate threat to his rule. Yet, a subtle irritation flickers in his eyes as he admits that Sarjas's mere existence is an annoying eyesore he desperately wants removed.
Desperate to crush any potential opposition, the prince orders his allies to keep a watchful eye on the neutral faction to prevent them from uniting.
With a wicked grin, he flips a gold coin, proposing to dangle alluring incentives to bribe the remaining neutral lords to his warmongering side.
Lord Charles smiles slyly, bringing up a lucrative distraction involving Princess Lena to keep the prince's attention away from the brewing coup.
The prince sighs with boredom, declaring his plans to attend a popular commoner play as a superficial political stunt to win public favor. Bowing deeply, Charles praises the prince's superficial cleverness, hiding his own dark, manipulative motives behind a mask of total obedience. But their scheming is interrupted when the Duke reveals that the greedy Carlyle is already demanding a larger share of the diamond mines in exchange for his loyalty. Charles's glasses glint in the dim light as he smiles wickedly, knowing the diamond mines are merely a bloody pretext for the deadly civil war about to tear the kingdom apart. The dark machinations of the capital run deeper than ever as Duke Dennis warns his nephew Charles of the impending return of Prince Sargis and Princess Sveta, a return that could threaten their fragile hold on power. They whisper in the shadows about a terrifying possibility. If the passive second prince develops a taste for the throne, his marriage to the foreign princess might push him to seize the crown.
Yet Charles merely smiles, adjusting his glasses with cold confidence as though every single variable is already under his complete control.
He lazily dismisses the warning, confident that his ruthless aunt, Queen Clara, will handle the troublesome royals with her own deadly grace. Miles away, the peaceful atmosphere of their estate is shattered when Prince Sargis receives the shocking report of his brother's aggressive moves in the capital. Realizing that the Crown Prince is actively trying to provoke a devastating war with Tracia, Sargis is consumed by sheer shock and disbelief. The situation is dire, with Duke Dennis throwing his immense weight behind the warmongers. Only the failing health of the weary king stands between the nation and absolute slaughter. Thinking of his grandfather, his wife, and the innocent lives at stake, Sargis slams his fist onto his desk, realizing he can no longer afford to hesitate.
His tense resolve is suddenly interrupted when the doors fly open and Sveta steps into the room, catching him completely off guard.
Flustered by her sudden entrance, he desperately demands a warning next time, but she playfully brushes it off, teasing him about their intimate bond as husband and wife.
Even as her playful whispers send a nervous sweat down his neck, Sargis tries to pull them back to the grim reality of the political storm brewing in the capital.
A sudden, chilling realization crosses his mind, and he demands to know if she deliberately baited his brother into making a reckless move. He holds his breath, suddenly terrified of just how far his brilliant wife's hidden schemes truly extend.
Sveta's playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by a cold intensity as she warns him that ignoring his brother's reckless warpath will leave their entire kingdom in ruins.
She drops a devastating truth. Tracia has a secret alliance with the legendary Valkyrie Empire, meaning any attack will summon a sea-bound armada of pure destruction. Her amber eyes lock onto his with absolute conviction, declaring that the time for running away is over. He is the only one who can stop this massacre. Bound by his royal blood and his duty to the innocent people of Tori, the immense weight of his destiny finally crashes down upon him. He reflects on his simple dream of peace, realizing that true strength lies in protecting what exists, not in bloodthirsty conquests of false grandeur. Stepping forward, Prince Sargis looks his wife in the eyes and voices the ultimate pledge. He will become king, and he desperately needs her strength. A radiant, proud smile graces Sveta's lips as she bows her head, swearing her absolute loyalty to her new king till the end of time. Though the heavy burden of the crown now rests firmly on his shoulders, a powerful sense of purpose washes over the transformed prince. Immediately taking action, Sveta orders their allies to notify Duke Levon that the second prince has finally chosen to claim his rightful place. Their loyal maid breathes a heavy sigh of relief, knowing that a single moment of further hesitation would have driven crucial border lords to betray them. Seizing the momentum, Sveta claims the vital treaty documents, ready to use them to utterly dismantle the crown prince's warmongering lies. Sargis is left spinning, completely baffled by how his wife managed to quietly secure the loyalty of the border securement forces without him ever knowing. He demands to know when she managed to orchestrate such a massive web of alliances, only to be met with her delightfully smug silence.
Yet, watching her brilliant confidence, his confusion melts into a profound, overwhelming pride. Overwhelming pride. This extraordinary woman is his bride.
Meanwhile, back in the lavish royal palace, King Alfonso reflects on the suffocating cold grip his proud queen has held over his life for decades. But the old fear is gone. As she coldly demands his swift decision on the war, the king remains entirely unfazed by her poisonous intimidation. When Alfonso warns of the tragic loss of innocent lives, the queen ruthlessly dismisses his hesitation, demanding he support their son's dark ambitions. She corners him with the united front of the bloodthirsty nobles, trying to force his hand before their enemies can react. Weary and exhausted, Alfonso buys a brief moment of delay by postponing the final decision to the next council meeting, turning his back on her fury. Walking through the desolate halls, Clara and her inner circle smirk with wicked triumph, confident that their deadly trap is about to spring shut. She clasps hands with her closest ally, whispering her dark hopes for her child's ultimate triumph, completely blind to the storm heading their way. Beyond their borders, the global chessboard looms large, dominated by the ancient and resource-rich Valkyrie Empire, boasting the world's most terrifying magic army. On the other side sits the expanding Shuna Empire, a ruthless militaristic power pushing its borders through relentless, bloody invasions. The historic marriage between Prince Sargis of Tori and Princess Sveta of Valkyrie has forever altered the fragile balance of power between these massive empires. Retreating to her private chambers, Sveta gently opens a highly secure, intricately carved communication box. Sitting alone in the quiet room, she prepares to contact the one person who holds the ultimate military authority of her homeland. A shimmering magic projection appears, revealing her brother, Crown Prince Alexander de Valkyrie, who apologizes for his delayed contact during his honeymoon. Alexander gets straight to the point, praising her for successfully winning over Tori's second prince, but demanding to know her plan for the first prince. With a dark, mocking laugh, Sveta dismisses the crown prince of Tori as a mere incompetent fool wrapped in royal robes, though she admits the kingdom's rot runs deep. A chilling smile spreads across her face as she plots to completely purge the corrupt elements threatening her husband's future. Alexander nods, reminding her that securing Tori is vital to keeping Traja safe and preventing their expansionist enemies from gaining a foothold. His tone turns grave as he reveals the horrific news of the Shuna Empire forcefully abducting children with magical potential to build a barbaric army. Sveta's expression hardens into cold fury at the news, agreeing that they must strike decisively before this barbaric threat grows too powerful. With a cheerful, almost terrifying clapping of her hands, she casually suggests several brutal ways to completely eliminate the Shuna threat. As their secret strategy session comes to an end, the powerful bond between the two imperial siblings leaves no doubt about the storm they are preparing to unleash. Yet, as the projection fades, Sveta sighs, admitting to herself that her brother's overbearing presence always leaves her with a vague sense of irritation. Her loyal maid playfully suggests they simply don't click, offering some mint tea to clear her head as the cold rain begins to pour outside, signaling the start of a brutal war. Sveta sits quietly in her chamber, reviewing a highly suspicious report. Marquis Gerald has easily agreed to increase their profit share of the diamond mines, a sudden concession she instantly recognizes as a deceptive move to buy time. Her loyal maid agrees that the timing is far too convenient, and a chilling realization strikes Sveta. The diamond mine conflict is merely a bloody pretense, a fabricated casus belli meant to justify a full-scale invasion of Traja. The maid smirks with cold amusement, pointing out the absolute foolishness of the warmongers, who remain completely blind to the incredibly lucrative energy ore deposits buried right beneath Traja's soil. Setting her teacup down with a sharp click, Sveta's mind races as she tries to decipher the real target of the invasion, searching for what Tori lacks that Traja possesses. The answer strikes her with absolute clarity as she envisions the coastal borders. It is Traja's highly strategic maritime ports they are after, a grand conspiracy masterminded by Queen Amanda and Duke Dennis. Yet, the deeper mystery remains. Why are the Queen and Duke Dennis so desperately obsessed with seizing Traja's ports, and what terrifying plans do they have for them? Miles away, in a secluded cabin lashed by heavy rain, Marquis Gerald and Duke Levon examine a secret dispatch, stunned to learn that Prince Sargis has finally resolved to claim the position of Crown Prince.
Gerald breathes a heavy sigh of relief, realizing that one of their most critical political concerns has finally been resolved by the prince's sudden resolve. But Duke Levon refuses to celebrate, warning with grave intensity that although they have secured a last-minute save, they are still walking a deadly tightrope where any mistake is fatal. Levon's mind calculates their next moves with ruthless precision, weighing whether to crawl back to Crown Prince Clarus's faction or stake everything on Prince Sargis, knowing that exposing the secret military pact between the Empire and Traja is their only way to block the war. Their tense plotting is interrupted by the sudden news that a messenger from Princess Sveta is about to arrive, a development that could either save their alliance or ruin it completely. Gerald knows all too well that Princess Sveta's stunning, delicate appearance is merely a mask for a terrifyingly bold and cunning strategist. She is a formidable mastermind who manipulates empires from the shadows, making her the absolute last person anyone would ever want to have as a mortal enemy. Yet, as he looks at the report on Prince Sargis, Gerald still fears the young man is too much of a passive idealist, dangerously trying to avoid conflict in a court of ravenous wolves. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes outside the cabin, throwing both men into a panic as they demand to know who has managed to track down their secret meeting place. The door swings open to reveal Sveta's loyal maid, who offers a playful wink as she holds up an official message carrying the princess's secure seal. Gerald's heart races with desperate hope as he demands to know if there has been any actual progress in stopping the Crown Prince's war. With a cheerful grin, the maid drops a stunning command. They must pack their things and prepare for immediate travel because they are all heading straight to Traja. She explains that thanks to the tireless, highly cautious efforts of their second prince, King Alfonso has experienced an unbelievable change of heart. Left completely speechless, Gerald and Duke Levon can only shout in absolute shock, unable to comprehend how the passive prince successfully swayed the stubborn king. Just hours earlier in the royal palace, Sargis had marched directly into his father's private chambers, determined to confront him before the kingdom was plunged into a useless war. He had locked eyes with his father, demanding to know how the king truly viewed the impending bloody conflict with Traja. King Alfonso had weakly defended his stance, reciting the warmonger's propaganda that losing the diamond mine profits would deal a fatal blow to Tory's national interests. Weary and broken, Alfonso had confessed that he had already decided to submit to Queen Amanda's aggressive demands, declaring that he had nothing left to say to his son. But Sargis had firmly stood his ground, passionately arguing that their true national interest lay in maintaining friendly relations, securing crucial timber imports, and stabilizing their fragile domestic economy first. Despite his son's brilliant counterarguments, Alfonso had turned away, coldly stating that he intended to authorize the formal declaration of war at the very next council meeting. Sargis ground his teeth in absolute fury, realizing that his father had completely lost the strength and the will to fulfill his sacred duties as king. Remembering Sveta's unyielding resolve and her promise to stand by him, Sargis knew he could no longer afford to hesitate. He had to take his destiny into his own hands. Stepping forward with absolute conviction, the young prince proposed a desperate gamble, asking his father to entrust the next week entirely to him. He swore to personally travel to Traja, negotiate a peaceful resolution to avoid the war, and deliver profits far greater than anything the diamond mines could ever offer. Alfonso stared back in stunned silence, utterly captivated by the fierce, commanding authority radiating from his once passive son. Finding a final, desperate glimmer of hope, the king agreed to the wager, promising that if Sargis could deliver on his impossible words, he would agree to a peaceful resolution. Bowing deeply, Sargis turned and walked out of the Grand Council chamber, the heavy burden of two nations' survival resting firmly on his shoulders. King Alfonso watched him leave, realization washing over him that the quiet, overlooked prince had finally transformed into a true leader. Sargis knew his father's promise was his only shot to avert a massacre, and he was determined to hold the king to his word no matter the cost. Back in the capital, Margrave Carlisle slams his fist onto his desk in a towering rage upon learning that Prince Sargis, Princess Sveta, and Duke Levon have already crossed the border into Traja. Lord Charles grinds his teeth, realizing that if the second prince manages to secure a peace treaty before the next council meeting, their entire plan for civil war will fall apart.
A dark, wicked grin spreads across Charles's face as he proposes a sinister countermove. They will use their hidden contact inside Treda to violently sabotage the peace negotiations. Unaware of the deadly trap being laid in the shadows behind them, Prince Sargis and his entourage finally arrive in the majestic coastal capital of Treja. They are swiftly escorted to the elegant foreign ministry, where Logan, Treya's Minister of Foreign Affairs, bows deeply to express his profound gratitude for the prince's personal visit. Logan is a highly experienced diplomat, his polite smiles masking the immense political pressure weighing on his own country's survival. Sargis responds with flawless royal poise, expressing his own deep gratitude for the swift arrangement of this crucial, high-stakes meeting. Taking their seats across from each other, the two leaders prepare to engage in a delicate battle of words that will decide the fate of their kingdoms. Logan maintains a warm, cooperative expression, yet the heavy silence in the room reveals the high-stakes tension of the upcoming negotiations. Sargis mentally braces himself, knowing that to win Logan's complete trust and get him to accept Sveta's secret plan, he cannot afford a single mistake. Logan cordially invites Princess Sveta to join their discussions, assuring Sargis that Her Highness is highly respected and more than welcome to participate. To foster goodwill, the minister suggests that while they prepare the formal negotiation documents, the royal couple should take the opportunity to freely explore Treja's beautiful capital. A polite junior secretary named Elsa steps forward, bowing gracefully as she offers to personally guide the prince and his entourage through the vibrant city. Walking through the bustling, sunlit streets, Sveta and Sargis take a moment to breathe in the fresh ocean air, a fleeting moment of peace before the political storm begins. Yet the quiet interlude is hilariously cut short when their maid excitedly points out a popular local souvenir watch, momentarily distracting them from the deadly sabotage heading their way. The lighthearted banter over local souvenirs continues as the maid reviews their travel booklet, but beneath her playful complaints about their tight budget lies a razor-sharp focus on the perilous mission ahead. Every second wasted brings their kingdoms closer to a bloody, catastrophic war. Elsa quietly comments on how disarmingly gentle and easy to talk to the second prince seems, entirely unaware that this approachable facade hides a steel-hard resolve to stop a massacre. But can a gentle demeanor truly survive the ruthless arena of international politics? Their tour leads them to the majestic gates of the National Academy of Treja, a towering symbol of intellectual progress that stands as the crowning jewel of the capital. Yet even this peaceful sanctuary of learning cannot escape the dark shadow of the impending conflict. The guide proudly explains that the Academy's massive, state-of-the-art facilities are recognized continent-wide as a revolutionary hub for future innovations. But scientific brilliance is a double-edged sword, and in the hands of warmongers, these innovations could easily become lethal weapons of mass destruction. As they walk the pristine grounds, Sargis suddenly stops, his eyes widening in complete disbelief as he notices students from entirely different social classes walking and conversing as equals. The strict, unyielding feudal hierarchy he has known his entire life is nowhere to be found. Elsa confirms his suspicions with a proud smile, explaining that the Academy completely ignores birthright, allowing anyone to enter solely based on their intelligence and merit. This radical rejection of nobility sends a sudden, shocking jolt through the prince's traditional worldview. She reveals that Treya is a young democracy, having discarded absolute royal rule less than a decade ago to invest entirely in the education of its youth. Stunned by this revelation, Sargis realizes that this fragile, progressive utopia is something truly worth risking his life to protect. Their path leads them deep into the Academy's pride and joy, a massive, multi-tiered grand library overflowing with centuries of collective knowledge. But within these quiet, towering rows of books, a volatile encounter is already brewing in the shadows. Sargis freezes as a sudden, unexpected voice breaks the quiet atmosphere, instantly setting his instincts on high alert as he braces for a potential threat. A mysterious, casually dressed student wearing dark sunglasses approaches them, offering a bold recommendation on the book Sveta is holding. As Sveta locks eyes with him, a sharp flash of calculations and deep suspicion races through her mind. A haughty noble student violently steps in, aggressively demanding to know who the insolent stranger is, threatening to turn the quiet library into a chaotic battleground. Sargis immediately moves to shield Sveta as the confrontation escalates, while the angry nobles demand to know if the beautiful newcomer is some kind of elite target. Elsa frantically de-escalates the tension by announcing that their guests are esteemed royal visitors from Tori, but the mysterious stranger remains completely unfazed, boldly demanding to know the prince's raw opinion of their prestigious academy. Adjusting his dark glasses with supreme confidence, the youth passionately proclaims that the academy is a true utopia, a living blueprint for the future of the entire continent. He boldly declares that outdated notions of nobility, bloodlines, and social status are destined to crumble and vanish from the face of the earth. It is a dangerously radical speech, one that challenges the very foundation of royal rule.
He gestures proudly, asserting that Trasia is actively leading the way into this brave new world, completely ignoring the highly combustible political reality surrounding them.
Instead of taking offense, Sveta counters with cold, devastating logic, questioning why nobility and royalty still exist in Treya if their democracy is supposedly so flawless and complete. The stranger's smile widens as he explains a brilliant geopolitical truth. The people themselves demanded the nobles remain, recognizing that without their traditional stewardship, the nation's vital forestry industry would fragment and collapse into ruin. Furthermore, he explains that common citizens would fiercely oppose sending their own children to die in battle, meaning the heavy, brutal burden of military protection must still fall upon the noble class.
Sveta folds her hands in quiet appreciation, realizing that Trasia's leadership has masterfully maintained a delicate, ingenious balance between traditional duty and democratic progress.
A sudden, chilling realization washes over the stranger as he pieces together the timing of their arrival, his confident smirk instantly vanishing as he realizes who must be standing before him. With a calm, terrifyingly poised smile, Sveta introduces Sargis as the second prince of Tori and herself as his wife, announcing they have arrived as official peace envoys to stop the impending war.
Completely stripped of his arrogant posture, the young man frantically bows in a desperate panic, stammering apologies for his unbelievable rudeness to actual foreign royalty.
But as he regains his composure, his eyes gleam with a sudden, calculating light as he extends an exclusive, highly suspicious invitation to visit the renowned Hamilton Trading Company. Elsa gasps in sheer terror as she realizes the truth. This unassuming, baby-faced youth is actually Oscar, the elusive and incredibly powerful head of the nation's wealthiest merchant guild.
Recognizing a golden political opportunity, Sveta immediately accepts the invitation with a radiant smile, leaving a stunned Sargis to wonder what dangerous game his wife is playing now.
As Oscar offers a polite, enigmatic smile, a silent, high-stakes battle of wits begins to take shape beneath the surface of their pleasantries. Swept away in a luxurious carriage along the scenic canals, the royal couple is escorted directly to the heart of the powerful trading guild, leaving the safety of the academy behind. Inside the moving carriage, Sveta falls into a deep, calculating silence, her brilliant mind already dissecting every word of their bizarre encounter with the young merchant lord. Sensing her intense focus, Sargis breaks the silence, demanding to know what she found so deeply unsettling about Oscar's behavior. He points out the sheer absurdity of someone barely over 20 years old successfully commanding the most powerful economic force in the entire kingdom. Sveta casually dismisses his concern with a brilliant smirk, reminding him that she launched her very first highly successful business venture when she was only 8 years old. But Sargis refuses to be distracted, questioning why she was so uncharacteristically reckless in revealing their royal identities to a complete stranger. Sveta giggles softly, admitting that hearing his passionate, naive, progressive idealism made it impossible for her as a royal strategist to resist testing his true mettle. Sargis can only sigh at her dangerous amusement, but her playful smile quickly fades as she confesses the real reason. She found Oscar's sharp intellect and massive influence absolutely intriguing. Her soft laughter masks a cold, calculating truth. She has already identified Oscar as a potential piece to be played on the grand chessboard of the coming war. Sudden, cold sweat breaks across Sargis's face as a chilling realization hits him. What if Oscar's seemingly accidental approach in the library was actually a carefully planned trap? He admits he never expected to cross paths with the absolute ruler of the kingdom's largest merchant guild so early in their diplomatic mission. Sveta playfully points out that Oscar bears a striking, fascinating resemblance to Sargis's own idealistic, soft-hearted nature, a comparison that only deepens the prince's unease. The carriage finally halts before the massive, imposing headquarters of the Hamilton Trading Company, where the true test of their diplomatic gamble is about to begin. They are escorted into a lavishly decorated private parlor where a silent servant prepares to pour a highly unusual, dark brew.
Sargis takes a polite sip, only to be struck by a violent wave of intense bitterness that threatens to shatter his royal composure in front of their host.
While Sargis struggles, Sveta effortlessly recognizes the exotic, steaming beverage as coffee, demonstrating her terrifyingly vast knowledge of foreign cultures. Oscar's eyes widen in genuine shock and admiration, realizing this foreign princess is far more worldly and dangerous than any noble he has ever encountered. The tense atmosphere breaks as Oscar laughs off the stiff royal protocols, revealing a disarming, unpredictable personality that keeps both royals on high alert.
He explains that the bitter drink is extremely popular in the distant southern continent, subtly boasting of his guild's immense international shipping network. Sensing the prince's subtle discomfort, Oscar gestures toward the sugar and milk, suggesting a simple addition to make the harsh flavor far more palatable.
Taking another sip with the added ingredients, Sargis is surprised by the sudden, rich depth of the flavor, realizing that complex bitter tastes can hold a refined beauty of their own.
Sveta wastes no more time on polite trivialities, leaning forward with a sharp, piercing question to find out if Oscar built this massive economic empire entirely from scratch.
In response, Oscar unrolls a massive map marked with ominous red seals, revealing that his guild's terrifying economic reach spans every major port on the continent, including secret bases hidden deep inside the hostile Shuna Empire, a revelation that instantly changes the entire landscape of the coming war. Sveta wastes no time on pleasantries, leaning in to strike with a sharp, probing question that tests the true limits of this young merchant's massive shipping network. Oscar's confident smile only grows as he boasts of his limitless reach, confirming that wherever his bases are established, his absolute control over trade quickly follows. Sargis watches in stunned silence, his mind racing as the youthful merchant details a staggering trade volume that easily rivals the national budget of entire kingdoms.
Seizing the opportunity, the energetic maid blurts out a highly specific, suspicious request for a rare, highly advanced timepiece. Unfazed by the sudden interruption, Oscar immediately commands his staff to bring out samples of their most exclusive, highly coveted inventory.
A velvet box snaps open to reveal a dazzling array of priceless watches and intricate jewelry, but one particular golden brooch instantly catches Sarge's eye. Sveta points out with playful malice that the design is a flawless replica of the very amber brooch the prince is currently wearing. Sensing a strategic opening, Sveta reaches for the exquisite token, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she prepares to press their host further. Sargis panics, frantically waving his hands as he struggles to maintain his composure against his wife's relentless high-stakes teasing. Oscar lets out a soft laugh, effortlessly sliding the precious jewels forward as a direct, undeniable gesture of his alliance and friendship. He then presents an even more magnificent, custom-crafted timepiece, offering it directly as an exclusive gift for their seemingly ordinary maid. The maid squeals in sheer delight, completely overwhelmed by the breathtaking generosity of the wealthiest merchant on the continent. But Sveta cuts through the excitement with a cold, definitive refusal, reminding everyone that nothing in the high-stakes world of politics is ever truly free. Oscar's gaze sharpens, a flash of pure calculation in his eyes as he quietly admits his deep desire to recruit such sharp minds into his own powerful guild.
Sveta's mind instantly dissects the hidden meaning behind the gift, realizing with a jolt of alarm that Oscar has already deduced their maid's lethal true identity. Completely oblivious to the silent battle of wits, the greedy maid whispers a shameless inquiry about potential salaries and benefits. Sensing Sveta's radiating, terrifying aura, the maid instantly backpedals in a blind panic, desperately pleading that she was only joking. The room erupts into light-hearted laughter, but the heavy undercurrent of mutual suspicion remains coiled like a spring. Sveta turns her gaze away, her brilliant mind already assembling the piece of information she just extracted from this dangerous young genius. A soft, knowing smile plays on her lips, confident that they now hold the upper hand in the treacherous game ahead. She turns back with absolute elegance, her radiant presence completely masking the deadly scheme swirling behind her eyes. Sargis steals his resolve, knowing that the next phase of their diplomatic mission will plunge them straight into the viper's nest of Trasia's high society.
The scene shifts to the grand, glittering palace hall, where the powerful Prime Minister Donkey personally steps forward to welcome the foreign royals. Sarjas offers a dignified royal bow, expressing his deepest gratitude for the sudden audience, while keeping his political defenses firmly raised. The Prime Minister warmly gestures to the crowd, encouraging everyone to cast aside stiff royal protocols and lose themselves in the grand celebration. The grand hall erupts into a lively spectacle of clinking glasses and roaring laughter as the guests enthusiastically embrace the festive atmosphere.
Elsa graciously approaches the prince, offering to refill his glass as she checks on his comfort amid the chaotic festivities.
Before he can decline, an overzealous noble forcefully tops off his goblet, refusing to let the guest of honor escape the crushing weight of hospitality. Sarjas forces a polite smile, though a cold sweat breaks across his neck as he realizes he must survive an onslaught of endless drinking. Elsa watches the prince's silent struggle with an amused, sympathetic smile, well aware of the intense demands of Trajan's social customs. She leans close to Sveta, quietly warning her that the relentless political banquet is bound to drag on for several more exhausting hours.
Sensing his limit, Sarjas quietly suggests making their escape, but Sveta firmly rejects the idea, reminding him that enduring this crowd is a vital royal duty. With a graceful nod, Sveta prepares to slip away herself, leaving her exhausted husband to hold the political front lines alone. Elsa watches in absolute awe as the princess departs, completely captivated by the unmatched ethereal elegance of her retreating figure.
Left to his own devices, Sarjas takes a deep, steadying breath and drains his glass, bracing himself for the wave of politicians heading his way. Elsa quickly seizes the opening, asking if she may introduce another wave of influential figures eager to make the prince's acquaintance.
She gestures toward an approaching group of refined, calculating men, signaling the start of a ruthless gauntlet of high-stakes introductions.
As the night wears on, Sarjas is relentlessly passed from one smiling politician to the next, their eyes sharpening with lethal intent the moment state affairs are mentioned.
Cup after cup of heavy wine is poured down his throat, a dizzying blur of polite toasts masking the silent, aggressive testing of his political resolve.
Slumped in his chair, Sarjas's head begins to spin violently as the sheer volume of alcohol finally begins to bypass his formidable tolerance.
Noticing his sudden, pale complexion, a panicked Elsa quickly rushes off to fetch a sobering remedy to save the prince's fading composure.
Suddenly, a ghostly, familiar whisper directly in his ear shatters the drunken fog, instantly triggering his deeply trained defensive instincts. Sarja's eyes snap wide in pure, unadulterated shock as the sudden intrusion catches him completely off guard. He leaps from his seat in a frantic rush, fiercely scolding his elite shadow guard for daring to sneak up on him so carelessly. But the maid's playful demeanor instantly vanishes, replaced by a tense, hushed whisper that freezes the very blood in his veins. She delivers a chilling message. Sveta is urgently summoning him back to her chambers immediately.
Terror seizes his heart as he sprints through the palace corridors, his mind screaming that their mortal enemy, Marquis Gerald, has finally unleashed his assassins. He intercepts his personal guards at the threshold, but the lead knight's grim expression suggests a completely different, highly unsettling development has occurred.
The guard warns that while the perimeter is secure, the princess's bizarre behavior inside has thrown the entire guard detail into absolute confusion.
Throwing the doors wide open, Sarjas braces for a battlefield, only to find Sveta waiting in calm, terrifyingly poised serenity, as if waiting for the next move on the chessboard. A sudden, tender warmth fills the private chambers as Sveta turns to her husband, her face softening with an unusually gentle, radiant expression.
She softly murmurs that since they are newlyweds, she wants nothing more than to cherish a quiet, uninterrupted night alone with him. Sarja stands frozen in absolute disbelief, his mind short-circuiting at this unprecedented romantic approach from his normally calculative wife.
Sveta sighs in mock disappointment, leaning back to tease him for his hilariously stiff and utterly panicked reaction. But as her playful smirk fades, her eyes soften with genuine concern, sensing a heavy, unspoken burden weighing on his mind. Sarjas looks away, his profile shadowed by a rare, vulnerable melancholy as he quietly admits that something has been bothering him. He tightens his fist, his knuckles turning white as he struggles to articulate the chaotic emotions storming inside him.
Sveta sits in poised, elegant silence, giving him the space he needs to lay bare the truth.
Stealing his resolve, Sargis turns back to her, a deep, telltale blush coloring his cheeks as he prepares to make a highly embarrassing confession.
Sveta's heart skips a beat as she watches him, eagerly waiting to hear the raw honesty behind his stoic facade. Overcome by sheer embarrassment, Sargis covers his face, instantly regretting his own vulnerability as his royal composure crumbles.
Finally, the truth bursts forth. He was deeply, undeniably jealous of how highly she praised the young merchant, Oscar.
A brilliant spark of mischievous delight flares in Sveta's eyes as she realizes her serious prince is harboring such a fierce, possessive streak. Sargis frantically waves his hands in a flustered panic, desperately stammering that it is a matter of masculine pride rather than mere jealousy.
Sveta breaks into a joyous, triumphant laugh, her heart swelling with affection at his adorable, stubborn defense.
Quickly trying to salvage his dignity, Sargis pivots back to statecraft, firmly agreeing that partnering with the Hamilton Company is indeed a stroke of genius.
Sveta beams with pure, radiant happiness, deeply touched by his unwavering support for her dangerous economic gambit. Suddenly, her expression shifts to one of playful urgency as she grabs his arm, cryptically warning him that the stage is set for their next performance.
Before he can even ask, she forcefully drags him across the room, leaving him completely at the mercy of her unpredictable whims. With shocking, effortless strength, she shoves him headfirst straight beneath the heavy drapes of the bed. Sargis finds himself face down on the carpet, utterly bewildered by her bizarre actions, but forced to remain dead silent. Right on cue, a sudden, sharp knock rattles the chamber door as a guard panics, announcing that the Trajan secretary Elsa is pleading for an audience. From his dark hiding spot, Sargis' eyes narrow in sharp suspicion, wondering what treacherous plot is about to unfold. The heavy doors swing open to reveal a pale, trembling Elsa, her eyes wild with a terror that looks entirely too perfect. She collapses heavily onto her knees, weeping hysterically as she begs the princess for forgiveness.
Sveta immediately adopts a mask of deep, comforting concern, gently urging the distraught woman to breathe and speak.
Beneath the bed, Sargis holds his breath, his warrior instincts screaming that they have just stepped into a deadly trap.
Elsa sobs louder, wiping away her tears as she prepares to deliver her calculated blow.
With a wail of despair, she drops a devastating lie. She accuses Prince Sargis of forcefully taking her purity. Sveta gasps in perfect theatrical horror, while beneath her, Sargis nearly chokes on his own tongue in sheer, unadulterated shock. Sargis desperately clamps his hands over his mouth, his blood boiling at this monstrous, fabricated assault on his honor.
Elsa continues her tearful, wicked performance, spinning a detailed web of lies about a drunken prince dragging her into the shadows.
To seal their doom, Elsa holds out her hands, presenting Sargis's very own golden brooch as undeniable physical evidence of the crime. Playing along flawlessly, Sveta whispers in feigned shock, deliberately referencing old, fabricated rumors about the prince's supposed indecent past. Behind the scenes, the memory of Lady Lena's venomous, manufactured propaganda rises, exposing the true architects of this smear campaign. Elsa nods eagerly, claiming she never believed the dark rumors until she became his latest victim tonight.
Sveta clutches her face in artificial panic, muttering about the catastrophic international scandal this will inevitably ignite.
The sheer weight of a potential diplomatic nightmare presses down on the room, threatening to brand the prince a criminal.
Sveta wails that this will shatter their peace treaty, while Elsa subtly steers the conversation toward her true, insidious goal. Elsa desperately pleads for the princess to flee back to the kingdom of Tori immediately, hoping to banish them both from Traja forever.
But the trap suddenly snaps shut on the conspirator as Sveta's eyes flash with a cold golden fire, asking exactly how much Marquis Gerald paid her to play this part.
Elsa's heart stops as she flinches violently, the blood draining from her face as her perfect act shatters in an instant.
Under the bed, Sargis' eyes turn cold and calculating, recognizing the invisible hand of the Marquis orchestrating this political execution. Elsa frantically shrieks in denial, screaming that she is the victim and that the prince is still passed out in the lounge. But with a smooth, mocking flourish, a hand pulls back the bed skirt to reveal a hidden figure. Elsa's eyes bulge in sheer horror as Sargis crawls out from his hiding spot, perfectly sober, pristine, and fully armed with the truth. Sveta smiles coldly, revealing that the prince Elsa supposedly drugged in the lounge was actually their own elite shadow guard using transformation magic. Right on cue, the mischievous maid Rui drops her disguise with a cheerful, mocking wave, utterly destroying the secretary's lies. Rui proudly presents the final nail in the coffin, Elsa's family debt settlement statement, proving she was bought and paid for by Marquise Gerald. Cornered and ruined, Elsa's tears turn to pure venom as she screams her fanatical loyalty to Gerald, lunging forward in a desperate final act of defiance. Rui forcefully pins the struggling secretary to the floor, cutting off her frantic protests with a blunt command to stay quiet. With a smirk, she looks up to ask her masters what they should do with their captured prey. Sveta turns to her maid with a cold, analytical gaze, declaring it is time for a swift lesson in the law. She calmly asks exactly what kind of crime their traitorous captive has committed. Rui lists off the charges of drugging and blackmail, suggesting it might only qualify as a minor case of forced obstruction of business. But Sveta dismisses the idea instantly, demanding a far heavier charge to secure their advantage. Grinning mischievously, Rui points out that Elsa tried to defame the pristine, upright reputation of Prince Sargis with a fabricated assault. Behind them, Sargis can only sweat in silent irritation, realizing his own allies are using the opportunity to tease his stiff nature. Sveta sighs in mock disappointment, urging her maid to stop minimizing the severity of the situation. She leans forward, reminding everyone that they are dealing with a crime of a much grander scale, one that directly damages national interest. With a dramatic shout, Rui declares the charge to be nothing less than high treason, a crime punishable by death. Terror strikes Elsa's heart as the reality of the executioner's block sinks in, forcing her to weepingly plead that she was only trying to serve her country. Recognizing a sudden shift in her husband's quiet demeanor, Sveta turns her sharp eyes towards Sargis. She asks him flatly if he is actually attempting to defend the woman who tried to destroy them. Kneeling down to meet the weeping traitor's gaze, Sargis solemnly notes that the state has long ignored the suffering of commoners like her, pushing the heavy burden of disaster relief onto powerless local lords. Sveta's expression softens as she acknowledges that systemic neglect drives good people to crime, placing the ultimate blame on the shoulders of the rulers. Rather than execution, she suggests sending Elsa back to Tori's mountain region to help rebuild the devastated forestry industry. Though she offers mercy, the princess makes it clear that treason cannot go entirely unpunished. She turns a calculating look toward Elsa, asking if she is indeed familiar with the rugged terrains of the mountains. With a chillingly calm smile, Sveta announces her final verdict. She will hire the disgraced secretary herself. Elsa gasps in absolute bewilderment, unable to comprehend this bizarre, unexpected turn of events. The princess beams with a radiant, almost angelic smile, masking the absolute authority and absolute control she now holds over the terrified woman's fate. Sveta commands her trusted guard, Sir Renato, to secretly escort their new captive to the royal castle in Tori. She decides Elsa will be integrated under the guise of a newly hired maid, authorizing the transfer with her personal royal seal. Elsa frantically protests that she never agreed to work for her captors, but the princess merely mocks her defiance, asking if she is suffering from some kind of pathetic illusion. Sveta's eyes grow terrifyingly dark as she snaps that a criminal has no right to negotiate or make choices. She coldly orders the guard to drag her away to begin her lifetime of forced labor, leaving the room in a chilling silence. With the traitor dealt with, Rui hands her mistress a confidential document detailing an advanced dam system. Sargis is stunned to realize that Sveta is already planning to implement the Valkyrie Empire's revolutionary flood control methods. Sveta claps her hands in delighted admiration as Sargis admits he had already been trying to secure budget and engineers for similar flood prevention. Touched by his foresight, she promises to allocate funds immediately once the profits from the energy ore are secured. Sargis stands in quiet awe, admitting to himself that he truly cannot compete with his wife's brilliant, multi-layered mind. Curious, he asks her how she managed to uncover Elsa's treachery so quickly. Sveta taps her chin thoughtfully, explaining that Elsa claimed to have studied forestry, yet failed to recognize basic trade records during their brief time in the library.
Sargis is deeply impressed by her razor-sharp intuition, realizing she deduced the forgery from a single minor slip-up. Sveta adds that a commoner working in the foreign ministry would have required a formal academy education, exposing the holes in Elsa's cover.
Suddenly, Sveta's serious demeanor vanishes into a fit of playful giggles, teasing her oblivious husband for failing to notice how desperately the secretary had been trying to seduce him.
Sargis is left utterly dumbfounded, a cold sweat breaking out on his face as he desperately tries to recall any such advances, completely blind to the traps of the flesh. Without warning, Sveta cups her hands and lets out a deafening theatrical scream, falsely crying out that an assassin has breached their secure chamber.
Sargis turns pale in sheer panic, his mind racing as he tries to understand why his wife is suddenly fabricating an emergency in the middle of their quiet room.
The princess snaps her fan shut with a sharp, dramatic flourish, a sinister yet beautiful smile gracing her lips as she prepares to play her ultimate hand.
The next morning, the grand hall is thick with tension as the highest officials of Traja bow deeply in shame, offering their deepest, most desperate apologies to the royal couple. Sitting in poised, unyielding dignity, Sargis and Sveta look down upon the disgraced delegation, the political power balance of the peace talks shifting entirely in their favor. Sweat pours down the faces of the trembling diplomats, their careers and their nation's honor hanging by a thread after the supposed security breach.
Sargis maintains a stern, silent vigilance beside his wife, playing his part flawlessly as they watch the enemies squirm in their own self-inflicted trap.
In a series of flashbacks, the fabricated events of the previous night are detailed. The guards rush to the room in response to the scream, finding a tearful princess recounting a harrowing assault by Lady Elsa. The false narrative continues as Prince Sargis is said to have arrived just in time to force the assailant to flee through the window, paving the way for the Trajan authorities to discover Elsa's forged background. The trembling minister desperately wipes away his sweat, lamenting his extreme failure in allowing a dangerous spy from a third country to infiltrate his ministry and guide their esteemed guests.
Though the officials believe the spy was a foreign agent, Sargis knows the invisible hand of Marquis Gerald orchestrated the entire plot, using the crisis to force a deeper diplomatic wedge.
Raising a handkerchief to her eyes, Sveta puts on a masterclass of tragic vulnerability, weeping softly as she laments the terror she supposedly endured during the assassination attempt. The mortified Trajan minister stammers in shame, fearing that this catastrophic security failure will completely destroy the delicate peace negotiations they traveled so far to secure. He desperately implores the princess to forgive this egregious lapse in security, pleading with her not to abandon the treaty and to return to the negotiation table. Clutching her chest with dramatic resolve, Sveta tearfully declares that even if her very life is at risk, her commitment to the safety of her people means she absolutely refuses to give up on peace. The Trajan officials are deeply moved by her noble, self-sacrificing spirit, marveling at the incredible dignity and principle of the Tory Kingdom's princess. The emotional bait is taken completely hook, line, and sinker, leaving the Trajan delegation in absolute awe of her apparent benevolence and resolve. In a brief, silent exchange behind their stoic masks, Sargis questions her sudden theatrical gamble, only for Sveta to whisper that they must use this golden opportunity to tilt the negotiations entirely in their favor.
Sveta explains her ruthless strategy by framing the incident as a state-sanctioned assassination attempt on a royal guest. Traja is now buried under a mountain of political guilt. Sargis can only watch in silent admiration, offering a silent apology to the manipulated nation of Tracia as he realizes everything is unfolding exactly according to his wife's brilliant design.
Completely swayed by her performance, the minister passionately declares his profound respect for Sveta's resolve, eager to do whatever it takes to secure the border treaty. Sveta nods gracefully, agreeing that both nations must look toward a friendly, cooperative future, using the momentum of the crisis to slide the revised terms across the table. The critical clause of the treaty is laid bare. The nation that first begins excavation in any mines located on the borderline shall exclusively hold sole ownership.
The minister carefully reads the document, noting that while the proposal seems exceptionally generous and heavily favors Traja, there must be a catch.
A tense, heavy silence fills the chamber as the Trajan counselors stare at the terms, searching desperately for any hidden trap within the seemingly perfect deal.
Sveta maintains her serene, smiling facade, fully aware that the more generous the offer seems, the more the suspicious politicians will desperately search for a catch.
Right on cue, the leading official speaks up, suggesting that as a condition for accepting such a favorable treaty, Treya must pay a massive settlement fee to the Tory kingdom to offset their guilt. Sveta's trap snaps shut with flawless precision as the minister readily agrees to discuss the massive payout, completely unaware they have just handed the Tory kingdom exactly what they wanted all along. A binding agreement is forged in the shadows, a quiet alliance sealed with a firm grip over a bed of blooming red roses. With this handshake, the destiny of two kingdoms begins to shift, though the true mastermind remains hidden behind a curtain of absolute secrecy. Walking side by side through the lavish marble corridors, Princess Sveta reminds Prime Minister Donkey of his roots, pointing out that his merchant background gives him the perfect business mindset for the negotiations. She reveals that this calculation is the exact reason she brought him to the talks instead of the aggressive Duke Ravan. Donka looks down with a subtle, self-assured smirk, wondering aloud if her sharp words are meant as a rare compliment. Sveta merely offers a radiant, knowing smile in return, keeping her true intentions perfectly guarded. Though she remains a deeply enigmatic and dangerous woman, Donkey cannot deny the staggering success of the peace talks. Under Sveta's brilliant orchestration, they have secured the borders, extracted a massive settlement fee, and secretly claimed sole ownership of the invaluable energy ore mine. With a satisfied smile, the Prime Minister prepares for the real challenge ahead, planning to secretly hire mercenaries from his own territory to begin immediate mining excavations before Duke Ravan can even suspect a thing.
Suddenly, Sveta turns her sharp eyes back to him, effortlessly exposing his hidden agenda by calling him a beautifully calculating man who is already scheming to seize total leadership of the ore. Donkey freezes, the sudden realization of her sheer perceptiveness sending a chill down his spine.
Sweat drops on Donkey's brow as he realizes he has been completely read like an open book, unable to hide even a single thought from the terrifyingly brilliant princess. Quickly recovering his composure, Donkey chuckles softly, assuring her that the grand plan is only just beginning. He knows that they both share the exact same desire to commence the mining operation with maximum speed. Leaning in, Sveta outlines his next move with chilling clarity. He must use Duke Levon as his political cover, pretending to support the rival crown prince's faction to avoid drawing any suspicion to their secret alliance. Donkey's expression hardens into serious compliance as he admits he had planned for this from the start, realizing she wants him to act as her ultimate inside spy within the enemy's inner circle. A sinister, triumphant smile graces the princess's beautiful face, satisfied that every single piece on the political chessboard is falling perfectly into its designated place. Looking at her quiet, devastating confidence, Danker realizes with a trace of fear that crossing this woman would mean absolute ruin, making her a far more dangerous ally than anyone could ever imagine. As the winds of change begin to blow across the Carlisle territory, Dank resolves himself for the chaotic days ahead, knowing that the only true monarch he will serve from this day forward is Tory's hidden player. The focus shifts to Prince Sarges, a young leader still carrying some soft spots and lacking the ruthless gravitas of a seasoned monarch, yet possessing an undeniable potential that is waiting to be unlocked. Beneath the surface of this newfound alliance, a tense silence wraps around the kingdom as the players prepare for the next phase of their grand campaign. In the bustling streets of Traja, the rich, mouth-watering aroma of seasonal grilled fish wafts through the lively night air, offering a rare moment of simple indulgence amidst the brewing storm of statecraft. Leaping with pure, unbridled joy, Sveta's spirited maid Rui loudly sings the praises of Traja's famous night market, holding her delicious street food high in the air while her companions watch in dry amusement. Rui happily munches on her snack, taking playful jabs at the stuffy nobles who missed out on this lively festival because they were far too spineless and rigid to join them. Pointing at her next target, Rui enthusiastically urges her fellow guard to try the local delicacies, ignoring his stiff, duty-bound reluctance with a mischievous glint in her eyes. The young guard frantically waves his hands, red-faced and stammering that he absolutely cannot eat while on active duty, desperately trying to maintain his professional dignity.
Paying absolutely no heed to his protests, Rui aggressively forces the sweet tomato skewer directly into his mouth, prompting a silent, amused sigh from Princess Sveta as she watches her maid's chaotic antics. Stepping up to the stone balcony, Rui gazes out at the massive harbor below, genuinely impressed to find such a grand, bustling port in a country she had previously dismissed as a small rural territory. Sveta joins her, noting that Treya is actually a highly strategic maritime trade hub for the Western continent, making it one of the most critical allies for the powerful Valkyrie Empire.
However, the princess's analytical gaze is suddenly interrupted by a disturbing sight: a long, silent line of young, silent children being marched through the dark cobblestone streets. Rui whispers in horrified disbelief, identifying the men guarding them as notorious slave traders. The dark reality of the city's underbelly is laid bare before them, casting a heavy shadow over the peaceful night. Shaken by what they saw, Sveta turns to her maid with a serious, unyielding expression, telling Rui that she has a critical, highly sensitive favor to ask of her. With a bright, flowery smile that masks her calculating resolve, Sveta presents a closed dossier, cheerfully announcing that she needs Rui to depart on an immediate multi-nation business trip. Opening the map, the princess points to several key regions across the continent, laying out a vast and exhausting itinerary that leaves her maid completely dumbfounded. Rui shrieks in pure panic at the sheer number of countries she is expected to infiltrate, desperately demanding to know if she will at least receive a massive travel allowance for this monumental task. Looking at her mistress's intense, glowing eyes, Rui feels a sudden chill of profound respect, recognizing that exact, terrifying look of determination from when Sveta single-handedly saved their entire country from ruin. Dropping to her knees, the loyal maid silently pledges her absolute obedience, ready to carry out her princess's grand designs to the ends of the earth. Meanwhile, back in his private chambers, Prince Sargis ponders their next destination, the rugged heights of Mount Visokaya, calculating the detour they must take on their journey home. In the quiet comfort of their shared bed, Sveta looks at her husband with a smile so radiant and dazzling that it leaves the stoic prince momentarily breathless, his heart racing as he tries to keep his composure. Trying to focus his racing mind, Sargis quietly asks her why, of all possible places, they are making a detour to visit a remote mountain monastery. Sveta merely offers a playful, mysterious silence in response, leaving her husband utterly bewildered as he tries to piece together his wife's endless layers of secrecy. The next day, the majestic stone towers of the Grand Mountain Monastery loom before them, a sacred sanctuary of ancient history and hidden political influence. Upon their arrival, they are warmly greeted by the elegant Bishop LeBlanc, who expresses her profound honor at welcoming Prince Sargis and Princess Consort Sveta to her holy grounds.
Sveta beams with a genuine warmth, expressing her deep happiness at seeing the bishop again, and noting that she has been waiting a very long time to properly thank her for past favors. The bishop sighs softly, reflecting on the countless memories they share, many of which, she notes with a hint of sorrow, may not entirely be fond ones for the church. Watching their intimate exchange, Sargis stands in quiet curiosity, deeply intrigued by the close, unspoken bond between his wife and the high-ranking religious leader. As they are led deeper into the solemn stone corridors of the sanctuary, a sense of gravity settles over the prince, who senses that a great secret is about to be unveiled. A young, elegant man in pure white robes steps forward to greet them, introducing himself with polite humility as Maserati, the personal assistant to the Pope. Maserati looks up with striking green eyes, his calm, gentle demeanor instantly commanding a deep sense of respect and trust from the royal couple. In a series of historical revelations, the assistant details the sanctuary's dark past. When the council originally sent out ships to rescue slaves, they struggled to find homes for the destitute refugees, eventually turning to the Holy Church's shelters for protection. Holding a sacred ledger close to her chest, Sveta stands as a symbol of hope, her past brilliance in resolving this crisis beginning to shine through as the story unfolds. Maserati explains to Sargis that severe funding disputes soon threatened to destroy the fragile peace between the Holy Church and the secular council, pushing the shelters to the absolute brink of collapse. It was Sveta who stepped in with a revolutionary, commercial solution. She suggested putting a proper price on the sacred items that the church had previously been giving away for free to both commoners and nobles alike.
Under her ingenious plan, high-ranking nobles and devout wealthy followers were offered exclusive golden and silver holy waters as a mark of prestige, turning a simple spiritual gesture into a highly coveted luxury. The brilliant commercial scheme generated astronomical profits without ever tarnishing the church's dignity, providing the exact funds needed to build new sanctuaries and safely house the incoming slave refugees. Sargis is struck by a wave of profound realization, finally understanding the true, brilliant purpose behind the holy water and the cloak presented at their wedding, and the incredible, world-changing mind of the woman he married. Maserati chuckles softly, finding Prince Sargis's blunt honesty surprisingly refreshing amidst the usual deceitful court politics. Beneath his stoic facade, Prince Sargis feels a profound realization wash over him. Whenever he closes his eyes, her face is the only one that appears. This sudden surge of emotion only solidifies his resolve to stand by her side through whatever storm awaits them. Inside the quiet sanctuary office, Sveta explains that this is precisely why she dispatched her loyal maid Rui to gather intelligence across other kingdoms. A soft, rare warmth touches the princess's face as she speaks of her husband, her eyes filled with the subtle pride. Bishop LeBlanc smiles warmly, recognizing that Princess Sveta has finally found a partner truly worthy of her brilliant, complex mind. Yet Sveta lightly sighs, amusedly recalling how her fiercely protective maid and her overbearing older brother constantly look down on the gentle prince. Bishop LeBlanc listens intently as they discuss the delicate balance of power shifting across the empires. With a gentle but knowing gaze, the bishop assures her that the young prince will not just protect the kingdom, he will be her ultimate savior when she needs him most. Sveta's expression instantly sharpens with stubborn independence, declaring that she has never needed a savior in her entire life. Seeing her fierce pride, Bishop LeBlanc can only pray for the young couple's enduring happiness as they step into the brewing war. Walking together under the cool moonlight, the grand monastery towers cast long shadows over the young royal couple. Sensing the chilly night air, Sargis gently drapes his own coat over Sveta's shoulders in a quiet, tender gesture. Sveta looks up at him with a mischievous, radiant smile, teasing that she has no intention of ever returning his warm coat. Sargis smiles back, but his tone turns serious as he praises her brilliant strategic mind, giving her all the credit for securing their current path to peace. But his heart aches, knowing that her genius was forged in a brutal, loveless childhood, where survival required constantly staying steps ahead of everyone. Pausing in his tracks, Sargis looks directly into her eyes, asking the one question that has weighed heavily on his mind, if she still cannot bring herself to trust him completely. Sitting beside her on the cold stone bench, he vows that even if she never trusts him, he will never leave her side. Stunned by his raw vulnerability, Sveta turns away slightly, whispering that his intense words sound dangerously like a love confession. Without a single trace of hesitation, Sargis looks at her with absolute clarity and declares his deep, unyielding love for her. The confession echoes in her mind, fracturing the icy walls she built around her heart since the day she wore her wedding veil. She remembers telling herself that her life belongs solely to the state, expecting nothing but a political arrangement. But now, a hidden, desperate wish she never dared to harbor threatens to break through her careful defenses. Kneeling before her, Sargis takes her hand, promising to be whatever she needs him to be, even if it is just a convenient tool. He smiles softly, his gaze locked onto hers, offering himself completely to her grand designs without asking for anything in return. Sveta freezes, completely defenseless against the overwhelming warmth of his absolute, unconditional devotion. Her mind races back to their first meeting when she dismissed him as a quiet, unremarkable prince who would merely serve as a shield. She had believed he was entirely free of ambition, a shadow prince she could easily guide and control from the sidelines. She had supported him purely to build a great king for the kingdom, never expecting to lose her own heart in the process. Tears swell in her golden eyes as a sudden, sharp ache pierces her chest, realizing how desperately she has fallen for his genuine warmth. In his outstretched hand, she sees a future she never thought she was allowed to have. Silently weeping, the terrifyingly brilliant princess finally lets her guard crumble, weeping for the first time in his gentle embrace. The scene shifts to the Grand Palace Assembly Hall, where the tense silence of statecraft is about to be shattered.
Taking the podium, Prince Sargis calmly announces that Treja has officially agreed to the peace treaty under their terms. Outraged, Prince Chris slams his hands down, screaming that these treasonous terms will bring absolute ruin to their kingdom. The rival faction nobles immediately join the protest, shouting their furious refusal to accept such a shameful agreement.
Maintaining his absolute composure, Sargis gestures toward the grand map behind him, preparing to silence his critics once and for all. Placing a glowing, invaluable energy ore onto the desk, Sargis reveals that they have already begun test drilling, securing sole mining rights for their territory. The assembly erupts into a stunned murmur as the nobles realize that this single energy mine holds far more wealth than all the kingdom's diamond mines combined.
From his high throne, the king begins to clap slowly, a deeply satisfied smile spreading across his face.
One by one, the stunned nobles join the applause, their previous outrage instantly dissolving into greedy excitement.
The entire hall thunders with roaring applause as Sargis stands victoriously at the podium, his political genius undeniable. The king praises his son's extraordinary achievement, noting that in less than a week he has averted a war and secured unprecedented wealth. Looking down at his second son, the king's eyes gleam with a newfound, profound respect.
He proudly declares that Sargis must be heavily rewarded for single-handedly saving the entire country from a devastating crisis. Sensing his father's true intent to secure the kingdom's future, Sargis prepares to make his ultimate move. Looking his father dead in the eye, Sargis boldly demands the title of Crown Prince of the realm. A heavy, suffocating silence instantly blankets the massive throne room as the shock of his demand sinks in. Prince Chris turns pale with murderous fury, screaming in disbelief that a mere concubine's son would dare to claim the throne.
The rival faction desperately protests, demanding to know if Sargis is actively declaring war against the king and queen's established line of succession.
Prince Chris was declared the crown prince when he was just a child, decision carved in stone, or so the kingdom believed. At that time, Prince Sargis had only just been born, a silent afterthought in the grand game of royal succession.
For years, alliances were forged and treaties were signed under the assumption that the crown's fate was forever sealed.
But the chess pieces have shifted, and the outraged Prince Chris screams in absolute denial, refusing to accept that his birthright is slipping away. Unmoved by the screaming tantrum, Sargis stands tall, his cold, piercing eyes locked onto the shifting tides of the court.
High upon his silent throne, the king gazes down at his sons, preparing to deliver a decree that will alter the empire forever.
The king's deep voice echoes through the hall. A new successor will be chosen in 6 months' time at the Grand Founding Festival. Terror grips Chris's heart as the horrifying realization sinks in. His father is actively reconsidering who deserves the crown. The assembly hall erupts into panicked whispers, the nobles realizing the entire power structure of the kingdom is about to collapse. Bracing himself for the looming war, Sargis walks past his trembling brother, ready to seize the destiny he was once denied. Trapped in the shadows, Prince Chris gathers his most loyal allies, their faces pale with desperate brewing treachery. Furious and humiliated, Chris demands to know if they will simply stand by and let a concubine's son usurp his rightful place. Slamming his fist onto the desk, Chris bitterly reflects on a lifetime of cold neglect, realizing his father never truly loved him. Under the overbearing shadow of his mother's ambitions, Chris knows he must force the king to change his mind or face total ruin.
Seeing his panic, his clever allies step forward, their eyes gleaming with a malicious new strategy to turn the tables.
Intrigued but skeptical, Chris listens as Lena and his advisors present a plan so daring it could change everything.
The key to victory lies not in the court, but in the streets. They must control public opinion before Sargis can win the people's support.
If they can successfully manipulate the masses, they will wield a weapon powerful enough to force the king's hand.
With a cold, calculated smirk, Lena suggests a grand, flashy display of benevolence to paint Chris as the true savior of the realm. The plan is simple. Present Chris and his faction as the ultimate protectors of the poor, basking in the adoration of the blind public.
And while they elevate Chris to godhood, they will systematically drag Sargis and Sveta's reputation through the absolute mud. Meanwhile, in the quiet sanctuary of their chambers, Sargis watches his wife, the 6-month deadline heavy on his mind. Sveta sips her tea with an elegant, unreadable calm, her thoughts locked away behind a beautiful, stoic mask. A cold dread begins to creep into Sarja's chest, sensing an invisible, growing distance between them ever since their return from Traja. Even sharing the same room and the same bed, an icy wall of silence seems to stretch endlessly between their hearts. Unable to bear the distance, Sarjas confronts her directly, asking if his passionate confession is the reason she has turned so cold. But his tension melts into a warm, gentle laugh as he looks at her, teasingly calling her surprisingly cute when she tries to deny it. Caught completely off guard, the usually untouchable princess blushes deeply, her carefully constructed defenses momentarily shattering.
Desperately trying to regain her composure, Sveta quickly hides her burning face behind her teacup, her heart racing wildly. Sensing her flustered state, Sarjas softly smiles and drinks his tea, agreeing to focus on the immediate political battle ahead.
Looking out over the vast, glittering capital, the first phase of their master plan is officially complete, but the battle for the people's loyalty is just beginning. With a brilliant, predatory gold glint in her eyes, Princess Sveta smiles, ready to play the ultimate game of power and survival. Yet, in the dark silence of the night, Sveta sits up in bed, staring blankly as her husband sleeps peacefully beside her. Slipping away into the shadows, she repeats the cold mantra she has lived by. This was supposed to be nothing more than a political arrangement.
Clutching her chest, the brilliant princess weeps in secret, believing that a pure, unconditional love is something she is far too damaged to ever deserve.
Her mind drifts back to the grand, oppressive empire of her birth, a land of infinite wealth, a magic-forged army, and ruthless expectations. In that cold, magnificent kingdom, even princesses whose marriages were decided at birth by sacred prophecy were treated as mere political tools. Raised to be a perfect weapon for the state, young Sveta's hands were bound to a destiny she had no say in. At an absurdly long, cold dining table, a young Sveta dined with her mother, trying desperately to find a shred of familial warmth. She would smile and ask polite questions, craving even a single moment of genuine motherly affection. But in that palace, love was a fantasy. Her parents were nothing but cold superiors, and her childhood was defined by relentless, isolating lessons. One afternoon, a stern assignment was delivered to her, to tame a wild, untamed beast. Led out to the training grounds, her teacher presented a fierce, bucking white stallion that had refused to submit to anyone. Bowing politely, the young princess accepted the dangerous task, determined to prove her worth to her demanding family. Walking up to the massive, intimidating beast, Sveta whispered a gentle greeting, hoping to find a connection. Reaching up to climb onto its saddle, she prepared to show the court that she could conquer any challenge. But with a violent, thunderous kick, the wild stallion bucked her off, crashing her small body hard onto the dirt. Bruised and aching, she stared up at the majestic animal, realizing how unpredictable and dangerous the world truly is. Yet she refused to give up, returning day after day with patient, gentle offerings, slowly earning the creature's trust. Through sheer willpower and patience, she conquered the beast, a fitting testament to the unstoppable, brilliant queen she was destined to become. Determined to forge her own path, the young princess steps forward and bestows a name upon the majestic beast, Anton, the partner who will carry her through the coming storm. In the days that follow, a strange, beautiful harmony blossoms between the princess and her stallion, their souls moving in perfect, unspoken sync. As they halt in the quiet woods, she leans down to whisper a secret vow to her loyal companion, sensing a profound shift in her lonely world. With a sudden burst of wild speed, they fly across the field, the princess realizing that in this harsh empire, she has finally found a true friend who will never betray her. 2 years fly by in a blur of rigorous training, leading them to the grand fields where the Empire's elite gather for the highly anticipated hunting tournament. Brushing her magnificent steed, the young princess chuckles softly at how pampered her once wild companion has truly become under her dedicated care. The peaceful moment is instantly shattered as a group of sneering, high-born rivals steps into the clearing, their eyes glinting with malice. The arrogant young noble steps forward, spitting a vicious threat to utterly humiliate the princess on the hunting grounds.
Unfazed, she turns a razor-sharp gaze on him, mocking his fragile pride and reminding him of the absolute disgrace of losing to his younger sister.
As her furious brother prepares to boil over in rage, a bright, booming voice cuts through the tension, scattering the brewing conflict.
The crowd parts in deep respect as the radiant first prince of the empire, Ivan de Valkyrie, steps into the light with an effortless smile. With a clever grin, Ivan exposes the coward's plot to poison Anton with chocolate, only for Sveta to reveal she has already fed the poison back to their own horses. Spitting curses of pure humiliation, the defeated rivals scramble away to check on their ruined steeds, leaving the princess victorious before the hunt even begins. A rare, brilliant smile lights up Sveta's face as she basks in the thrill of outsmarting her enemies so flawlessly. Laughing heartily, Ivan sweeps his brilliant little sister into the air, celebrating her cunning wit with pure, unyielding brotherly pride.
Placing her back on the ground, the beloved first prince gently asks if she is truly ready for the grueling competition that lies ahead.
With golden eyes flashing, she boldly declares her intention to snatch the championship trophy right out of his seasoned hands. Amused by her fierce ambition, Ivan smiles warmly but warns her that his record of 48 kills will not be surrendered easily. A melodic, elegant voice suddenly drifts through the breeze, playfully advising the first prince not to underestimate his brilliant sister. Emerging from the shadows of the royal tents is Lady Elizabeth, the radiant first princess of Piastori and Ivan's devoted fiancée.
Elizabeth embraces Sveta warmly, teasingly promising to bet all her gold on the young princess instead of her own fiancé.
Ivan lets out a dramatic gasp, playfully pleading with his beloved not to ruin his reputation before the entire court. Watching them bicker with such easy warmth, young Sveta feels a strange, unfamiliar ache in her chest, witnessing a love she never knew existed. Her mind flashes to the cold, ruthless doctrines of her tutors, who demanded she reject all love and view everyone as a threat to her survival. Standing in the shadow of their bright affection, the 10-year-old princess grapples with a confusing, heavy burden in her heart. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she hesitatingly asks her brother if she might pose a deeply improper, dangerous question.
Ivan turns to her with a gentle, encouraging smile, assuring her that he has never viewed her as just an ignorant child.
With a trembling voice, she questions why he dares to love when the empire's tutors preach that love is a fatal weakness. A soft chuckle escapes Ivan's lips as he instantly understands the quiet confusion weighing down his little sister's soul. Without a shred of hesitation, he looks into her eyes and proudly confesses his deep, unyielding love for Elizabeth. Sveta stares at him in stunned silence, her rigid worldview beginning to crack under the weight of his genuine warmth. Ivan explains that while love can cloud a ruler's judgment, it is also the single greatest source of strength a person can possess. He speaks of the boundless courage Elizabeth gives him, turning his crown from a heavy burden into a source of endless light. As his words echo in her mind, Sveta feels the first spark of understanding, realizing that love might not be a weapon used to destroy her. Sensing her struggle to comprehend such warmth, Ivan realizes his brilliant sister has been raised in a world completely devoid of affection. Leaning down, his golden eyes gleam with a promise to show her a future different from the cold path of the empire.
Gently patting her head, he whispers that she must never shut her heart away, regardless of what the ruthless tutors demand.
As he walks away, the lingering warmth of his hand on her head leaves an indelible mark on her soul, changing her forever.
Sveta chuckles softly to herself, deciding that perhaps it is acceptable to not understand everything just yet.
Yet a dark, terrifying premonition flashes in her mind, a future drenched in blood where she must hold a rifle and fight for her life. The hunting tournament concludes in a thunderous roar of applause as Ivan stands victorious, hoisting the gold trophy high above his head. While Ivan celebrates in Elizabeth's loving embrace, Sveta stands quietly beside Anton, proud of their respectable fifth-place finish. Beside her, her second brother Alexander sighs in deep, bitter defeat, feeling utterly eclipsed by Ivan's undeniable genius. Sveta looks up at him with a piercing gaze, asking if he has already resigned himself to living in their brother's shadow forever. Alexander admits with a sad smile that some are simply born of a superior caliber, accepting his role as a mere supporter. With a sharp, manipulative glint in her eyes, Sveta whispers that Alexander's only flaw is his inability to use dirty tricks, a vital trait for survival.
Suddenly, Ivan sweeps both of his siblings into a massive, laughing hug, refusing to let any shadow of jealousy tear them apart.
Ivan proudly praises Alexander's diligence, declaring that the empire's future is secure as long as they stand united. Turning to the young princess, Elizabeth reveals that Ivan fiercely protects her, refusing to let her be married off to a weak, distant realm.
Tears of profound shock well up in Sveta's golden eyes as she realizes for the very first time that she is cherished by those she was taught to fear. A fleeting, fragile warmth blossoms in young Sveta's heart, a momentary escape into a beautiful world she had never dared to dream of. But the cold reality of the empire instantly pulls her back, as Ivan reminds her that no one can ever defy the sacred prophecies of the royal grandmother. Catching her off guard, Ivan sweeps her up in a playful embrace, his sudden laughter momentarily shattering her mounting anxieties. Ruffling her hair with easy affection, he teasingly declares that a little brotherly mischief is the perfect cure for a cheeky little sister. Laughing, Sveta desperately calls out to Lady Elizabeth to witness her fiancé's true, chaotic nature before it is too late. Watching their playful antics, Elizabeth can only chuckle softly, her warm smile radiating a deep, unconditional love for them both. Wrapped in the embrace of a family that truly cherishes her, young Sveta dares to believe that a life of warmth is finally within her grasp. But the fragile illusion of peace is violently shattered just 3 days later, when a cold, devastating command leaves her completely frozen in shock. Pointing to the stable, her ruthless tutor delivers a horrific sentence. Her beloved white stallion has suffered a broken leg, and she must shoot him dead. Clutching her chest in absolute agony, Sveta fiercely protests, her entire soul screaming in denial at the barbaric cruelty of the empire. Only yesterday, Anton was running around full of vibrant energy, and as she stares into her tutor's unyielding eyes, a chilling realization strikes her. In that dark, suffocating silence, the horrifying truth finally dawns on her, exposing the sinister reality of her entire upbringing. The assignment to tame a wild beast was never about proving her strength. It was a calculated trap designed to force her to slaughter the only creature she loved. With a cold, metallic click, the tutor shoves a heavy hunting rifle into her trembling hands, demanding she execute her loyal companion immediately. Despair and guilt crush her spirit as she realizes her own foolish soft-heartedness has ultimately led Anton to his tragic doom. Looking down the barrel of the gun, she locks eyes with her majestic companion, his trusting gaze tearing her heart to absolute shreds. Biting her lip until it bleeds, Sveta vows to destroy her own weakness forever as she pulls the trigger, a thunderous blast echoing through the silent courtyard. As night falls over the cold palace, a new, ruthless resolve is forged in the ashes of her broken heart. She must become stronger, smarter, and deadlier than everyone else. Diving headfirst into endless military strategies, she maps out troop movements, determined to master the cold mechanics of war. Though the agonizing kickback of the rifle still burns in her hands, she swallows her grief, vowing that the Empire will never see her cry again. With golden eyes burning like wildfire, the 10-year-old princess locks away her heart, swearing never to forgive weakness in herself or anyone else. Suddenly, frantic, echoing footsteps race down the hallway, violently disrupting her intense concentration.
The library doors fly open as her second brother, Alexander, bursts into the room, his face pale and distorted with absolute panic. Forcing her voice to remain perfectly calm, Sveta rises to face him, demanding to know what crisis could possibly justify such chaos. The words that leave Alexander's lips strike like a physical blow. Their beloved brother, the brilliant Crown Prince Ivan, has been assassinated. Draped in heavy mourning black, Sveta stands before the cold, silent coffin, unable to comprehend how their bright beacon of light could be snuffed out so easily. The funeral is a desolate, lonely affair, with the emperor himself refusing to attend, abandoning his fallen heir to the cold judgment of the court. Driven mad by bloodlust, Lady Elizabeth is dragged away in chains, screaming her hatred for the empire that held her hostage since youth. Before the mourning court, the treasonous princess is ruthlessly executed, her blood splattering across a bed of fresh roses.
In the bloody aftermath, the entire royal family of Piastri is completely annihilated, their fallen kingdom devoured and absorbed by the ruthless empire. But the damage to Ivan's legacy is permanent, as a foolish, weak prince who was easily manipulated and slaughtered by a foreign hostage.
Staring at the tragic grave, Sveta realizes the fatal flaw that destroyed her brother. He tried to rule with love instead of terrifying, unyielding fear. She confirms the darkest, most absolute doctrine of the empire. Emotions are a fatal poison, and to survive, she must destroy them entirely. Kneeling before the high throne, Alexander pledges his absolute allegiance, stepping forward to claim the mantle left behind by their fallen brother. Standing in the shadows of the grand hall, Sveta watches him, her mind haunted by the ghosts of Ivan and her beloved Anton. Laying out his cold geopolitical strategy, Alexander declares they must annex the kingdom of Tori to act as a defensive shield against the encroaching Shuna Empire. Years later, walking through the grand palace corridors, the brilliant princess prepares to play her own hand in this high-stakes game of survival. But she had fully resigned herself to a life of cold political manipulation, believing that a broken monster like her could never be worthy of genuine affection. Yet her quiet, mysterious husband did not flee from her dark, calculating nature. Instead, he stood firmly by her side, accepting all of her. His words echo in her heart, offering her his absolute, unwavering devotion to be used as a weapon in her ruthless climb to power. A single blue feather drifts down as she watches him, a beautiful yet terrifying reminder of the pure heart she is currently manipulating. If he ever discovers the dark depths of her calculated schemes, his love will undoubtedly wither and turn into bitter, unyielding hatred. The memories of the cold emperor demanding they seize Tori flash in her mind, raising the stakes of her secret maneuvers to a boiling point. Gripping the stone balcony, Sveta looks out over the vast empire, knowing that the chess pieces are finally moving exactly as she planned. Inside the council chambers, rumors fly that the king is reconsidering the crown prince's succession, setting off a dangerous scramble for the throne. Capitalizing on the chaos, a manipulative blonde noble steps forward, proposing a massive public relief project sponsored directly by the crown princess. Under the guise of absolute charity, the distribution of flour begins, a cunning plot designed to win the hearts and minds of the desperate populace. But behind closed doors, the true battle is waged with razor-sharp steel and whispered alliances as the factions prepare for a bloody civil war. Reading the official decree, Sveta smiles coldly, recognizing that even a rival's move can be twisted into a devastating weapon for her own ascension. Turning to Alexander with a sharp, calculating gaze, the arrogant young noble demands to know if the second prince is ready to make his move. Standing before the imperial assembly, Sveta's husband delivers his verdict with a deceptively warm smile, feigning complete agreement with the rival faction's suspicious proposal. Facing the smug blonde noble at the podium, he plays his role perfectly, lulling his enemies into a false sense of absolute security. When the blonde noble greedily suggests forcing the second princess to cooperate with the crown princess, a sudden, sharp tension ripples through the silent chamber. The blonde noble smugly mocks Sveta's reputation as a shallow, luxury-obsessed princess, unaware that his arrogant insults are fueling a cold, terrifying rage inside Sveta's husband. As a wave of condescending whispers and mocking laughter sweeps through the assembly, the prince sits in absolute silence, enveloped in a chilling aura of dark, murderous intent. Breaking the mocking silence, the prince speaks with razor-sharp calm, delivering a subtle, devastating warning that turns the courtier's smugness into cold dread. He lays bare the harsh reality of their empire's deceptive equality, posing a single, brutal question that leaves the blonde noble trembling with sudden, panicked fury. Once the high-stakes conference finally concludes, the prince returns to their private chambers, where Sveta greets him with a knowing, calculated smile. Recognizing the trap laid by their rivals, the prince insists they launch a counter-relief project, even though they are at a severe political disadvantage. Sveta chuckles softly at his concern, fully aware that the hostile queen would never willingly grant her the massive budget needed to compete with Lena.
But as her husband reveals that the queen has been buying wheat at an astronomical, highly inflated price, a brilliant, sinister spark ignites in Sveta's golden eyes. With a wicked, playful grin, she claps her hands together and declares her intention to summon a mysterious ally, instantly sending a shiver of dread down her husband's spine. Sweating with sudden anxiety, he desperately hopes she isn't referring to that notoriously dangerous and chaotic individual. Sveta merely smiles back with sweet, terrifying innocence, refusing to ease his mounting panic as her web of schemes begins to spin. Sensing his hesitation, she leans in close, teasingly asking if he is suddenly afraid of mixing a little personal pleasure with their ruthless business. Blushing furiously under her intense gaze, the prince desperately begs her for a break, completely undone by her sudden, magnetic, and playful nature. Laughing softly as she shifts closer, Sveta takes a fleeting moment to relish his genuine warmth before turning her gaze to the dark, imposing silhouette of the royal palace. The very next day, Sveta stands in the grand royal chambers, bowing deeply to the imposing and hostile queen. The queen coldly demands she cut the empty formalities, met instantly by Sveta's perfectly fabricated, sweet and simple-minded smile. Striking with venomous disdain, the queen sneers and asks if Sveta is too feeble-minded to grasp the weight of her demands. Playing the victim flawlessly, Sveta raises a handkerchief to her golden eyes, squeezing out fake tears of deep, wounded innocence to disarm her opponent. As the queen glares in utter disgust, Sveta accidentally slips the words crown princess into her tearful babble, instantly pushing the tense matriarch's patience to its absolute limit. Blinded by sheer unbridled fury, the queen grabs her teacup and viciously douses Sveta's head in scalding hot tea, completely shattering the illusion of royal decorum. As the dark liquid drips from her hair, Sveta's sorrowful mask instantly vanishes, replaced by a cold, mocking smirk that completely mocks the queen's explosive temper. Trembling with rage, the queen shoves a folded document forward, coldly presenting her final, unyielding answer to Sveta's request. Reading the decree, Sveta sees that her allocated budget is not even a tenth of her rival's, yet a dark, triumphant satisfaction fills her soul. The queen barks a final, harsh command for her to get out, but Sveta remains perfectly still, her mind locked on the next phase of her trap. Turning to face the cruel ruler one last time, Sveta's golden eyes turn chillingly serious as she asks a single dangerous question. Does the queen truly love her people? The queen sneers in cold silence, dismissing the question as utter foolishness, before turning her back on the young princess. Bowing her head, Sveta murmurs that she understands perfectly, her polite facade hiding the absolute certainty of the queen's fast-approaching doom. But as the doors close, an unsettling, suffocating silence settles over the queen, a sudden premonition of danger creeping into her mind. Staring into the empty room, the queen is haunted by the memory of the prophetic marriage proposal, realizing she has vastly underestimated the threat of the imperial princess. A dark, volatile energy surges within her as she vows to crush the girl before Sveta can ever dream of dismantling her ultimate, sinister plan. With a violent, deliberate motion, the royal teacup is shattered on the cold floor, the dark tea spreading like a pool of fresh, ominous blood. But Sveta's piercing, unyielding gaze remains etched in the shadows, her quiet accusation of the queen's betrayal echoing through the grand palace corridors. Gripping her temples and mounting frustration, the queen realizes that this deceptive, golden-eyed girl is destined to be her most terrifying opponent. Meanwhile, in the bustling courtyard below, the public relief project commences as desperate, impoverished citizens gather in massive crowds. Sacks of incredibly white, high-quality flour are brought out, a glaringly expensive resource meant to dazzle the starving masses. Smiling like a saint, Lena personally distributes the luxury flour, completely winning the unquestioning love and devotion of the tearful populace. In the shadows of the capital, a beautifully illustrated fable begins to circulate, painting a black and white tale of a pure saintess rising to defeat a greedy, tyrannical villainess. The propaganda ruthlessly brands Sveta as a parasitic monster draining the empire's wealth while hailing Lena as the sole savior of the starving kingdom.
The storybooks predict a glorious future where the heroic crown prince and his beloved saintess happily banish the wicked villainess forever.
Back in his studies, Sveta's husband stares down at the treasonous fairy tale, his expression tightening as he realizes how deeply their enemies are manipulating public opinion. His loyal advisor steps forward, revealing that the true mastermind spinning this dangerous public narrative is none other than Duke Charles Denis. The advisor warns that the Duke is attempting to weaponize Sveta's lack of public support, leaving her with only 15 days to somehow salvage her ruined reputation. Yet, instead of panicking, the prince lets out a low, amused chuckle, knowing his brilliant, unpredictable wife is already planning something absolutely outrageous. Right on cue, Sveta sweeps into a hidden parlor, her mere presence instantly silencing the tense, waiting conspirators. With her signature elegance, she offers a polite apology for her tardiness, completely unfazed by the high-stakes game they are about to play. Sniffing the air, a nobleman gasps at her drenched hair and the distinct, strong aroma of tea, prompting Sveta to cheekily reply that it simply rains Earl Grey in this kingdom. The red-haired noble bursts into hearty laughter, thoroughly entertained by the princess's chaotic charm as they prepare to turn the entire empire upside down. The young noble extends a handkerchief to Sveta, his eyes filled with concern as he offers a simple gesture of comfort to the tea-drenched princess. Sitting amidst her core conspirators, Sveta pays no mind to her damp hair, casually dismissing the absence of her loyal maid, Rui, who is currently out executing a vital phase of her plan. Shifting the mood instantly to business, Sveta locks eyes with the red-haired merchant prince, confirming her massive order of cheap, coarse grain from foreign lands. The merchant prince leans forward in fascination, questioning her ultimate goal, only for Sveta to smile serenely and declare it a grand project for poverty relief. But her choice of grain is not the premium flour of royals, but a gritty, dark blend of coarse, low-grade crops that would turn any bread pitch black.
With a sudden, chilling coldness, she makes her true intentions clear. She has absolutely no desire to offer unearned handouts to the lazy masses.
Placing a hand to her chin, her golden eyes gleam with a wicked brilliance, ready to unleash a lesson that will rewrite the very fabric of society. The merchant prince's eyes widen with sudden comprehension, realizing she plans to sell this cheap grain directly to the desperate rather than giving it away.
Sveta praises his sharp mind, while the blue-haired margrave beside him sweats profusely, hopelessly lost in the complex web of her economic warfare.
Scratching his head in utter bewilderment, the straightforward military commander begs her to speak in terms a simple soldier can actually understand.
Tapping her finger on the table, Sveta promises to provide the empire with a harsh, unyielding education that they will never forget.
Her voice rings with absolute authority as she explains that free handouts only breed weakness and mental stagnation, whereas selling cheap grain empowers the poor to rebuild their own lives. Yet the margrave sighs in deep frustration, citing his depleted food stores and total lack of foreign trade routes to secure such coarse grains.
Smiling softly, Sveta reassures him, whispering that his role in this dangerous conspiracy is already perfectly laid out.
Slapping a damning document onto the table, she exposes his darkest secret. He has been illegally falsifying his region's wheat harvest numbers for years. As the proud margrave recoils in sheer panic, Sveta casually mocks his sloppy financial crimes, advising him to be far more thorough if he ever wishes to deceive her.
Sweating under her crushing dominance, the general lets out a forced, hysterical laugh, completely trapped in the palm of her hand.
Regaining his composure, he nervously wonders if this bizarre strategy can truly salvage her ruined reputation as the empire's hated villainess. At the mention of her terrible reputation, Sveta's eyes burn with a predatory golden fire, her lips curling into a deeply unsettling smirk. A sudden, paralyzing dread grips the margrave's heart as he realizes he has unleashed a beast whose next move will shake the entire kingdom to its core. Smiling sweetly, Sveta requests his expert aid in navigating the shadowy world of illegal bribes and black market accounts, leaving the hardened general begging her to stop phrasing her plans so scandalously.
Clapping her hands together, she radiates a blinding, mock innocence that completely disarms any lingering doubts.
The Margrave can only offer a trembling nod, realizing her terrifyingly simple plan is as foolproof as it is dangerous. Watching her from across the table, the merchant prince's heart races, recognizing that Sveta possesses the brilliant, terrifying soul of a true sovereign. Struck by her sheer charisma and calculating genius, he feels a sudden, overwhelming urge to pledge his absolute devotion to her cause. Gazing upon her radiant, dangerous smile, he makes his ultimate decision to align himself with this legendary force of nature. A warm, genuine smile spreads across his face as he resolves to follow her into whatever chaos lies ahead. Reviewing the contract with a determined gaze, the merchant prince commits his vast wealth and connections to guarantee her absolute success. Meanwhile, in the Grand Palace, Crown Princess Lena listens smugly to her maid's report, delighted to hear that Sveta is desperately buying up cheap, worthless grain. The loyal maid confirms that the imperial press has already been fully mobilized to spin this news into a devastating scandal.
With a dismissive wave, Lena promises a lavish reward for any reporter who writes a sufficiently scathing article to bury her rival forever.
Alone in her quarters, Lena's face contorts into a hideous, triumphant grin as she celebrates her solidifying reputation as a holy saintess, confident she is one step away from ruining Sveta. Out in the bustling city streets, the commoners cheerfully discuss the propaganda plays, completely enchanted by the crown princess's fabricated generosity. But alongside the rumors, mysterious sacks of dark, affordable grain begin appearing at local markets, offering a cheap alternative for the starving populace. Confused commoners gather around the stalls, discovering simple recipes attached to the coarse flour that teach them how to make their own bread. In the dark corners of a crowded tavern, whispered questions arise about the true motives behind the royal family's competing relief projects. A patron hands over a new flyer circulating in the slums, revealing that Sveta's cheap black bread is rapidly gaining immense popularity among the poorest citizens. The flyer ruthlessly details the harsh truth. While the saintess distributes overly expensive flour bought from her own family at inflated prices, the villainess offers a realistic, affordable solution. The propaganda backfires spectacularly as the public reads the comparison, realizing that Lena's high-grade flour is an unsustainable luxury meant only to buy their votes.
Staring at the flyer, the commoners begin to see through the illusion, questioning the saintly image of the crown princess who exploits her own people for profit.
A local reporter clutches the document in sudden panic, realizing that Lena's calculated play has turned into a public relations disaster of epic proportions. Interviewing the angry commoners, the reporter is shocked to hear them openly accuse the crown princess of hoarding wealth and manipulating the starving masses. The peasants angrily point out that Lena merely lined her family's pockets by buying their overpriced wheat, rendering her charity completely hollow. In contrast, the citizens admit that while Sveta's black bread is coarse, its incredibly low price is the only thing keeping them from starving. Realizing his entire career is on the line, the reporter slams his fist against a brick wall in a fit of helpless, panicked rage. He screams in frustration as he realizes the exposing flyer has utterly decimated Lena's reputation overnight. Grimacing with greedy desperation, the journalist decides his only option to claim his royal reward is to fabricate a completely fraudulent news article. Back in her lavish estate, Lena reads the heavily falsified newspaper with a delighted squeal, completely oblivious to the raging storm of public fury brewing outside. Throwing her arms up in ecstatic self-delusion, she basks in her own false glory, convinced her status as the nation's beloved savior is forever secure. But her euphoric celebration is cut short as a cold chill runs through her, suddenly remembering the whispers of a devastating flyer that is quietly dismantling her entire empire. With the final day of the relief project looming, Lena smiles smugly at her impending triumph, fully convinced she will steal the spotlight and bury her rival once and for all. Under a bright, clear sky, the quiet village streets stand waiting, completely unaware of the massive storm of public opinion about to break. Sweeping through the dirt roads, Lena basks in the loud, orchestrated cheers of the brainwashed crowd, waving like a merciful savior of the slums.
She sweet-talks the innocent children, smiling in dark satisfaction as they parroted the vicious propaganda, labeling the villainess as evil incarnate.
Behind her mask of sweetness, Lena curls her lips into a cruel, triumphant smirk, signaling her maid to prepare the final trap that will finish Sveta. Right on cue, the maid steps forward holding a large basket filled with wrapped packages, ready to unleash the next phase of Lena's calculated scheme. Reaching into the basket, Lena gloats over the expensive luxury cookies, confident these royal treats will guarantee the crowd's blind, everlasting devotion. But her smug celebration instantly freezes as Sveta steps onto the stage, wearing a plain, humble white robe that radiates a pure, unexpected divinity. Lena's eyes widen in absolute horror as she recognizes the very robe she had maliciously forced Sveta to wear to humiliate her at the wedding. Smiling with serene dominance, Sveta gently invites Lena to join her in prayer, instantly trapping her rival in a masterfully played game of optics. A wave of shocked whispers ripples through the crowd as they realize Sveta wore her humble wedding robe, proving the rumors of her extreme extravagance were complete lies. Sweating under the sudden, suffocating shift in the crowd's atmosphere, Lena is forced to step up to the podium to deliver her grand speech. Climbing the wooden stairs, the cold, doubting stares of the commoners began to pierce through Lena's golden facade like icy needles. Plastering on a trembling smile, Lena desperately tries to reclaim the crowd, loudly announcing that the Festival of Mercy has reached its final day. She puts on a grand, emotional display of false empathy, trying to force the crowd to look away from the unfolding controversy. Instantly, a few brainwashed children cheer for her fluffy white bread, momentarily giving Lena a desperate, fragile lifeline. Placing a hand over her heart, Lena sighs with performative joy, claiming she only wishes to comfort their suffering souls. Her voice rises in dramatic self-sacrifice, claiming she wanted nothing more than to grant them a taste of the kingdom's finest wheat. She showcases the pure, expensive white bread, pretending she happily absorbed the massive financial loss just to ease their hunger. Clasping her hands in a picture-perfect pose of holy innocence, Lena beams, confident she has successfully salvaged her crumbling saintly image. The crowd erupts into applause, once again swept away by her flawless acting and the allure of free luxury. Seizing the moment, Lena commands her maid to hand out her personal high-grade tea time cookies as a symbol of her grand mercy. The hungry commoners scramble forward eagerly, desperately reaching out to grab a tiny piece of the high nobility's luxury. Turning to Sveta with a condescending smile, Lena loudly thanks the second prince's wife for her support, trying to paint her as a useless observer. In the shadows of her mind, Lena sneers with vicious triumph, declaring that this grand display of wealth is what it truly means to be the crown princess. As the crowd showers her with praise, calling her a true saintess, Lena gloats in her silent victory over the ruined villainess. But as Sveta quietly glides past her, she whispers a chilling, mocking insult that instantly shatters Lena's smug composure. Whipping around in a sudden, cold panic, Lena's face contorts in raw anger as she demands to know what the villainess just said. Sveta merely looks back with a beautiful, deadly smile, repeating that Lena is nothing but a hopelessly naive, foolish little child. Stepping up to the podium, Sveta turns her golden gaze to the quiet crowd, loudly asking them if the saintess white bread was truly delicious. A heavy, awkward silence descends over the village square as the confused commoners exchange uneasy glances. With effortless poise, Sveta explains that she chose to wear this plain wedding robe because a humble garment is far more appropriate for a charity festival. She notes with sweet mockery that while she, the hated villainess, stands in a simple robe, the merciful saintess Lena chose to wear a lavish, expensive gown. The realization hits the crowd like a physical blow, and furious whispers break out as they realize Lena lied to them and exploited her own wedding for a petty display of wealth. Panicking as her entire narrative crumbles to dust, Lena frantically tries to think of a way to silence Sveta before the damage becomes irreversible. She looks around for her allies, but realizes they have vanished, leaving her completely exposed to the crowd's rapidly rising hostility. The commoners stand in tense silence, the illusion of Lena's saintly generosity rapidly fading into an ugly reality of manipulation. Sveta raises her hand, asking the crowd what they truly need: an unsustainable, expensive bribe, or a realistic solution to survive. A young boy raises his hand, shouting that they have been eating the cheap, dark black bread that actually keeps them full.
Sveta smiles warmly, revealing to the shocked crowd that this very black bread is actually the proud staple food of her powerful homeland. She explains that in the Valkyrie Empire, both the high nobility and the poorest commoners eat this nutritious bread every single day.
A dense, hearty loaf of black bread stands as the ultimate symbol of real, practical survival over Lena's airy, expensive illusion. Sveta acknowledges that Lena's white bread and cookies are a lovely, luxurious escape, but utterly useless for daily sustenance.
While the Grand Palace stands distant and isolated from the truth, Sveta's realistic economic reform has already taken deep root in the slums.
Sveta delivers the final crushing blow, asking the crowd if they want the saintess's unsustainable white bread or the villainess's realistic black bread. The village square erupts into a thunderous unified roar as the crowd fiercely demands the black bread, completely turning their backs on Lena. Lena's hands tremble in absolute fury as she watches her hard-earned saintly reputation disintegrate in a matter of seconds. But Sveta is not done yet. She raises a silver ladle, announcing that she has brought a special gift directly from the High Temple. The commoners gasp as they realize she is holding holy water, a divine blessing they were always told required a massive, impossible financial offering to receive. With a piercing gaze, Sveta exposes the church's darkest secret, revealing that top church officials have been pocketing their life savings through illegal black market fees. With ruthless precision, Sveta corners the trembling Bishop Gregory, exposing his greed in taking illicit offerings right in front of the stunned public. The holy facade of the church shatters in an instant, leaving the corrupt bishop entirely at her mercy. Watching the disaster unfold, Lena's smug expression turns into pure panic as she realizes her clumsy attempts to bribe the bishop to cover her own tracks have completely backfired. She is cornered, her royal reputation hanging by a single fraying thread.
Seizing the moment of chaos, Sveta triumphantly raises her ladle high, declaring a new era of true charity as the desperate commoners fall to their knees, eagerly offering their devotion to the one who actually saved them.
With a sweeping gesture, Sveta showers the crowd with holy water, a divine blessing once withheld by the greedy church, igniting a powerful wave of loyalty that sweeps through the village. Back at her desk, Sveta puts pen to paper, her calculated mind already weaving the next phase of her master plan with effortless precision. Reviewing the logistics, she notes with satisfaction how sourcing wheat from the Margraviate of Carlisle successfully offset all procurement costs, securing her economic victory over her rivals. She glides down the grand hallways of the estate, Sveta smiles with silent confidence, eager to present her flawless victory report to her ally, Lord Sargus. Sliding the door open with a playful flourish, she catches the second prince completely off guard in his private quarters. Sargus gasps in pure shock, nearly choking as he is caught red-handed eating a piece of the coarse black bread she championed. Chewing quietly, the prince finds himself utterly captivated by the simple, hearty flavor of the commoner staple, realizing the true genius of her strategy.
Looking up at her with a gentle, soft smile, Sargus warmly praises her, completely disarmed by her remarkable charm and brilliance.
With a crisp snap, Sveta drops the heavy stack of project reports onto his desk, ready to solidify their official triumph. Sargus enthusiastically explains that the daily papers are already singing her praises, hailing the wise villainess as the true savior of the empire, even if the title still sounds a bit backhanded to her ears. Examining the detailed reports, Sargus marvels at how her new staple food has permanently altered the lives of the common people for the better. Beyond just feeding the hungry, he realizes she has successfully purged the systemic corruption within the untouchable Holy Church itself. He lets out a heavy sigh, reflecting on the sheer short-sightedness of Bishop Gregory, whose greedy demands even reach the royals, exposing the church's vulnerability. Sargus understands that exposing such deeply rooted corruption was a feat only Sveta could achieve, thanks to her unparalleled grasp of internal church politics. Sveta reminds him that their success is a joint effort, pointing out that his strategic articles on the energy ore have successfully shifted all political support toward the second prince. Sargus humbly credits the incredible speed of the test drilling to the meticulous preparations of Marquis Carlisle. Sveta chuckles softly, finding it almost frustrating how perfectly every piece of her grand design is falling into place. But as the prince praises her unparalleled skill, Sveta halts, her sharp instincts warning her that their enemies will not take this defeat lying down.
Standing amidst a sea of blue flowers, she smiles with dangerous anticipation, fully prepared for the desperate counterattack that is bound to come. Meanwhile, in the main palace, Crown Prince Chris rages in absolute fury, staring at a newspaper showcasing his rival as the nation's true future leader. Crushing the paper in his hands, Chris screams in desperate anger, demanding to know where his primary advisor, Duke Denise, has gone during this total public relations disaster. Right on cue, Duke Denise steps into the study with a chillingly calm demeanor, completely unfazed by the Crown Prince's explosive temper. Chris storms forward, viciously demanding to know how Denise plans to take responsibility for the colossal failure of their public campaign. With a slow, sinister grin, Denise suggests a terrifying pivot in their strategy, declaring it is time to drag the king himself down from his throne. Slamming his hand onto the reports, Denise confidently explains that trying to persuade the king is now completely useless, and they must strike directly at the crown. Chris freezes, his eyes widening in stunned disbelief at the sheer audacity of his advisor's treasonous proposal.
Leaning in with an icy, calculating smile, Denise reiterates his dark plot to expose Sarge's failures and strip the king of his authority once and for all.
Across the capital, the sensational newspaper spread like wildfire, cementing the legend of the black bread and the energy mine in the minds of the people. Deep in his private chambers, the king reads the devastating articles, realizing with a heavy heart that the public has already chosen Sarge's and Sveta as the true future of the kingdom. A loyal red-haired noble steps forward, urgently pointing out that popular support has entirely shifted toward the second prince, forcing the king to make a choice. The noble gazes at his sovereign with unwavering conviction, ready to make a stand for what is right. Placing a hand over his heart, the loyal noble boldly declares his absolute allegiance to Prince Sarge's and Princess Sveta, openly challenging the king's path. Stunned by this sudden betrayal from within his innermost circle, the king can only mutter in silent shock. The noble stands firm, a living mirror of the ancient values of loyalty and honor that the king himself once championed. Clutching his head in deep sorrow, the king is consumed by guilt, wondering if he is the only one who has lost his way and abandoned his principles. Sudden footsteps shatter the quiet tension as a servant bursts into the room, breathlessly announcing the arrival of the queen.
Stepping through the threshold, Queen Amanda enters the chambers, her elegant posture radiating a freezing, formidable authority.
Her sharp eyes lock onto her husband with a piercing, accusatory glare that cuts straight through his royal defenses. Gliding forward with effortless majesty, the queen prepares to deliver a confrontation that will shake the very foundations of the royal lineage. With cold, unyielding directness, Amanda demands to know if the king is truly planning to strip Chris of his title as crown prince. Unable to look her in the eye, the king clasps his hands tightly, admitting that he is still heavily considering the decision. Amanda's face hardens into a mask of quiet fury, realizing that her husband is about to break the most sacred promise he ever made to her. The king looks up in sudden dread as the heavy, suffocating silence of their loveless marriage threatens to tear everything apart. The dark memories of their past resurface, reminding them of the bitter bargain struck when the king demanded to take a concubine mere years after their wedding. In his mind, the king desperately recalls his past misery, his longing to escape his loveless days with the arrogant Amanda, driving him to seek his one true wish. He remembers the gentle, smiling face of the woman he loved, the woman he sacrificed his honor to bring into the palace. Back in the past, Amanda had coldly agreed to prepare chambers for his concubine, but only on the condition of a binding, unbreakable promise that would now decide the fate of the entire empire. In the shadowed corridors of the past, the young king stands frozen, his heart hammering against his ribs as Amanda delivers her terms with chilling precision. Her demand is a dagger aimed directly at the throne, a cold declaration that her child, and only her child, must be named the undisputed crown prince. The young king is left breathless, his mind reeling as he calculates the sheer audacity of her transaction. But the trap is already sprung, and Amanda binds him with a ruthless condition. The moment their child is wed, the king must abdicate and surrender his crown forever. Trapped by his desperate desire for escape, the king eagerly accepts the bargain, seeing the loss of his crown as a small price to pay for true freedom.
He holds on to the dream of a peaceful life in the countryside with Clara, entirely blind to the dark fate he is cementing for his descendants.
Amanda smiles, her victory absolute as she demands his word of honor, forcing him to seal his own doom with a quiet, devastating promise. The pact is forged in the shadows of the royal chambers, setting a clock that will tick down to the absolute ruin of the empire. Decades later, the bitter memory of that fateful deal ripples through the Queen's tea, reflecting a cold, weathered face hardened by years of calculation. Retreating to her sanctuary in the greenhouse, Amanda broods over the wreckage of her marriage, her hatred fueled by the ghost of her husband's beloved concubine. The pain of past tragedy suddenly threatens to overwhelm her, but she fiercely snaps back to reality as her guest's voice shatters the silence. Masking her turmoil, Amanda turns her sharp gaze to the desperate Lady Lena, mocking her for being so utterly outplayed by Princess Sveta. Lena erupts in fury, cursing Sveta's unexpected influence with the Holy Church and desperately trying to justify her humiliating defeat. From across the table, their high-ranking ally coldly silences her, dismissing Sveta's public support as a cheap, temporary illusion. He points out that the real trap lies in the newly discovered energy mines of Toria Prize that will soon become the rope to hang the second prince. Lena watches in stunned silence as Amanda's eyes flash with a venomous, calculating light, promising a devastating counteroffensive. With brutal clarity, Amanda warns Lena that Prince Chris's claim to the crown is hanging by a single thread that they must fiercely protect. Under Amanda's piercing interrogation, a dark, sinister grin spreads across Lena's face, proving she is ready to cross any line. Clutching her womb, Lena vows to execute the plan at any cost, using her unborn child to secure the throne and plunge the kingdom into chaos. Meanwhile, in another corner of the palace, the second prince's ally marvels at the astronomical wealth pouring in from the newly mined energy ore. He silently praises Princess Sveta's unparalleled brilliance, knowing her secret strategy is working flawlessly. In the diplomatic chambers, Minister Logan remains blissfully unaware of the trap, expressing his astonishment at the kingdom's hidden wealth. He laments how the recent political scandals have branded him a traitor, leaving his reputation in absolute tatters. Seated across from him, Sveta listens with deceptive sweetness, suddenly pivoting to ask about the fugitive assassin, Elsa. Logan breaks into a cold sweat, stammering an apology while trying to hide his panic over the failed hit. Sveta plays the part of the fragile victim perfectly, waving away his concern with a gentle, manipulative grace. She presses him again, her sharp eyes demanding to know if they have located the assassin who threatened her life. Logan can only stutter out a pathetic excuse, completely oblivious to the dangerous game she is playing with him. Shivering with theatrical terror, Sveta sighs dramatically, lamenting how frightening it is to have a killer on the loose. Beside her, the investigator holds back his laughter, knowing Sveta is the one who secretly rescued Elsa and hid her away. Sveta covers her mouth in mock terror, shivering at the thought of a deadly culprit still roaming free in the wild. Logan remains utterly blind to this leverage, wiping the sweat from his brow as the snare draws tighter around him. With a brilliant, disarming smile, Sveta signals that it is time to transition into the true trap, a proposal he cannot refuse. Her associate steps forward, laying out a seemingly simple trade agreement for the import of the coveted energy ore. Logan leans in, his greedy eyes lighting up at the prospect of securing such a legendary resource for his kingdom. The investigator encourages him to take the deal, nudging him closer to the edge of the cliff. Suddenly, Sveta slams her hand down, dictating aggressive terms that require Logan's kingdom to completely sever ties with their current allies. To sweeten the poison, she plays on his kingdom's desperate, ongoing lumber shortage from the devastating floods. She offers to offset the massive purchase price with their lumber, presenting a deal that seems almost too good to be true. Logan's mind races as he realizes this single contract could fully restore his ruined reputation and make him a national hero. Overwhelmed by greed, he eagerly reviews the document, completely blind to the economic stranglehold he is inviting. From across the table, Sveta's triumphant smile widens, watching her prey eagerly walk into his own cage. She softly declares that this monumental treaty will finally put all of their past unfortunate incidents behind them. Logan chuckles in relief, praising her generosity and congratulating himself on a brilliant diplomatic victory.
He proudly toasts to her dependability, convinced he has secured the ultimate alliance for his empire. He eagerly reaches out his hand, desperate to seal the bargain before she can change her mind.
The investigator exchanges a knowing look with Sveta, barely containing his dark, victorious amusement. With a firm handshake, the treacherous alliance is finalized, sealing the fate of Logan's faction in a single devastating moment. Sveta warmly expresses her excitement for the upcoming formal signing ceremony, her voice dripping with sweet poison. Her golden eyes gleam with absolute triumph as she smiles, knowing she has just seized total control of the diplomatic chessboard. Lying motionless on his bed, Prince Chris stares blankly at the ceiling as the heavy weight of ambition presses down on his chest. The treacherous whispers of rebellion echo in his ears, urging him to drag his own father down from the sacred throne. Rolling over in his torment, he clutches his pillow as a devastating question tears through his mind. Can he truly bear the guilt of forcing his own father to abdicate, or will the guilt consume him first? A vision of the king's majestic stature flashes before his eyes, filling him with a sudden, painful realization. Forcing his father to yield would brand the king as a pathetic failure in the annals of history, a humiliation Chris never wanted to inflict. He sits up abruptly, his teeth clenching in agonizing conflict as he struggles against the bloodline flowing through his veins. There must be another path to the crown, one that doesn't require him to destroy his father's remaining dignity. Suddenly, the heavy doors creak open, and Lady Lena steps into the chamber with a radiant, sweet smile that instantly shatters his dark thoughts. Her soft voice breaks his isolation, apologizing gently for keeping him waiting. Surrounded by a blooming aura of grace, she moves closer, her sharp eyes instantly picking up on the heavy gloom hanging over him. She tilts her head, her voice dripping with artificial warmth as she asks what is troubling her prince. Sitting beside him on the edge of the bed, she presses him further, asking if his silent agony is caused by the king's stubbornness. Chris desperately tries to reassure her, claiming he can still convince his father without resorting to a ruthless, hasty coup. Lena places his hand gently over her swelling womb, looking up at him with a tender, supportive expression that masks her dangerous intent. She softly agrees, suggesting that perhaps the king simply needs more time to recognize his true successor. But as she speaks, a chilling shadow falls over her delicate features, her voice dropping to a low, ominous whisper. She reminds him of the brutal reality of court politics, setting a subtle trap to exploit his deepest insecurities. Her eyes flash with a sudden predatory crimson light that freezes the breath in his throat. With chilling clarity, she demands to know what they will do if the king ultimately chooses his brother, Prince Sarjas, over him. She wraps her arms around him, pulling him close as she whispers terrifying scenarios of their impending ruin. She warns him that if Sarjas ascends the throne, their lives will be forfeit and they will be ruthlessly exiled or executed. A gruesome vision of a blood-stained cradle flashes through their minds as Lena desperately clutches her womb, weeping for the fate of their unborn child. She fiercely declares that they must strike first to eliminate the threat before the worst-case scenario becomes their reality. Leaning in until her lips almost touch his ear, she delivers the final, intoxicating blow to his resolve. She murmurs that power is the only force capable of shaping the future, and only by claiming the crown can he guarantee their safety. Chris's gaze hollows out as the memory of his father's retreating back fades into the darkness of the past. He realizes with cold certainty that the current king is already a relic of yesterday, and survival demands a new ruler. His eyes snap open, burning with a new, dangerous resolve as his hesitation evaporates into thin air. Looking down at Lena's triumphant, expectant smile, he realizes he has finally crossed the point of no return. Clasping her hand tightly over her womb, he seals their dark pact amidst a blooming shroud of ominous purple roses. He vows to protect his future family at any cost, unaware that he has just walked directly into her brilliant, manipulative trap. The next day, the grand courtroom erupts in chaos as Prince Chris stands proudly at the podium, brandishing a scroll like a weapon of war. He mockingly announces a formal letter of protest from their crucial ally, the Kingdom of Sazak, throwing the entire assembly into a panic. The nobles in the gallery exchange panicked whispers, their faces pale with dread as they realize Sazak is furious over the kingdom's aggressive energy or expansion. Their long-standing peaceful relations are on the brink of total collapse. Chris slams his hand down, turning his venomous gaze directly toward Prince Sarge's, demanding to know how he intends to take responsibility for this absolute diplomatic disaster. A dark, suffocating tension wraps around the courtroom as the visual proof of Sarge's political isolation becomes painfully clear. The snare is tightening, and the margin for error has completely vanished. With a theatrical flourish, Chris begins reading the formal protest letter aloud, ensuring every high-ranking official hears the devastating accusations leveled against his younger brother.
Sarge listens in stunned silence, a cold sweat breaking out on his neck as he tries to make sense of this sudden, calculated assault. He had a bad feeling about this meeting, but this level of coordination is far worse than he anticipated. A wave of childhood memories washes over Sarge, recalling his warm visits to Sazak alongside his mother. Why would King Nico, a trusted family friend, suddenly send a formal protest specifically accusing him of tyranny?
The letter reads like a death sentence, accusing Sarge of trying to monopolize the region's energy profits through tyrannical, outrageous means. The accusation is too perfect, too devastating to be a mere coincidence. One of Chris's allied nobles stands up, shouting in theatrical fury, condemning Sarge for bringing a massive trade conflict to their doorstep and threatening the peace of the entire nation. The courtroom quickly devolves into a feeding frenzy as other officials join the chorus of condemnation, demanding Sarge's head. But Sarge narrows his eyes, realizing this is far too coordinated. There is a mastermind behind King Nico's letter.
Seeing his target cornered, Chris's face twists into a victorious, mocking smirk, fully confident that he has finally destroyed his brother's political future. Chris boldly turns toward the royal throne, pointing a mocking finger as he points out that the king himself was the one who authorized Sarge energy deal, dragging his own father into the crosshairs of treason.
A collective gasp echoes through the gallery as the nobles freeze in sheer terror. By openly implicating the king, Chris has practically declared treason in the middle of the sacred court. Refusing to remain silent a second longer, Sarge slams both hands onto his desk, the thunderous crack echoing through the chamber as he stands to face his accusers head-on. The courtroom falls dead silent as Sarge calmly declares that he fully understands the weight of the situation, his unshakable composure catching the smug first prince completely off guard. Internally, Chris gloats, believing he has successfully baited his brother into a trap from which there is no escape, warning him that he must be prepared for the devastating consequences of failure. But Sarge retaliates with terrifying, cold fury, declaring that when he resolves the Sazak issue, every noble who insulted him and his father must be prepared to pay the ultimate price for their insolence. Retreating to his private chambers, Sarge sits across from Princess Sveta, his voice tense as he reveals his plans to depart for Sazak immediately on short notice to confront the source of the plot.
Sveta pauses, her teacup hovering in midair as she looks up with genuine surprise, questioning if such a dangerous, hasty trip is truly necessary. Sarge explains that Sazak is their most vital neighbor, and allowing their alliance to deteriorate over a forged trade dispute would mean total ruin for their faction standing. Holding up a glowing fragment of energy ore, he reminds her that their nations are deeply intertwined, and cutting ties now would play directly into their enemies' hands. Sveta closes her eyes, contemplating his words as a vision of her homeland's cold, calculating methods flashes through her mind. She recognizes that while her instinct is to cut losses, Sarge operates on a foundation of honor and trust. Sarge leans forward passionately, declaring that the trust built over generations with Sazak is too precious to abandon, and he will fight to protect the active exchange between their peoples. A heavy, profound silence settles over the elegant tea table as Sveta studies his determined face, realizing just how deeply he cares for the people under his protection. A soft, mischievous light suddenly sparks in her golden eyes as a brilliant, unexpected counter-strategy begins to take shape in her brilliant mind. With a triumphant smile, she stands up and declares that she will accompany him to Sazak. Sarge jumps to his feet in sheer panic, stammering that she only returned from Traja yesterday and desperately needs rest. Sveta only chuckles, her expression turning thoroughly playful as she reminds him of a secret his grandfather once shared with her about their destination. She steps closer, gently cupping his face with her warm hands, her voice dropping to a seductive purr as she suggests they enjoy a relaxing, private mixed bath together in Sazak's famous hot springs. Sarge freezes, his face flushing a violent crimson as his heart hammers against his ribs, completely helpless against her overwhelming magnetic charm.
The next morning, their royal carriage sweeps through the grand gates of his grandfather's majestic estate, a temporary sanctuary before they cross the border into Sazak. They are greeted by the booming, joyful voice of Lord Rogue, Sargis's grandfather, who expresses his absolute delight at their sudden, unexpected arrival. Rogue reaches out for a massive hug, but Sargis quickly steps back with a wry smile, explaining they are only stopping by briefly on their urgent journey to Sazak. Rogue's eyes light up as he spots Sveta, warmly welcoming his grandson's brilliant wife and asking her to make herself at home. But as Sveta playfully brings up Rogue's past promise to treat her like family, the old lord's sweat drops, suddenly claiming his memory has been terribly bad lately, leaving Sargis to wonder if they will survive the storm waiting for them in Sazak. Lord Rogue backtracks instantly, laughing off his own slip of the tongue as a mere joke. Watching them trade quick-witted barbs, Sargis can only sweat drop, completely unable to decipher if his grandfather and his wife are actually becoming fast friends or sworn enemies. As they exchange matching mischievous grins, Sargis realizes with a shudder that both of them possess the exact same chaotic streak, reveling in trouble just for the pure thrill of it. The next morning, a lone bird chirps peacefully in the crisp dawn, but inside the chambers, Sargis groans in absolute agony from a lingering hangover. But there is no time for rest. The sound of early morning activity outside signals that the day's trial has already begun. Mist clings to the vast green fields as Lord Rogue and Sveta gallop side by side through the morning air, the rhythmic thundering of hooves echoing through the quiet estate. Keeping a steady, commanding lead, Rogue rides with effortless grace, his sharp gaze fixed ahead, but his mind is entirely focused on the rider trailing just behind him. Glancing back, a faint smile touches the old lord's face as he notes how smoothly she controls her mount. It is clear that Sveta is no delicate noble flower. She is exceptionally skilled and deeply experienced. Sensing his gaze, Sveta looks up, her brilliant amber eyes flashing with a knowing, playful spark that shows she hasn't broken a sweat. Dismounting in the courtyard, Rogue secretly approves of her strength, realizing she is indeed the perfect match to steady Sargis's future. Sveta offers a theatrical sigh, playfully claiming she was struggling just to keep pace with him. Rogue merely scoffs, pointing out that she was easily matching his speed the entire time.
Sveta giggles softly, teasingly explaining she was simply being careful not to let an elderly man overexert himself. Rogue's face contorts in comedic fury, roaring at her for calling him old and labeling her a cunning, two-faced vixen. Letting his irritation fade into a warm, genuine smile, Rogue pats his magnificent steed. He admits the real reason he dragged her out so early was to present this legendary horse to her as a personal gift. He steps aside, assuring her that a rider of her caliber would easily recognize and cherish the immense value of such a purebred beast. Sveta's playful demeanor vanishes instantly, her eyes dropping as a sudden, heavy wave of solemn emotion washes over her face. She gently declines, her voice filled with a quiet, bittersweet resolve as she explains she swore long ago to only ever have one beloved horse in her life. In her mind's eye, the spectral silhouette of her late, trusted white steed appears, a painful reminder of her past. Rogue silences his breath, looking at her with a profound, sympathetic realization as he recognizes the deep loyalty hidden beneath her cold exterior. Placing a comforting hand on the horse's flank, Rogue gently reminds her that opening one's heart to a new companion does not mean erasing the cherished memories of the one she lost. Sveta looks away, a wry, enigmatic smile gracing her lips as she murmurs that her past companion was far too possessive to ever share her heart with another. But with a sudden, dazzling transition, her playful greed returns, as she declares that since this beast has a high market value, she would be foolish to turn down such a generous offer. Rogue blinks in surprise before letting out a hearty chuckle, thoroughly reassured by her sheer boldness and refusal to wallow in self-pity. Walking back toward the estate, Sveta happily declares they are now even, leaving Rogue to shake his head in defeat at her incredibly sharp, calculating mind. As they descend the grand stone steps, Rogue's expression turns serious once more, lecturing her on the realities of the journey ahead. Sveta tilts her head, offering an innocent, wide-eyed smile of mock confusion, playing the harmless princess to perfection. Rogue sighs deeply, running a hand through his silver hair as he wonders what complex web she is weaving this time, warning her that Sazak will not be an easy playing field. Sveta's playful mask slips slightly. Her curiosity piqued as she demands to know what he means by his warning.
Rogue's voice drops to a grave whisper, warning her that the Princess of Sizak is exactly the type of woman someone like Sveta will find the absolute hardest to handle. An intense, silent tension locks between them as Sveta absorbs his words, realizing that an unpredictable, dangerous rival awaits her across the border. Hours later, the carriage halts on a high cliff overlooking their destination. Sargis and Sveta stand side by side, gazing down at the breathtaking, vibrant sprawl of Sizak's capital, its lively energy palpable even from the distance. Nestled against a giant, shimmering lake, the city is a famous paradise, drawing travelers from all over the continent to its renowned hot springs and scenic beauty. Unlike the rest of the continent, this unique nation rejects the teachings of the Holy Church, choosing instead to live in deep harmony with nature and worship the celestial spirits of the sun and moon.
Sveta's eyes sparkle with genuine excitement as she observes the bustling streets, fascinated by the single-story wooden architecture and the airy traditional garments of the local women.
Sargis explains that because of the intense geothermal heat radiating from the nearby volcano, the climate remains humid year-round, making light, breathable clothing a necessity for survival. An adorable, vivid fantasy flashes through Sveta's mind of herself wearing Sizak's daringly revealing traditional outfit, causing a flustered Sargis to frantically wave his hands in protest. Back in the carriage, Sargis's face burns a bright crimson as he begs her to keep some distance, claiming the carriage's temperature has suddenly skyrocketed. Sveta mischievously leans closer, purring that if he has a fever, he is welcome to rest his head on her lap. She lets out a soft, melodious laugh at his panic, but as her gaze drifts, her expression turns thoughtful and sharp. Rogue's warning echoes loudly in her mind. Instead of feeling intimidated by the prospect of clashing with Sizak's princess, she finds herself filled with a thrilling, dangerous curiosity. Leaning in close, she casually asks Sargis about his history with Sizak's royalty. He clears his throat nervously, admitting they visited each other frequently as children, acting almost like childhood friends. Sargis warmly recalls playing with Princess Juju, who is close to him in age, eagerly anticipating their reunion. Sveta's eyes narrow with razor-sharp focus as she memorizes the name, Princess Juju.
Sensing her quiet mood, Sargis hands her a cold flask of water, gently warning her that Sizak's extreme heat can be lethal if one does not stay hydrated. Sveta proudly brags that her intense training allows her to survive 2 days without water, leaving a sweat-dropping Sargis to despair at her stubborn pride as the carriage finally rolls into the city center. Clutching the cool glass bottle, Sveta smiles softly, secretly touched by his constant, protective care. The royal carriage finally halts before Sizak's majestic palace, its brilliant blue domes rising proudly against the clear sky, radiating ancient sovereign authority. A grand fanfare of golden trumpets erupts as the heavy palace gates swing wide. Sargis and Sveta walk hand in hand onto the pristine courtyard, instantly drawing the eyes of the entire court. Suddenly, a bright, cheerful voice cuts through the crowd. A beautiful young woman with flowing green hair and a vibrant lime gown waves enthusiastically, shouting Sargis's name in pure delight. Before anyone can react, she throws herself forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Sargis's neck in a passionate embrace, ecstatic to see him after so long. The palace guards look on with warm, indulgent smiles, whispering that their beloved princess, who is soon to come of age, is as bright and uninhibited as ever. But as the embrace continues, Sveta watches in dead silence, her expression perfectly calm, yet her golden eyes burning with a silent, calculating intensity. Gently untangling himself, Sargis gestures towards Sveta, warmly introducing her as his wife, Princess Sveta of Tori. Sveta curtsies with flawless, queenly elegance, offering a polite greeting, but Juju's eyes light up with sudden, intense recognition at the mention of the infamous wife. With a sudden burst of energy, Juju leaps forward and wraps Sveta in a tight, affectionate hug, squealing in delight at how breathtakingly beautiful she is. Sargis quickly steps in, sweat dropping as he tries to coax the over-enthusiastic princess to give his startled wife some breathing room. Sveta giggles softly, casually bringing up a childhood nickname that only Sargis would know, instantly catching the young princess off guard. As Sargis desperately tries to deny leaking any secrets and Juju playfully threatens to retaliate with highly embarrassing stories from his childhood, Sveta's gaze suddenly turns icy and sharp. She watches their easy, intimate banter with a chilling focus, realizing that navigating this court and this princess will be far more dangerous than she ever anticipated.
Juju shifts the mood entirely, her sudden change of subject signaling a swift transition from chaotic playfulness to the looming weight of palace formalities.
She suggests they waste no time in paying their respects to the king, introducing a heavy current of royal protocol into their arrival.
Sveta responds with an impeccably sweet, dazzling smile, though her sharp eyes are already assessing the political landscape for any hidden traps. Both Juju and Sargis are momentarily taken aback by the sheer ease with which Sveta maintains her elegant, flawless royal mask. Juju quickly explains that instead of the king himself, they will first be meeting her elder brother, who's waiting in the audience chamber.
Seizing the perfect opportunity to mark her territory, Sveta loops her arm tightly around Sargis's, playfully warning him that they must not keep the prince waiting.
Clinging close with a sweet, possessive grip, she coos at him to lead the way, leaving a flustered Sargis entirely at her mercy. Juju glances back at the display, her eyes narrowing as she notes their close physical proximity, a flicker of silent unease crossing her face. Inside the grand chamber, Prince Kimi sits with a calm, commanding presence, his steady gaze instantly weighing the caliber of the arriving guests.
Sargis greets him with genuine warmth, eager to reunite with a companion from his childhood.
Kimi leaps forward to embrace Sargis, expressing his absolute shock and delight over the sudden news of his marriage. As Sargis proudly introduces his bride, Kimi recognizes Sveta's name instantly, acknowledging the fierce and powerful reputation of the Valkyrie princess. But as Kimi looks at her directly, his composure completely shatters, his thoughts leaking out as he stands utterly stunned by her breathtaking, otherworldly beauty. Blushing furiously, the prince sheepishly admits a sudden predicament, confessing he always believed his own sister was the most beautiful woman alive until this very moment. Sargis sighs deeply, calling out the prince's massive sister complex, which immediately triggers an outraged, embarrassed protest from Juju.
To Kimi, Sveta's presence feels completely ethereal, as if a literal moon goddess had descended into their mortal court to outshine everyone else. Sveta graciously downplays the flattery, countering with a smooth compliment of her own about Juju's vibrant, sunflower-like beauty. Juju beams, bathed in the warmth of the comparison, her bright and lively aura filling the room with undeniable charm. Kimi laughs heartily, proudly boasting that his sister earned her title as the Sunflower of Sizak for a very good reason.
But Kimi's playful tone takes a sudden, sharp turn as he casually mentions how he always assumed Sargis and Juju would end up together. Sargis instantly panics, fiercely shutting down the suggestion as disrespectful to his wife, while Sveta simply smiles with a chillingly calm, polite nod.
Deep down, Sveta reflects on her brutal imperial upbringing, where showing even a sliver of genuine emotion in public was strictly forbidden.
She marvels at how incredibly open and uninhibited the siblings are, their expressive natures contrasting sharply with her own cold armor.
She realizes this lack of pretense is simply the true essence of Sizak's people, a vulnerability she isn't used to navigating. This unrestrained freedom is a luxury only those raised in absolute security could ever afford, yet it makes them deeply unpredictable rivals. Completely charmed, Kimi sighs in envy of Sargis's fortune, while Sargis can only laugh nervously, knowing how terrifying his kind princess truly is. Placing a hand over his heart, Sargis softly admits that despite everything, he truly does consider himself the luckiest man alive. Kimi's smile turns subtle and knowing, his sharp eyes lingering on the couple as if searching for the truth beneath their words. He abruptly shifts the atmosphere, announcing that he has arranged a formal audience with their father, King Nico, for the very next day. His gaze turns incredibly intense, demanding to know if the sudden arrangement is acceptable to both Sargis and Sveta. The weight of the upcoming royal meeting hangs heavily in the air as they bow in polite acceptance. Standing on the grand dais, the siblings present a unified front, their easygoing nature masking the true political weight of Sizak's crown. Sveta's hyper-vigilant instincts flare up instantly, sensing an underlying undercurrent of danger behind this seemingly casual gathering. Kimi breaks the tension by suggesting they head out to inspect Sizak's famed waterways together, aiming to talk business with Sargis.
Sargis blinks in surprise, caught off guard by the sudden invitation. Reminded of the historic joint project between their nations, Sargis's eyes light up with excitement as he eagerly agrees to the tour.
Sveta watches them closely, her silent gaze calculating the strategic shift as the men prepare to depart.
Sensing the divide, Sargis nervously asks if it is all right to leave the women behind, to which Sveta offers a perfectly reassuring, gracious smile. Seizing the opportunity, Juju raises her hand with a bright smile, enthusiastically proposing a private tea party for just the two of them.
Juju rushes down the stairs with bubbly energy, while Kimmy chuckles, leaving the two princesses to share Sazak's unique hospitality. She eagerly anticipates a cozy, graceful chat while the men are away, but the sweetness in her voice feels almost too calculated to be true. Sveta's gaze turns razor-sharp as she steps closer, instantly seeing right through the young princess's overly bubbly theatrical act.
Watching the exchange, Sargis sweats in absolute terror, knowing his childhood friend has no idea what kind of monster she is playing with. Juju notices his worried look and playfully pouts, insisting she is perfectly capable of hosting a proper tea ceremony.
Sargis desperately warns her not to feed Sveta any of her infamous childhood weed juice, causing Juju to blush in comedic panic.
Kimmy bursts out laughing, recalling how Sargis once drank the terrible concoction with tears in his eyes as Juju groans in sheer embarrassment. Underneath her polite smile, Sveta's inner monologue is cold and calculating. She recognizes that Juju is acting exactly like a girl deeply in love with Sargis. But Sveta's eyes flash with a dangerous golden light as she coldly notes that Juju's feelings are entirely useless now that Sargis belongs to her. Wave after wave of hidden tension ripples through the air as the men finally walk away, leaving the two rivals alone. With a bright leading gesture, Juju guides Sveta toward the courtyard, setting the stage for a tense, high-stakes battle of wits between the sunflower and the wolf. The battle of wits begins with a bright, blindingly cheerful invitation. Juju takes the lead with an effortless, bubbly warmth, but Sveta remains highly guarded, her sharp mind analyzing every single step. As the men prepare to depart, Sargis offers a polite, encouraging wave, unaware of the unspoken storm brewing right beneath the surface between the two princesses.
The departure is suddenly derailed when Kimi casually reveals his past desire to have Sargis as his brother-in-law, triggering an instant wave of panic in Sargis while Sveta's fingers tighten against her dress in a silent, icy fury. Brushing past the awkward tension, Juju cheerfully guides Sveta deeper into the palace's breathtaking garden pavilion, ready to begin their private, high-stakes encounter.
A refreshing, cool beverage is served, and Sveta maintains her flawless, polite facade, offering a smooth compliment to break the ice. Juju beams with absolute delight, thrilled that her guest has easily recognized the unique, traditional blend of Sazak's hospitality.
The atmosphere shifts instantly when Juju casually drops a highly intimate detail, revealing exactly how Sargis prefers his drink prepared. Sveta responds with a flawless, sweet smile, though the sudden revelation of such familiar, domestic knowledge strikes a dangerous chord deep within her.
Behind her polite mask, Sveta's inner monologue sharpens with lethal focus, desperately trying to decipher if this princess is a highly cunning, manipulative rival or simply a harmless airhead. Resolving to force her rival's true nature to the surface, Sveta smoothly reminds Juju of the stark boundary between a childhood friendship and the sacred, exclusive bond of marriage. Juju laughs it off with effortless ease, casually brushing aside the warning by citing the deep, unbreakable history she shares with Sargis.
Changing her tactics, Sveta deliberately lowers her guard, feigning a soft, vulnerable jealousy to bait the bubbly princess into exposing her true intentions.
Playing the role of the troubled, deeply doting wife, Sveta blushes softly, sighing over how overprotective and intense her husband's affection can truly be. The bait works perfectly as Juju gasps in genuine astonishment, completely taken aback by the sheer maturity and passion Sargis now displays for his wife. Determined to hold her ground, Juju fires back with a cherished childhood memory, boasting about the rare sunflower Sargis spent hours searching for just to make her smile. Lost in her sweet nostalgia, Juju recounts how that very gesture earned her the beloved title of the Sunflower of Sazak, proudly displaying her deep-seated history with him. Yet, she sighs softly as she mentions how quickly the flower wilted, unknowingly mirroring the inevitable decay of her past connection with him.
Seizing her moment to strike a definitive blow, Sveta's eyes gleam with a dangerous, triumphant light as she prepares to unveil her own, far more significant tokens of affection. With practiced grace, Sveta proudly gestures to her breathtaking ruby necklace, emphasizing that Sarjas chose it specifically to match his own eyes so she would always carry a piece of him. Juju gasps in sudden realization, instantly connecting the dots and asking if the amber brooch Sarjas wears so proudly was also a gift from his beloved wife. Sveta merely smiles, enjoying the sheer weight of her silent victory as the truth of their mutual devotion sinks in. To seal her absolute dominance, Sveta casually drops the ultimate truth, that the jewel resting on her chest is none other than his late mother's most sacred keepsake. The revelation hits Juju like a physical blow, her eyes widening in absolute shock as she recognizes the profound weight of the heirloom. Memories flood back to Juju as she recalls seeing the legendary Lady Clara wearing that exact same piece, understanding now just how deeply Sarjas cherishes his new bride. But instead of showing malice, Juju's expression softens into pure, heartfelt sincerity as she warmly declares that Lady Clara would have absolutely adored Sveta, welcoming her as a true sister. Sveta freezes in genuine astonishment, her calculated defenses completely shattered by this sudden, overwhelming display of pure kindness. With a stunned silence, Sveta realizes that there is no cunning fox hiding behind the bubbly facade. Juju is, without a doubt, a completely innocent, well-meaning airhead. Logically, Sveta understands that building a friendly alliance with such an influential, harmless princess would be highly advantageous for her political standing. Yet, as her fingers tighten, her prideful heart flatly refuses to allow any other woman to claim such an intimate, familiar place in her husband's life. Juju breaks the silence with a soft, melancholic laugh, candidly admitting that she is the one who is deeply envious of the beautiful, powerful Valkyrie princess. She then begins to offer friendly advice on how to handle Sarjas's quirks, acting as if she still knows him better than anyone else. Sveta listens in chilling silence, her icy glare returning as the limits of her royal patience are pushed to the absolute brink. With a single sharp word, Sveta coldly shuts down the unsolicited advice, leaving the young princess blinking in sudden, startled confusion. Her decision is final. Sveta resolves to completely abandon any pretense of friendship, choosing instead to guard her territory with the fierce, unyielding instincts of a wolf. As the turbulent day finally ends, a serene and heavy silence falls over the grand palace of Sazak under the cold glow of a full moon. Exhausted from the endless political maneuverings, Sarjas finishes his bath, yet a lingering sense of unease hangs over him as he dries off. Standing alone by the grand balcony, Sveta gazes out into the endless night sky, her mind still swirling with the silent battles of the court. Sensing her restless energy, Sarjas quietly approaches her from behind, the tension in his shoulders melting away at the sight of his wife. Stepping into the cool night air, he softly asks if she cannot sleep, their eyes meeting in a rare, peaceful moment of raw vulnerability under the watch of the ancient moon.